Today. All right, let's get this going. Everything's shut down today, so starting off strong with some technical difficulties. Give me one moment. There we go. What's up, dude? McNathaniel all along. Nice. Give me one sec. Let's get this going and cool. I want to start the show now. If this will ever start. Come on. There we go. There we go. All right, guys. Let's start the show. Or not. What is happening today?
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu.
I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yes, we are. All right, we're good to go. Alrighty, we had some technical difficulties, but we are here. Welcome to High on Politics. It is the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. I am your host, Pep Talks. Welcome to the show. Brian, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Hope you had a good night last night and good day today. I have to say, I had a good day. And I mean that. I'm not just trying to do like a cute little rhyme scheme thing. I had a pretty good day. So, yeah, I have some announcements to make about the channel coming up here in the second hour. They're pretty big. We're making some steps. I'm very excited. But we also got some news to get to. We're not gonna jump right into it, but all right, so I also want to address this real quick. The title, Nelk Boys. I had no idea who, like, I thought the first time I heard them, I thought people were saying Milk Boys. I'm like, what the, huh? My brain was doing that thing where it's just like, oh, Milk, Nelk. It's, for a Chicagoan, or for a Midwesterner, definitely close. Yeah. Gotta say, had no idea who they are, but they didn't just platform. They interviewed Netanyahu, and they did it in a way that honestly makes me very, very sad to see that these are the people that have a lot of attention. And they dare I say, I'm doing the rhyme thing today. They really were irresponsible with it. I never want to hear anybody talk about how irresponsible I am to be, talking politics. I have heard this criticism before. They're like, you're out of your depth, man. Fine. I'm out of my depth with curiosity. I get it. Oh, hey, no wonder it's so quiet. Got no music. There we go. Oh yeah. The Nelk Boys interviewing Netanyahu is going to be a topic today. We also have a debate from Piers Morgan that kind of went off the rails, so interested to watch that one. It was with Ian Maxwell. It was about Ghislaine Maxwell and Trump. Piers Morgan apparently is not having this. Like, he's kind of seeing that this is going to be a problem. I am here, but because I'm still at work, I can't listen. Boo. Well, I wish I could do sign language. Pizzagate, never forget. Pepperoni. The pizza. Oh my god, could you imagine if I was around for Pizzagate? That would have been kind of... Now, hot take. Hot sauce on pizza or ranch dressing on pizza? Which one? I am a purveyor of both. But I think I'm gonna go hot sauce like pretty much any time. Kind of growing out of the whole putting ranch dressing on everything, which is insane. Yeah. I'm just thinking of how ridiculous the Pizzagate thing was. Like, can we just appreciate just how we thought that was peak, like, conspiracy theory, and somehow in 2025, here we are. Like, the Epstein thing is the top news story that's not going away for Trump. Well, we will cover that as well, which is just so funny. Hold on one sec. All right, the reasons are irrelevant. They want the end result or will make up any old reason to get there. Yeah. Well, and that's exactly what I'm seeing. And Benny Johnson kind of doing his pivot. Oh, that's who is also on with the Maxwell thing. He's starting to give his little spin on it where he's just like, no, it's definitely a Democratic hoax. I mean, look at the way they went after him. Blurdy, blurdy, blur. Which, man, this goes all the way back to when they started all these court cases. I remember saying, I'm just like, it's not really a great idea because you're going to end up martyring them. Which, guys like my dad, I take him, I mean, he's not a great representation of the American people, specifically the voter, but for the non-voter who just happens to pay attention to politics, I've never understood that. Like, why even drive yourself crazy if you're not going to vote? He's like, it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, it does. Especially because he moves a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do, but he's just saying like, oh yeah, I don't think this Epstein stuff is gonna matter. I don't think it's gonna stick. I'm like, shit. So the normies are starting to just say, I don't like. Is that their way of saying they don't care? Because I feel like that's almost a way of checking out. I don't know. I'm trying to be not pessimistic with it. That 20 conservatives versus 1 American was crazy. Yeah, you voted for Vader. Oh my god, dude. All right, so coming up, we're probably going to be discussing a little bit of some Star Wars fandom and what's going on there. Because I'm not sure if you guys know this, but there is a subculture where they're trying to reignite Gamergate or any of it. And Star Wars is the one that, for some reason, they've always had a foothold on, where like they will not leave it alone, and they somehow just keep the conversation going, where it's just like, we don't want this woke Star Wars, and it seems like they're getting what they want. I'm not sure if you guys heard, but Kathleen Kennedy is out, which I was pretty happy about. I'll be honest. This rhyming thing it's getting to be a bit much. Just specific, like, there was a few projects that I was kind of like, all right, like the Acolyte, as much as I appreciated it, there were problems, major problems with it. Because if you're gonna start like the Star Wars lore and like do the deep cuts and kind of get people into like the, you know, the deeper lore of like the Jedi and all that kind of stuff, I don't know, maybe not killing them in the second or third episode would have been a good idea. Like, what do I know? Pep the lyricist. Yeah, no shit. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Ew. Sometimes, you ever disgust yourself with your own cheekiness? That's what happens with me. Hey, by the way, what's happening today? Hey, by the way, what's happening today? Oh, is this how they like make musical episodes of things where it actually does happen and we just always gone like, no, that's ridiculous. Musicals could never happen. Pep actually writes my songs, apparently. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm kind of having a mental breakdown here. What is happening to me today? Just pretend Pep is an AI and his response to her prompt is based on his pre-programmed parameters. Have you guys experienced this once? Or like, yet, if you guys are about my age, I got told that I text like an AI like an AI bot. Yeah, my niece was just like, Unc, you sound like AI. And she specifically pointed out like the comma usage and the pronunciate, like the actual, putting punctuation in. And okay, so now that's a problem. Now punctuation in conversations is a problem. What is up with this world? Are people? I thought I was like anti-intellectual, according to some. I too speak computerese. I was driving down the road and saw a Fossil driving a car. He had a double take. It was actually that's mofo. Okay, and I thought I was in a mood. Dang. Oh man. Wait, I've been eating my pizza from a Hot Pot. Oh, Hot Pockets are like, oh, why? I don't know. I think that's the one that I'm never going to go back to. They're not great. They never were great. They're always nuclear. They don't, no. No. If you're done. Then what you doing? Wait. Smell like mildew and old basements? Are you saying that like my farts smell like a old 70s basement with like the wood paneling? That's an interesting one. I've never actually heard that comparative for anybody's farts, but okay. All right, so do we have enough people here? Not yet. God, I want to make this announcement so bad. Some of you already know, but I'm very excited. You smell like the Antiques Roadshow? Oh God. Oh, you actually just kind of figured out something. I was at a party this weekend, and there was like a bunch of old cars in this like garage, and dude was very proud of his old cars. He actually had a really nice Trans Am, but immediately I had that where I'm like, oh, it smells like an old. And I couldn't peg what it was, but antique stuff, like the antique store, yeah. Whereas you would have said, if you don't talk like this, then what are you doing? Hey man, I'm just trying not to rhyme too much anymore because I'm kind of feeling like I'm smiling, right? Burnt toast? No, not yet. Cars don't excite me. Old car do though. Yeah, same. Yeah. I don't care. Point A to point B. That's why my car is just like mid as shit. I admit that too. It's a good car, I'm saying this like it heard me say that. It's just like, oh, we'll see now. You thought you needed tires a little bit later, eh? Knock on wood. Wait a minute. What am I doing? I did take care of that tire situation. It was really funny. When we did the comparative, there was a half a star rating difference between like how long they last and as far as like the traction. That was kind of one of those situations where you looked at it and just went, why would I pay Oh, it was like $100 more for like half a star. Hello, Bryant. My name is Kirk, otherwise known as Panic Studio. Dude, you are starting trouble. you shitster. I'm gonna let this one go. We'll see what happens. My car is a nice car, but it was one of the last memories I had with my pops. Going to buy a new car with my dad, then I drove him around in it since he couldn't drive near the end. Oh, man. Yeah, I deal with that a little bit, where I talked to my mom a lot, like when I was in the car. She's my airing buddy. It sucks. I have to say though, like you were just saying, Kirk, I'm not like a car guy. Like I don't want to work on cars. In a perfect world, me and one of my friends who is a car guy would do the whole like splitsies thing or something where it's like, hey, well, no, because that wouldn't work. I would just need to make enough money just to pay him to upkeep it, which at that point, what am I doing with an old, like, what? No. I'm too practical. And also, like, I could talk myself out of any of that shit, so. The only reason people thought I was him was because we shared a similar view. I don't know. Do you, though? Because he seemed... I gotta be honest, man. He seems so like he just doesn't actually hold any of the beliefs. Like, he's so contrarian all the time. It's hard to take somebody like that seriously. Whereas you're more consistent. I drive a... I remember you said that at one point. Yeah. Clearly different. Your brother is very much a car guy. My dad fancied himself a car guy, but that's kind of the thing. I think I kind of inherited his just like lack of technical knowledge, being able to follow a diagram. Oh, actually no, that's not fair. He could anything pre like 1980, he could take apart the engine and rebuild. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. But yeah, the more like more components and like computer stuff, all that. Yeah, he started saying like how that, that's the travesty is we'll never know like the joy of being able to work on your own car. I like work trucks. I get excited by shelving. Actually, you know what? Yeah, broken up like storage. Like if it has some like, ooh, yeah. That's a weird thing to like kind of figure out, but yeah, I like modular shelving because I'm going to go to the. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. You told me about that. Yeah, with the drag strip. I remember things, kind of. I'm trying my best, dude. Okay, can I tell you a story real quick? I just kind of caught my sweater in the video here. All right. So this, I bought this the same day that Trump won, and I have like not been able to bring myself to wear it pretty much since then. But the Cub, it's also, let's be real, the Cubbies kind of have sucked for a long time, but now we got the best record in baseball, so bandwagon, here I come. Don't leave me behind. God, I hate the people that are just like, you bandwagoner. It's like, dude, go fuck yourself. I'm not gonna waste so much time watching a team that sucks. It's fun to watch your team when they're actually in contention. When your team sucks that bad that you just accept that they're out of the playoffs and you're just like, I'm still gonna go to the games. It's fun. We drink beers. It's like, yeah, but then you expect me to just like keep up with the roster and like, oh, this guy's got an RBI, blah, 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 blah. Nerds. Sorry, I'm kidding. Literally coming from a guy that watches Godzilla films and, reads comic books. So, yes. It's just, I've always found that funny where it's just like, you guys are seriously, like, anybody who can just name, the player, their stats from any given year from their favorite team, I do have to just say, it's like, no, you're on the same level, dude. You don't get to make fun of me. Like, even I don't know that stuff anymore. I know nothing from the Marvel Encyclopedia. I do have a friend that's in his 50s, though. Like, he's impressive. Like, he just decided he's like, all my scholastic knowledge does not matter, but you know it does. Being the walking Marvel encyclopedia. Kind of funny. Did you read the Power Rangers? Yes, I did. It was good. I mean, I didn't like the art, I'll be honest. And it was a little bit predictable, but I loved the like crossover costumes where they actually like did something like that. Don't forget to head over to YouTube and click the like button. Yeah, guys, yeah. Oh, thank you. This is why you're a mod. Thank you, Alirda. I am so bad at this. Yeah, hit that like button. Let's go. And also, let's get some people in here. Oh, really? Is the Jubilee? Oh my god. So apparently Jubilee is going after other content creators now. Like bigger content creators for using their stuff. I noticed that they demonetized a few of like the Majority Report videos that were covering it. So that makes me wonder if they are like doing the mass flagging or if that was just a choice. I was told I'm chunky by a McDonald's employee today. I proved them wrong by taking my shirt off. And then he called me obese. Oh, hey, you know what? Screw it. I'll get this out of the way. Rest in peace, Ozzy. Can I be honest? After seeing footage and like him singing Mr. Crowley, I don't want to sound insensitive, but I'm not surprised. Like, he didn't look good, man. Like, he really didn't. Okay, so it's gonna sound kind of insensitive. Like, I have an old dog, right? I got an old Labrador. We're at that point where we're probably gonna have to say goodbye soon, which really sucks. Not looking forward to that at all, and it's very, very sad. But, and this is where I say it doesn't make it any less sad. But it's like, I know. I just broke the news to you. Hey, really? Hey, well then, breaking news. R.I.P. Ozzy. Oh, you know what? There we go. I'm gonna change the name of the title because who the hell knows who even the no point were. There we go. The last crazy train is on its way. I'm sorry about your dog. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. It sucks. You know, she's 15 now. Like, she's a 15-year-old yellow lab. So, you know, she's really hanging in there. But yeah. She doesn't look great. She has a thyroid issue that really it keeps her from being able to maintain like healthy weight. So she kind of looks, you know, borderline, or no, she looks skeletal. Borderline. No, she looks skeletal, but the problem is like her organs and everything and like her joints are still fine. She goes to the vet once a month for her checkups and any subsequent checkups. So it's just one of those. It's one of those things. I'm also bringing myself to just accept it. So it sucks. Anyway, I don't want to get down that road. Talking about Ozzy, man, come on. Like, but my point stands. I wasn't necessarily surprised. It also kind of makes sense why they pushed to do the concert, because I wouldn't be surprised if it came out that like they knew something was going down with him. Like Canada is boycotting, seeking other trade partnerships. Yeah. Wait. Welcome to whose tariffs it is any when the law doesn't matter and the reasons are made up. Oh yeah. Yeah. Dude, he's destabilizing the markets again just because he can't shake the Epstein stuff. Like, is that... I don't think I'm wrong about this. Everybody kind of knew it was his last concert. Yeah. Well, his last concert, I mean, again, just... You know, it's kind of like Dick Van Dyke, but then my dog is more like Dick Van Dyke, where he ain't looked good for a while. But damn, that mother effer is still cooking. So, did Pep not get it as a Whose Line Is It Anyway parody intro? Oh. No. Dude, Whose Line? Oh my god, just a aside, great show. Yeah, we need to... All right, let's get some traction over on YouTube. Yo, Free Thinker, how you doing? Welcome. Hit that like button. Let's do this. Let's hit that share button. Let's get this stream out there, guys, because we're growing. We're growing the channel, but we're also we got some stuff cooking, and I wanna have some more people here to tell it to. Realistically, it's just like I want you all here, and unfortunately, I have found that most people like to show up like near the second hour. Is it the news? Oh no, people don't like the whole catching up with me in the first hour. Lame. I gotta be better about that. It's not me. Canada's full of... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, hold on. I ain't your buddy, I ain't your friend, buddy. I ain't your buddy, friend. I'm not your friend, guy. Alright, that is... Do you think that's still going on? Like, I mean, like, legit, it's the forever... or they're all dead. They're just skeletons, like... Alright. I should do the... news. Yes, okay, I get the South Park reference. The South Park reference, I do understand. Oh my god. Am I really that bad? Am I Captain America of, like, streamers where I'm just like, I got that reference. Yay. Oh, I missed 420. Damn it. Sitting here BSing like a schmo. Alright, well, let's take care of this, because... you can't summon Bloodstone by stars without, firing up something. Same with, Mr. Starman. It is kind of weird how they do tend to show up like, hey, I'm gonna pack this up, and they're just like, firing the bowl. 'Tis 5:28 in Ontario. Hey, wait a minute, you can answer this, Nate. Is it Ontario with a, like that? Or is it Ontario? Like Cario? Because... yeah, I was stuck on Ontario. We call it, first one, Ontario. Okay. Wait. Shit, what one was the first one? Oh, wait, Cario. Oh, no, Ontario. Okay. Ha. There are multiple cities called Ontario. I've been there. Nice. Yeah, CN Tower was fun. I did a hockey tournament there. Once we went to the... what was it, the river thing? Like, it was really cool. That was the first time I ever got to skate a river. I miss that. Meanwhile, it is, what, 90... or it is now 87 outside, but... God. Somebody mentioned that. They were just like, wait, how are you... Oh, yeah, it was Deke. So Deke, his name is literally Chi-Town Deke, so he's not too far from me. But it was really funny. He's just like, watching you in a hoodie right now, knowing that you're in the same town is kind of effing with me. It's like, what? Even without the AC on, it's, for some reason, my basement is kind of like celery, where celery. Yeah, you know what I mean. Not like celery, the demon's lettuce. Ugh. And when I say demon's lettuce, I actually mean that. That is the demon's lettuce. Why? Why did somebody have to discover that and ruin every freaking chicken salad? I'm going to go on that tangent again. Why? Why would you do it? Why would you put celery in a chicken salad? It's good for you. It has no calorie. Or it's like what is it? Is that, wait. Oh, in soup? No, in soup, it's also bullshit. I hate it. I really do. And then people are like, oh, with peanut butter. I'm like, no, because then you get the strings. I would rather eat a carrot. It's just, why? Why must I deal with this? No, it's fine. I understand. I understand that you like it. And I understand people, they will like it. I just personally had too many texture issues, you know? You leave my wet hair vegetable alone. Dude, come on. There's one acceptable piece of celery, which is like the perfectly ripened one that doesn't do that, where it's like, you bite it and it goes, okay, fully through, and then there's no of that string bean or stringage, whatever the hell is going on there. Let's see, favorite vegetable. Yeah, broccoli's technically a vegetable, right? Yeah. It's called fiber. Fine. Yeah, but strawberries give you fiber. Strawberries are packed with fiber. Give me the max stringage. Best veggie I ever had. Hands down, no debate, chicken. Make you a vegetable here. You and your witticisms. For all you. Okay, seriously, YouTube's doing the thing that I just love when it does. It's just like, nah. Oh, for real? Did that just really happen? My hot take about vegetables was enough to just have people be like, no, I cannot sit through this. All right, fine. I understand. Little bumpy first hour. Jerks. I miss 420 for you. You know what to do, though, here. Let me link this over on Twitch so you guys can hop on over to YouTube and do your thing, because... Again, I don't know what the hell is going on, but it has been showing 0 views, even though it is also showing 2 before it was showing 6, and I understand that. People gonna dip when they're gonna dip, but it's when it goes to 0 and it's still showing people that's worrying me. Oh, YouTube. One of these days, we'll crack the secret. We'll know what's going on. Ruining the announcement. I see how it is. Well, for those who know, we'll do a little tease here. I'm really excited, guys, because yeah, this is gonna be a new thing. Literally a new endeavor, but it's not going, like, I'm not ending stream in any capacity. It is just another thing to add to the resume, if you will. So technically all words are made up terms. I've thought about, like, dude, how many times have you been, like, you know, properly baked and you're just like, well, technically, because they're like, what is it, stupider? I remember that was the first time I asked that question, where I was just like, well, technically all words are made up, so I don't know. How dare you outsmart the slow guy in stream. Way to punch down. Oops. Also, I'm not sure if you guys caught me playing a little bit of Mario Kart yesterday, and then also some Donkey Kong Bonanza. It was a good time. Nate. I'm allowed to... We're punching sideways. Wow. Nah. Not gonna be the comedy police on that one. That was actually pretty good. Alright, screw it. Let's see. Because I just got an update about this subpoena thing. Really? So, Congress will subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell to testify about alleged Epstein client list. Oh boy. How much you want to bet that she says no client list and then all of a sudden she gets clemency? How to win presidency in the USA. Yeah. I have so many jokes that apply here. I will punch myself. You will bite. Oh, yeah. Or she could be vengeful and let it all out. I don't think so. Her reputation is already thoroughly ruined. I don't... Because her reputation isn't the problem. Because she can just, like... She wants to just get out of jail and have access to all of her funds so she can just disappear. I think that's realistically what it is. Although, this is interesting, man. I gotta say, because it's also like they have to be very careful with this and how they handle this. Because, like you're kind of saying right there, like this Salt Talk has entered the chat. What up, Distracting? How you doing, bro? You know what? I'm glad that you're here. I can start just making the announcement. Screw it. No, I can't. What am I? It's not like having it like it's not like holding a secret in or anything. It's just I'm excited. I'm really excited. If Trump pardons her, his base will never let him live that down. Yeah, but I think... What is your opinion then if he were to then do the thing where, or not him, but like Congress then just says, oh, you know, upon further evaluation, the DOJ was wrong, and then they're going to scapegoat Comey and just say Comey was on a witch hunt or whatever. Like, dude, I wouldn't put it past any of them to gaslight us entirely with this. This is going to be wild. I'm between shifts, just dropping in for a few. Oh, cool. Well, then, since you're just dropping in for a few, let me make the announcement to you, Distracting, since you are an OG. You've been here for, it's pretty much the beginning, man. I appreciate that. Well, we are taking the next step in leftist media, guys. I can officially say that I am part of this space. I now have a slot booked for Tuesdays at noon Central Standard Time. I'm going to be on for an hour. It's going to be a different show than my stream here. It's going to still be chill environment, but a little bit more structured as far as like getting the news out and kind of having the discussions that need to be had. Yeah, it's going to be called Pepaganda. I'm just really excited to be part of something like this, and yeah, guys. I did it. Pats on the back. But yeah, this is going to be a regular thing, by the way. So every Tuesday, I will be on this space, and hopefully I will be able to simulcast. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that right away, but yeah, guys, I'm really excited to have a new opportunity here to kind of grow the channel and also just vibe with some, you know, really cool people on the left, man. Like, this is so cool. And also the people that are there, you know, Letterhack, AG, those guys, they're so welcoming, they're so cool, and just in general, like the whole disenfranchised TYT viewers. So it is, dude, I'm so excited. I really am. Full disclosure, guys, like this is one of those like those things where you kind of set goals for yourself, and that was kind of like, I don't want to call it like a vision board. I've always thought that was a little, okay, but fine, it was not my vision board. if I had a vision board to envision, but man, let me know what you guys kind of think, and also you manifesting it. Hey, I guess, yeah. I'm still kind of in the phase of like being in disbelief, to be completely real. As it was happening, I was kind of like, it was almost like an out-of-body experience where I was just like, oh shit, this is actually like happening. Damn. Like, this is so cool. Also, I do have to just say, like, the people on this space, I cannot emphasize this enough. Like, they are the coolest people. Like, on the left, we have the Leftist Mafia, we got AG, like I said, Letterhack. We also have Andrea. I'm excited to work with her because I've always enjoyed just watching her takes. So, also, I think Left of the Box is part of the network. So it's definitely something that you guys should be checking out. Let me link this one in the chat. Oh, Tim Pepper. How's he feel about it? Give me 1 second. All right, fine. You're not going to let me do this, are you? There we go. How does Tim Pepper feel about it? This is a travesty. A travesty, I say. How? How could they do this? How could they give this asshole a show? What is going on with this world? Absolute insanity. Just absolute insanity. And then he's gonna, you know that he's gonna do it. He's gonna make me have to sit there and watch it all. I'm gonna take my skateboard and I'm just gonna disappear. Kickflip! Oh, dude. The missing Tim Pepper. God. That would be wild if I had that Toy Story moment where it's just like, of all the things that came alive, it's him, and he actually has like the soul. Oh my God, it's like Chucky. Just one night in West Virginia, Tim Pool goes to check on something in his property, and a bolt of lightning just happens upon him, and then there's just this transference where he enters the Tim Pepper puppet. No, there's no escaping the Tim Pool. Wait. You'll drown. No. Almost. Enter Puppet Man. Damn it. Material's not strong, guys. The material is not strong. We must work on it. Cope laughs. Also. Oh, wait. I never smoked. Duh. Not that that's, like, hindering anything like that. I mean, make your arguments all day, if you will. But, also, I'm going to be updating my Twitch channel coming up this weekend. Going to have some new redeems, going to have some new fun. Also, I made the announcement yesterday that I found a beaker puppet, which is fun. So we're going to have the commentary on the Meep State. Wait a minute. Trying to think. Maybe I can make him a suit. Or do I just use... I don't think I'll get in trouble for that. I don't think so. We'll see. I just can't, like... Well, no, because that's technically... Huh. I have to look into this. Because at least this one isn't really doing anything too egregious, where it's just like, you're breaking copyright. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, let's... Hold on, guys. Something just froze on me. There we go. Restart and... Good. Right? Hold on, I gotta test YouTube here, because YouTube is giving me the circle of death.
Trump declared his intent.
Nope. We're good. Okay. It's just restarting everything. Good to know. Oh. Sorry for everyone who doesn't have these immediately available. Tootsie Fruit Chews? Dude, the Tootsie Roll factory, well, used to at least be by us. It's one of the easiest treats to get. What is up with that, though? What's up with the Tootsie Rolls in, like, the Midwest, where, like, we don't... Those are always the last candies I go to. I don't know why. Because they are good. There's nothing really wrong with them. It's just, like, never my first choice. Weird. I just kind of had that realization in real time, where I'm just like, I've never... But yeah, like getting one of those, like, I'm not sure if you guys have this, but like in Chicago, we have pretty much any, church or whatever. They'll do their fundraising by just kind of like going to intersections and just, begging for donations essentially. But, the real ones know that you gotta buy or have a bag of Tootsie Rolls because that's how you incentivize. We also used to have like, I know that some of them used to like just print their stuff on there because like the Knights Club or something like that, or the Lions Club, that's what it was. The Lions Club used to do that. Back in the days where you would put your business card like on the back of a piece of candy. Wonder how much that would cost now. Haven't really thought about it, whether just having a puppet or a known character would trigger a copyright strike. Yeah, see, that's on Twitch. And that's what's really wild about Twitch, by the way, is like I can watch pretty much any clip, play any song, but then the second that you do something that infringes on like somebody's likeness in any way, that counts. Now, from YouTube, I definitely need to take a look on that. I doubt it as long as it's not a clip because, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Elmo stuff and the TikTok Elmo. No, you're right. You're right, because they, especially with all the news that just went on, that was like a huge thing. God, that was funny. I have to say, that's one of the rare times that I have pulled up my X where I'm just like, and I'm just gonna fucking call it X at this point. I'll call it Twitter and I'll call it X. I'm just at this point where I almost feel sometimes like I have to put the extra effort in to not call it X, and I'm done with that. Not letting him win with that. Now I have the opposite. I have the opposite opinion where I'm just like, I'm not letting you have my energy, Musk. But yeah, I think that is that's a safe assumption. Man, I am, of all the things on my apocalypse bingo card, racist Elmo wasn't there. That's what I mean. Occasionally, every once in a while, something funny, just something so funny comes out of this. So, suggestions. No, I did not check the Discord. Give me 1 second there, bud. Thank you. Breaking shut Congress to block the Epstein files. Yeah, you know what? Do I already have a Kyle Kulitsky video? Yeah, I got the Nelk Boys one. I don't want to use too much of his content. Like, I don't mind watching a few clips or like watching like a video, but pretty much just here, you know what, I'll just screw it. I'll find something else on the Nelk Boys. I think that Hassan covered that and had a breakdown. He knows them, right? So maybe that would be better. Here.
So as you guys know,
all right, here, let's get the update from Mr. Kulinski. The Kulinski. Oh my god, I just figured it out. He looks like because Kyle Kulinski definitely was a smoker at one point, and he smoked Cools for sure. He was, not even like a Newport guy. He was a cool smoker, right? Right? Am I nailing this? I'm nailing this.
Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna are both working on legislation to
those are some nice Ray-Bans.
effectively force a vote to release all of the Epstein files. So it's something that they have the Republican votes.
You know how I know that? Because I was looking at the ones that were, maybe that's why, because they were prescription. Never mind.
And the Democratic votes that are needed
in
order to get this thing through to force the release of all the Epstein files. But guess what? So we just learned that Mike Johnson, Republican Speaker of the House,
Mike Johnson,
he is effectively going to close Congress 2 weeks early in order to prevent this vote from getting to the floor and it passing, which again would force the release of all the Epstein files. So it is basically like a clear cover-up maneuver. He has his marching orders from the top, which is President Trump, and he was told, like, literally anything and everything you have to do to make sure that this shit doesn't pass and we're not forced to release all the Epstein files. And so that's what's happening right now as I talk to you guys. They literally have the votes. Massey and Ro Khanna have the votes. If this thing comes up for a vote, it will pass. And effectively, the government will be forced to release all of the Epstein files. And this...
So is this like a way to just kind of push it? Because it's going to be like the budget bill. They're just going to have to pick this up when they're hoping it dies out.
Is Mike Johnson basically in full panic mode.
Yeah.
And the only move he has here, the only card he can play here is let me shut down Congress for summer recess 2 weeks early. 2 weeks early. And effectively block the release of the Epstein files and doing it.
That's wild, dude.
I think I think they come back in September.
Yeah.
If he were to shut it down now, but like shutting down all congressional activity, literally.
Yeah, but then they shouldn't be getting paid for any of that. Like if honestly, this is one of those situations where if Johnson wants to do that, then the Democrats need to get on that and just be like, then you're wasting the taxpayers' money and you're not doing your jobs, and they need to hammer that. Seriously, because we already have like the pretty much common understanding that these people make a certain amount. So most people on Trump's side or on like in MAGA, they are in agreement where they're just like, no, they shouldn't be making any money while they're not working. So, populism.
To protect the Epstein pedophile fucking blackmail list of creeps and freaks and criminals, because Trump is on that list. We all know Trump is on that list. And by the way, we also heard that the Trump administration is now in conversation with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yep.
Why do you think that is? Because what they're trying to do is make a deal here where, hey, Ghislaine, if you cover Trump's ass, if you give everybody a version of events that exonerates him, if you say, I was around Jeffrey all the time and Trump was never there and Trump never did anything wrong, if you do that, Trump will pardon you, right? Like, they're working on some sort of a backroom deal to basically have Ghislaine exonerate Trump, and Trump will repay the favor and pardon her. That's what's happening right now as we speak. And Trump is still trying 1,000 different things to deflect from the Epstein files right in front of our faces. You know, you guys saw he was talking about bringing back real cane sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup. He was fighting with Rosie O'Donnell. He was saying, bring back the Washington Redskins.
By the way, Rosie O'Donnell's responses were pretty epic.
Change the name from the Commanders back to the Redskins. He was trying to go back and play the golden oldies, bring back the hits. He was talking about Russiagate shit. He was all in.
Yeah, Obama, arresting Obama. Like, it's funny when you break it down like this and then break it like each one down. It's more and more ridiculous in the fact that it's like day after day. It's so obvious that he's just like, talk about anything else.
Anything and everything he could come up with to try to deflect from the Epstein files. Why? Because we know, as a matter of fact, he is in those files. We know he's done unspeakable crimes. We know that Jeffrey Epstein said, I was Donald's best friend for over a decade. We know Trump's modeling agency was tied to an international human trafficking ring. There's video of Trump looking
Gotta go do work. Well, thanks, Distracting. I appreciate it. Cool. I'll see you in a bit.
Scantily clad 14-year-olds and judging them at these fucking like pageants. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So keep your eye out for what's going on with Ghislaine Maxwell. They're trying to cut a deal to exonerate Trump. That 100% is happening. But again, as of right now, as I talk to you guys right now, Mike Johnson will shut down Congress 2 weeks early in order to avoid having the Epstein files released by vote through Congress. They literally have the votes. Massey has the votes. Ro Khanna has the votes. They've worked well behind the scenes. They whipped everybody up. They're ready to go. And the only card that the Speaker of the House has to play is to effectively say, fuck it, we'll just shut it down and I won't let you even have the vote. So that's where we're at right now.
That's
That's where we're at right now.
And the thing is, most of America, as much as like if you broke it to them, would be like, "What? That's not cool." They're not gonna care.
Is that
they're so scared of these files? They really are. No way it doesn't sink the ship.
if they were to shut it down right now,
I have to say, man, like the fact that it's not going away is kind of telling. And it's not just the leftist media, because that's another way that they're trying to spin this, where they're like, this is only the left that cares now. The left and the Democrats. Where were you guys?
it goes on the back burner. Maybe it's
hell, even I said something like that yesterday, and I realized, I'm like, I was probably stupid with that.
Come up in September, or if it is brought back up in September,
You may have taken a short nap.
they figure by then maybe that'll give them time to go through the Epstein files and omit all the Trump stuff. We already know Trump ordered the FBI to single out every time he's mentioned the Epstein files. He ordered the FBI to find those portions. Gee, I wonder what he's going to do with those things. And also gives them time to work out whatever sort of deal they're working on with Ghislaine. So there is a
Yeah, could you imagine if Biden was investigating himself the way that Trump is doing this? Like, again, just the disparity of logic, where it's just like, guys, you would be losing. Oh, whatever.
full-blown
I'm not even gonna waste my words with that one.
Republican cover-up right now.
There's a
Trump's
genuine
crime.
split on the right. Some of them actually care about the well-being of children and care about justice. The rest are sociopaths. Yep.
And
Or psychopaths.
how Trump was in the Epstein
Or sycophants. Sycophants. Wow.
files. There is a full-blown panic mode, five-alarm fire
More trash.
cover-up happening right in front of our faces. And at this point, it's fucking undeniable. So what I'm sick of are all the right-wing podcast bros who are out there trying to find a way to exonerate Trump. Actually, it's the Democrats. The Democrats doctored it. That's what happened. That's what Alex Jones is out
Geeks
there
and
saying.
Gamers is another like one that is a good one to look at, because like he was pretty critical, and it seemed like he was not going to let that go, and then literally just over the weekend he's just like, oh look, the leftist media pushed us back together. The bridge too far, bro. It's like you were looking for something to rally behind, and there it is.
Dylan was out there saying,
Just admit
I
it.
think Trump knows that if he releases the files, they'll kill him. Like, there's all these fucking, it's Pam Bondi's fault, it's Kash Patel's fault.
that
They
one.
always find a way to exonerate Trump. But guess what? There's no other logical explanation for what's going on right now, where you literally have
on with this?
a Republican Party cover-up, a Republican leadership cover-up. The wheels are in motion. They're doing it. I think all they needed was like 7 Republican votes. You have virtually all the Democrats, and then like 7 Republican votes.
Oh yeah,
To
and they
force
had
the
'em.
release of the Epstein
Yeah,
files.
like
They
you
got the
said, they had more than enough.
votes. They got the votes, and that's why Mike Johnson is panicking and trying to shut down Congress weeks early.
Which, let's see. Is CNN caught up to that? Let's see what the mainstream is saying about this. Yep, there we go.
Breaking news this hour, a source tells CNN that the House Oversight Committee could soon subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell, former girlfriend and accomplice to Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell is serving a 20-year prison sentence after being found guilty of conspiring with Epstein to groom and sexually abuse underage girls.
All right, let's go live to Capitol Hill right now. CNN senior reporter Annie Greer is monitoring all these developments for us. Annie, how soon potentially could Ghislaine Maxwell be subpoenaed?
Well, Wolf and Pam, we're hearing the subpoena could come very quickly. And they're going to have to coordinate. This is from a source. They're going to have to coordinate with the Department of Justice and the Bureau.
So that means the Trump team already had their meeting, and now they're just like, now we're confident to have her come and testify. Wink, wink, snarl, snarl.
Speak with Maxwell, because of course the Department of Justice also wants to speak with Maxwell. But this came about because Republican Congressman Tim Burchett forced the House Oversight Committee to take a position on this issue. Look, the House is at a standstill right now. House leadership is sending the House home a day early, and they will not be returning until September for their August recess. Leadership is hoping that delaying.
Wait, did she say a day early or a week early?
Until September for their August recess. Leadership is hoping the House home a day early, and they will not be returning
Day early.
until
Wait a minute.
September for their August recess. Leadership is hoping that delaying, floor time is going to help slow down the temperatures here, because Republicans are divided on this issue. A growing number of Republicans want to take a vote on this. 11 Republicans have signed onto a measure that would force the release of all of the Epstein files. They are hearing from their constituents back home, and they're feeling
What just
a lot of pressure to take a stand on this issue. But the Speaker and his leadership team are urging members to be patient, to allow the administration to lead this investigation. House Republicans had their conference meeting behind closed doors this morning. Sources tell me that was the message from leadership, but members are growing increasingly...
They're calling it Epstein-gate? Nice. Nice. Let it stick.
Frustrated.
This one is going to go down in the history books, so yeah. Epstein-gate's a good one.
With that, take a listen to how Speaker Johnson is making the case that the House needs to take a step back here.
It's just so kind of like,
we're not going to.
It's almost unbelievable how this like kind of cascaded it like and blew up in their face.
Play political games with.
Like they really didn't understand that their own base wasn't going to just let this go.
We've all been very clear and transparent. The House Rules Resolution sets a good standard.
By the way, welcome everybody. Hit
all
that
credible
like button
evidence
over
to
on
be,
YouTube.
released, and that's exactly where the White House is. There's no, as I've said many times over the last, as I've said many times, there's no daylight between the White House and the House. You have to allow the legislation to ripen, and you also have to allow the administration the space to do what it is doing. The president has said clearly, and he has now ordered his DOJ to do what it is we've all needed DOJ to do for years now, and that is to get everything released. So they're in the process of that. There's no purpose for Congress to push an administration to do something that they're already doing.
That is the message from the Speaker, but it is dividing House Republicans, and the House is essentially grinded to a halt over this issue, showing there is no signs of it going away anytime soon. Wolf and Pam.
All right, Annie Grayer up on Capitol Hill. Thank you for that update.
Okay, so this is now essentially shut down the House Representatives. It's amazing how much this controversy has totally consumed the House GOP. The Speaker is essentially sending home members a day early for their month-plus long August recess because he is paralyzed. They cannot move on legislation because there are too many members demanding action on Epstein, and they didn't figure out how to get out of this jam.
Yeah, and I think that some of these House Republicans can add contortionists to the resumes because the way that they have been trying to avoid crossing
Charlie Kirkhead.
President Trump on this has been pretty astounding. If you look at Andy Biggs, last year he went on Benny Johnson's podcast show and he was saying the DC criminal cartel is hiding this. Why isn't Congress subpoenaing for information? And then I tried to ask him last week, are you pushing for this information to be released? And he said, oh, why are you bringing me into this? And the information will come out.
What is that blouse? Right? I
said, yes, but are you
Yeah, what the heck? What in the Rock Me Amadeus?
pushing for it? And he would not give me a straight answer. So there are definitely some
what the fuck? It's buttoned down too.
Really uncomfortable House Republicans, and this
that was a choice
by leadership to shield them, which they have been trying to do for the past weeks as this controversy becomes more and more uncomfortable.
Yeah, because there's several things that are happening. There was a non-binding resolution that Johnson agreed to come forward last week, and then he said that resolution calling for the release of the Epstein files would not get a vote before the August recess. I asked him about that yesterday, and then there's a binding measure to try to force.
I appreciate the bold attempt, but geez,
vote on the House floor.
Yeah, that's a little bit
like
much.
Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky. He needs to get all the
Fire your stuff.
the majority of the House to sign on to it to force a vote.
She's ready to cross the Delaware.
By recessing the House early, it essentially prevents that official effort from going forward. At least we'll delay that vote until September at the earliest. And then you have the House Oversight Committee now signaling it will subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell amid pressure from Republican members. Tim Burchett of the Congressman from Tennessee leading that charge. The question is going to be whether or not what Trump is doing, what Trump is saying, is enough to satisfy folks in the GOP, both conservatives and more moderate members. It's a question that I asked a number of them over the last day.
More importantly, if we don't take the right side of this issue, it's going to cost us votes in the midterms. People are becoming despondent, they're apathetic. Why would they go vote? If they gave us the House, the Senate, and the White House, and the transparency and justice they were promised doesn't happen.
You know, I really like President Trump. I also think he has a great pulse on things, but on this issue, the American people really want to see transparency. It's become one of those basically fractured.
She's too medicated on this issue. Now, whether or not she is actually, factually medicated, I don't know, but she seems like neutered here. Where, like, where's the fire? Where's the fiery MTG that's always, ready to fight for the people?
It is too big to ignore.
Yeah, I just support it because I think there's too much conspiracy theory and it's better to light on it.
Burgess, you walk those halls every day talking to Republicans. What are you hearing about how much of a problem this has become for the GOP?
I mean, it's interesting. When I was asking the Senate Republican leaders about this last week, I got a few looks like I had three heads because they were like, why would you be asking about this?
Including the Senate Majority Leader.
Yeah, a week later, we have the House Speaker who's really struggling, honestly, to deal with this situation, and he's making the bet that if he sends them home for 5 weeks, that might make a difference. Sung Min, when we were off camera, was mentioning that
No, I mean, the other side of that contingent is seeing the risk here where they're just like, but that gives them 5 weeks unabated of just shitting on us and calling us out for this and saying that we're running from this issue and we can't do dick about it. This is the one opportunity we have to show the American people that we do care on this issue.
This has been now kind of the talk of Washington for about
This is
3
a
weeks,
bad
which is
bet
pretty
by
long
Johnson,
for
I have to
Trump era.
say.
He's somebody who knows how to change the conversation, change the discussion, and it really hasn't happened yet. It would be interesting to see if you had an unlimited vote-a-rama in the Senate right now, if Democrats would be offering Epstein amendments as well. We saw Ruben Gallego come to the floor last week and force Republicans to block an Epstein resolution. So, I mean, it's really kind of invaded all facets of Washington right now, unlike most other kind of cultural issues. I would probably put this in, not to say it's not serious, but it's not something Congress would typically be legislating on. And to Olivia's point, what you're hearing is a lot of Republicans trying to walk this fine line of this is really important, we need to hear more about this, but not pan the way that President Trump is dealing with it. Because I think there was a lot of sensitivity, for example, last week when Mike Johnson, the Speaker, appeared to sort of break with Trump and ask for more disclosure of this. And we're kind of seeing them try to recalibrate things right now with the subpoena. I talked to Ron Johnson.
He looks like Superman's like younger half brother,
Wisconsin, on the way over
Tom Kent
to the show, and he seemed very interested in the Ghislaine Maxwell actions by the Justice Department, and he said he thinks she has the answers on everything.
Yeah, and the question is, will time be enough? Will
the true duper man
bury the story, as the Republican leadership clearly hopes so, particularly now as will summer recess calm things down, and Trump still clearly wants to talk about any other issues. But as you were saying, Burgess,
well, that's if you're complicit in that.
There's a majority.
Are you going to take the bait?
Majority, widespread of the American public, they want this information out there. Like 80-90% of the polls suggest that that's what the public wants here. But it's not just Democrats, it's Republicans, it's conservatives. This is what Theo Vaughn, who is a conservative podcaster, said. Why can't we put the Ro Khanna Thomas Massie bill for a vote this week? Speaker Johnson, J.D. Vance. I mean, that's the pressure that the leadership is under. It's not. It's going through all aspects of society.
It's
I'm not quite sure
it's
Speaker
not
Johnson
going to
and
go
House leadership's
away
bet on sending everyone
as
home
much
and
as they
hoping
want
that
it to.
kind of dies this controversy down. I'm not quite sure it's going to work because it could only really fuel the flames. I think what's been fascinating with comments from Republican lawmakers over the last several days, especially, is when they emphasize how much they're hearing from their constituents about this matter. You have, Republicans saying this is what I'm getting phone calls about. My voters are very much concerned about this, and they're very often largely dictated by what they hear. So if they're home, they're having town halls. If they're not having town halls, they're out in the grocery stores, out in the community. And if this is a thing that their constituents bend their ear about, that the momentum behind the Massey Khanna resolution could be stronger by the time we get back from recess.
Theo Vaughn, I don't know if he's a conservative, he's a comedian with podcasts. He had J.D. Vance on his podcast last year saying release the Epstein files. Last week, Vaughn tweeted that clip and said, yeah, what changed? That's part of what's going on here. They made this conspiracy sink into people's minds, and now everybody wants to say, okay, you're there.
And they haven't quite explained why they changed that position, which is leading to more questions as well.
I still think that it's a bad bet. I really do. Should we get off the pot? I wonder how many conservative commentators or even voters feel the same way though, where it's just like, dude, the more that they try to hide it, the more they feel gaslit, and the more because I feel like they're going in waves now, because as I've seen it with certain commentators where we got Geeks and Gamers, and then we also have oh my god, what's the Ben Shapiro. Jesus. I mixed up Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro. They do this thing where they're kind of yes, Epstein's a big deal. No, it's not. We should really not care. Oh, Charlie Kirk too. Charlie Kirk is on that list. God, dude, he's been getting cooked by his audience even more. I just out of sheer curiosity checked his comment section again. It is very, very funny. JFK files would implicate the CIA in Kennedy's assassination, but not as bad as but really bad. Oh yeah, but let's not do this where we let them win by making us focus on something from the 70s or the 60s or what's not happening. We can't let them just win this one. I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to just ignore this one. I'm going to be on the make them answer for this until they do. Because we just went through the video saying that that's exactly what the House is counting on. They want 5 weeks, and in that 5 weeks, they are counting on us to just go, nope, Release or resign? Yeah, absolutely. That's a much, yeah, that's much better. It's 20 minutes behind, but a Tootsie Roll and a banana Laffy Taffy smeared together tastes like a s'more. Interesting. Interesting. All right, so I'm sure that, like, I can't be the only weird guy that makes, you know, out of Starburst. Like, I like to make things. I use it like Play-Doh. And then I eat my creation happily. I did the one where somebody made a hot dog. I saw it like on a Facebook page or thing or whatever the hell. And I was just like, that's a good idea. And I did it. Comment under Trump and Vance to release the files every new post. Nice. You're doing the Lord's work here. I can't follow that shit. I can't. I can't subject myself to it. But all right. We got 10 minutes. Here, give me 1 second. I have got to run to the bathroom. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put Mr. Stan, make him a little bit bigger, and I'll be right back. Okay. Doritos Jalapeno Cool Ranch Dip. I'm telling you. Or I think it's Cool Ranch Jalapeno. I'll give it a shot. Oh. Is there any more? Hold on. Because now they're saying that Congress is going to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell, but not shut down? Wait, what? No, he started. No, he did. He started the recess early on Monday. He disbanded. Yeah, he abruptly disbanded, aiming in to block Democrats from calling up an Epstein document. Cool. Voted not to release the Epstein files. Conservative activists took notice. Interesting. So now they're going after individual conservative congressmen and women. There we go. Hey, there's movement there. Look at that. All right, here we got the second.
All right, so you guys.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so this is much better. His son, I guess, interviewed the Nelk boys and put them on blast with Adam Freeland. So let's take a look at what they have to say for themselves with this one. Because again, I didn't know who these guys were. I had heard of the Milk Boys. Then I realized I'm like, oh, I was just hearing that wrong the entire time. It was these guys. So I guess they platformed Netanyahu, and it wasn't just a platforming. They did it so irresponsibly because they knew nothing about it, and they just let him do his propagandizing. So, with that being said, let's take a look at Hassan grilling them on their poor judgment.
You guys interviewed the Adolf Hitler incarnate, Benjamin Netanyahu, and now everybody's yelling at you guys, I assume, right? Is that what's going on?
Yes, we're getting definitely some yells.
Yeah. Okay, so first and foremost, who the set that up? Was it Miriam Adelson?
Well, we actually toured the White House right before, and he was in D.C. So it's kind of like a
Someone must have. Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't like, I love the Nelk boys. I'm a big consumer of Happy Dad, and then was like, let's do this.
Well, we've had Trump on
Some communications team at the White House hit us up, connected us with their communications
It is weird that he chose them of all the like podcast spaces.
team and presented us the opportunity to do it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And you guys were like,
actually, why not Shapiro? That's a
let's do it. Sounds great.
I mean, yeah, I can say it again. I've said it a few times, but I can't speak to podcasting as a whole. And, other podcasters, they'll have people on with just people they've had good relationships with or their friends or people they agree with. But with the Full Send podcast, hate it or love it, right or wrong, if we ever get the opportunity to have a controversial guest on, we're never going to turn it down. Because in my opinion, what we want to do with the Full Send podcast
Streamception. Yeah, this is major Streamception.
on is we're not afraid to have
actually
controversial
here
people
for
on. We're going to ask
now.
some questions. Sure, we're probably not the best
Cam, just because it's a lot.
at asking questions. We're not
There
the
we go.
best journalists, never claimed to be, so we might not be the best at pressing them. But in my opinion, it's up to the viewer to form their own educated opinion. Like, we have someone controversial on, we ask them questions. I think people give us a little too much credit when they say, oh, you're platforming him, or like, I think, sure, we have a young audience, but they're not stupid, and we don't think they're stupid whatsoever. And I think this podcast is a perfect example of that. If you go and read the comments, just because we have someone on and we're sitting beside someone, people aren't gonna be like, oh my god, Nelk's with them, like, I love this person. Like, yeah, wait, that's just not the way
I don't think anybody loves Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't even think American presidents like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Is that what they're saying, or did you is that yours?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
You came up with that. Good one.
But and I don't think you can listen. I don't think you can platform the prime minister of Israel. That's not my argument. I don't really give a shit about that.
But
My question is, do you feel like there is a culpability that you have? Because, like, look, Donald Trump is a contentious figure, and obviously he's responsible for a metric
I should just get a spinning top.
Ton of pain and violence as well, but so is every other American president. That's one thing. But Benjamin Netanyahu is like unique in the sense that he's also a foreign leader. So I guess the question is like, because he's getting something out of this, right? He's getting something out of this where he gets to, I guess, like try and humanize himself.
That's the thing, Hassan, is we'll have anyone on. Like, next episode, we're going to have someone on with the complete opposite ideology that we've already been planning before this podcast came out.
Who are you guys having on?
I mean, I'd love to hear your suggestions.
So you got nobody. You're full of shit. You didn't book anybody with the polar opposite.
From different friends. You could DM us after if you don't want to say them live, but we're talking to a few different people and we want to choose the right person to
You're full of shit.
kind of represent, the opposite side.
I understand not being able to give away booking because that is just something like part of doing this, but come on.
Okay, but Benjamin Netanyahu isn't just like a podcaster. You know what I mean? Like, he's literally the prime minister that is a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. He's like literally branded as a war criminal. And it's unique because like the International Criminal Court is a European institution and they've never actually criticized an American or anyone who's an American ally in the past. So it's like he's killed so many children that even the International Criminal Court was like, damn, this guy sucks. He's literally like interviewing Adolf Hitler.
I think if you watch it though too, I think yes. I think me and Steiny could have pressed him a little bit harder, but we did ask him, what is your response?
3/4 of the far right are becoming anti-Israel. Two, these guys are far more normie correct. Ben Shapiro. Oh, preaching to the choir. Got it.
When people say you're starving children in Gaza, do you think October 7th could have been prevented? Are you
By the way, 420 Mountain Time.
trying to implement regime
Celebrate
change
the
in Iran?
mountains.
Like, Americans don't want another war with regime change. So we definitely did ask him some questions that I think people wanted to know.
Okay, what did he say? I mean, of course, he said
For starving children in Gaza, he said that they bring the food in and Hamas steals it and then sells it.
That's a lie. You know what I mean? Like, that's so.
Right.
So here's the thing.
So what's your opinion? Hassan, you got to remember, one side's going to say one thing and the other side's going to say it's a lie.
I don't think you guys having a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu is the interesting point of contention here for me, at least. Like I mean I think it's in and of itself it's like worthy of scrutiny, because it's like, you know, you guys, it's like interviewing Adolf Hitler. Like, would you interview Adolf Hitler during the Holocaust if you had the opportunity? Probably not, right? And we had less information on the Holocaust while it was happening.
He literally just looked down because he's like, I'm pretty sure I said yes.
And we do on this modern iteration of a genocide, because we get to see it in real time because we have the internet.
Okay, so wait, what's your response to what he answered us? You didn't even talk about that.
It's a lie. No human rights organization that works on the ground, from the UN to the World Food Program, has ever agreed to the Israeli position that this is all Hamas stealing aid or whatever. As a matter of fact, they've openly said that that is not the case at all. It's just a way for Israel to continue justifying its starvation policies against the entire civilian population of Gaza, so that they can claim that, like, oh, Hamas is just like stealing this aid. They've never actually given a single piece of evidence for this. It is just a claim that people have to supposedly take at face value because Israel said it. It's a lie.
What's the other side's proof? Just so we can play both sides here.
Well, the other side is not even like the side of the Palestinians. I'm not even offering the side of the Palestinians. The Palestinians obviously think that that's bullshit as well. But the other side is an unbiased third party. The World Food Program is not, you know, on board with Hamas. The World Food Program or the UN is not Hamas or anti-Semitic or anti-Israel, beyond, you know, the obvious reasons why you would be anti-Israel, because they're doing these things and then lying about it.
So what's your overall opinion of us? Like Kyle just stated, that we're having a world leader on. That's what we're more focused on.
I think it was dumb. I'll be honest, because like it's not.
But you would do the same thing, Hassan. If you
$5. Netanyahu, it is that damn yogi. He is smarter than the average bear.
Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Try plugging it in. 100%. Thank you.
No, I mean, there's a difference though. I'm well equipped to have a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, because when he says something like that, I can turn around and be like, well, the World Food Program has said that, you know, there is no evidence to suggest that Hamas is stealing aid. Whereas you don't have that follow-up in that situation. And Benjamin Netanyahu knows that, and his team knows that, which is precisely why he went on the Nelk Boys podcast and he didn't go on, you know, my stream or something. And I don't even know if I would honestly have a conversation with him if given the opportunity.
In my opinion, I think that, like, for example, I think Trump is really good on the podcast. Like, obviously, that's why he did his whole talk. I mean, he's clearly a good speaker. Like, you can't deny that. But I think, in my opinion, just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily equate to, like, a positive outcome for the guest. And I think this is like a perfect example of that. Like, this could even be a negative thing.
No, I think in the grand scheme of things, like it's not moving the needle, because Benjamin Netanyahu gets positive coverage from every outlet. He gets positive coverage from every outlet. So you guys are marginal in that regard. It's not like all that significant. But if you're looking for that's what I'm
trying to say though.
What do you mean?
Like if Fox News has him on and they're more supportive of him than we have him on. CNN
yeah, no, that's why I'm saying it's marginal. Like you having him on is marginal, as opposed to like him going on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, CBS, all of those other outlets, and then not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but like Israeli envoys going on CNN every night and saying, well, we blew up this mosque, or we blew up this church because Hamas was in it, or whatever. That is ultimately playing a role in crafting this elaborate narrative that Israel is always in the right, Israel has a right to defend itself, and that they have to do these things. They have to contextualize this violence. Like, all of that plays a much larger role. You guys just basically are presenting a similar perspective that you get from CNN or Fox News, but now to a younger audience that's going to look at, I guess, maybe Benjamin Netanyahu and be like, he's a chill guy that you can hang with, but I don't even know if he's capable of doing that.
Wait, Hassan, here's kind of where I disagree with you. Is if you watch CNN or you watch Fox News, you kind of know what narrative you're looking for. And with us playing that neutral ground, you don't know what you're going to get, right? So that's the difference.
Are they truly neutral, though? Because from my understanding, they're more of a conservative, they're more in conservative spaces.
And like we told, I don't know.
Is this like the Theo Vaughn thing where they just like started labeling them as conservative, and now all of a sudden, like, the conservatives just welcomed them in with open arms, so it was kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Kyle mentioned this earlier, but
I said that about Rogan too.
Having a pro-Palestine.
Where it's like, no, dude, he was centrist, but then you gotta just like, you pushed him more rightward, like as far as like, you kept saying that he's a conservative, and then he's like, you know what, fuck it, I will be a conservative. Fuck, you already think I am.
Seeing on as our very, very soon here. So
I don't know who you guys are having on, but I mean, it depends
What
on.
I'm trying to say is like, how
They're just waiting for him to say, like, have this person
are
on.
we? If we're a neutral podcast, how are we anything like either side? If you know what you're going to get when you tune into
Well,
either network.
no one is fully neutral in that regard, right? Because like that's why I asked, like, if Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, would you interview him?
Do you want? I mean, honestly, I don't know. That's a tough question.
Would you?
If Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, yeah, of course. And the same for, but it would be contentious in the same vein as the Benjamin Netanyahu interview. Like there are people that I interview that the American audiences would consider.
If you got bin Laden, you'd never be able to grill him because you would have had to go to Afghanistan. You would have missioned to a cave, and then they would have.
No, I mean we're setting up a hypothetical scenario where bin Laden is able to like connect via Discord. You know what I mean? Like obviously, I'm not gonna interview bin Laden with a gun trained on my head. That would not be a situation. Like that would not be the case. He's dead anyway. In the hypothetical,
well, I mean,
or is he?
I mean,
would you be able to?
It's a conspiracy.
We interviewed him in the White House with 20 people standing around us in suits. We didn't know who they were, so
Hassan is sunning both these guys. I mean, the fact that they're just sitting there dumbfounded by their own stupidity, it's kind of funny. They're just like, were we really that bad? I didn't think we were that bad. And then they're just listening to him. They're like, oh, I guess we were that bad.
Same situation, a little different. Yeah, I mean, respectful.
Okay, so my point is, would you be neutral with bin Laden?
They seem open to the criticism, at least.
Same way that you're like a neutral podcast.
I think we would. Yeah, we would do our best to ask him tough questions.
Okay, all right.
I think
What
there's a
about
sense
ISIS?
of understanding too, right? Well,
What
Hassan,
about Adolf Hitler?
I think we'd always kind of play the neutral role.
You would play a neutral role interviewing Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's the case. I think you're just saying that right now because you want to.
We're just not the best at grilling guests and pushing back on them. To be honest, like I said, we're not claiming to be good journalists. Like we can ask a question, but when it comes to like a follow-up question, I'll be honest, we're not the most like. I've never claimed to be super educated on this.
Hassan, you haven't even watched the podcast.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. And I know that I'm kind of like, I might be coming at this from like, I've used that as an explanation once or twice where I'm just like, okay, maybe I'm not fully educated on this, but it's like,
I haven't.
Then educate me.
I haven't had time. I don't know. I don't know what kind of questions you guys ask, but I assume.
The first few.
All right, that is kind of shitty. I hate to say. I haven't had time. Bullshit.
Minutes is us sitting there like, yo, we are not qualified to do this. This is insane. We acknowledge the fact that, yeah, you're right. We're not the best journalists. We're not the most fit to do this. But the fact that we had an opportunity to
honestly, I literally had this accusation leveled at me by a former viewer where they were just like telling me how I'm in over my head. I'm undereducated on certain things, but they were coming at it with like this vein of almost jealousy where it was just kind of like, okay, so like I'm supposed to just quit doing this because I'm not educated. Fuck you.
Interview a world leader, two guys like us. We're gonna jump on that just as I know you would. So
exactly. So they're just supposed to not take the bookings. Like I'm torn here because like with the Netanyahu one, that one, especially with the fact that I did see some of the clips at least where I was like, ooh. Yeah, if you were that undereducated, I mean that's a special one.
But the difference is the difference is like if there was a situation where I felt like I was ill-equipped for the task, I would just not do it. You know what I mean?
Okay. No, and that's fair.
I didn't say we're ill-equipped,
that's fair.
but I said there's people probably more fit.
I mean, this is a unique opportunity. You have an unprecedented opportunity.
The Full Time podcast is, I'll be honest. No, let's be honest. The Full Time podcast is never going to be the best line of questioning. Like
Streamception puppies.
I'll be honest. That's the honest truth. Let's be real here. That's exactly.
Let's be real.
That's why.
That's the stream right there. These two. You realize that
they choose us.
We're sitting on gold here, Hassan.
That's why the show is what it is because we're kind of dumb and we're not the best. We're not.
Let me ask you guys this: is there a person?
The podcast is what it is.
Streams.
Is there a person that you guys wouldn't interview? Because like we're also.
I just wish he would like stop laying with his head off of the freaking bed.
Like now stuck on whether you guys should be interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu or not. I think if someone is
in today's age, like right now, I think that's a fair question to ask. Right now,
Wait,
like I think about right now.
You guys speak to people that are live because
you can't speak to time. Yeah, we're saying right now because that's pretty much where we're at. So if we could interview anyone right now, like who would we say no to? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I can't think of someone.
Okay, so like even out of like
this is a stupid question. Honestly, at this point, Hassan just needs to actually kind of cater to them and just be like, you guys should interview this person to get a better context of this, and also interview this person to kind of like do a mea culpa.
The reason why I have to go back to historical figures that have conducted genocides is because, like, Benjamin Netanyahu is doing one right now.
No.
And he's not even the single.
This isn't helping, I have to say. Like, yes, educating them on this is important, but right now, what he was just asking specifically was kind of like, how could we do better with this?
Singular force of evil
But
here.
you're talking about hypotheticals, bro.
Yeah,
That's where
yeah.
you lose me, because you're talking
Well,
about.
I mean, the reason why I'm
No, I have to actually give this guy a little bit of credit. He's trying to do the right thing here, where he's trying to be like, okay, like, who should we platform then?
Is trying.
Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan would actually be a good one. Try plugging it in. Great recommendation. See, that's.
Well,
but notice how we just right there.
I'm using this as an analogy.
Like Tucker Carlson had Putin on. Other journalists have.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, and when Tucker Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, he did that in a capacity to do propaganda for Vladimir Putin, for sure. He didn't push back at all. He was there. He was in Russia, and he did it specifically so he could do.
You really can't in that situation.
I know, but that's precisely why, like, sometimes it's better not to take that opportunity. You know what I mean? That's my position.
Like for the
and even then, Tucker Carlson, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson is still more equipped to at least have like follow-up questions. Like, think about the Ted Cruz interview that he had. Like, he obviously is.
Yeah, of course. Tucker's the man, in my opinion. But when I watched that Putin interview, like, I thought Putin was.
Okay, so I'm gonna just give my 2 cents here. I thought that these guys were like more far right wing commentators, like more in the Lex Friedman zone. I didn't understand that they really were just trying to be like dude, we're just normie guys asking questions, dude.
Was like dodging questions, and he like didn't answer anything. So that's what goes back to my point of like platforming someone. And I think just because we have someone on, it doesn't always mean a positive for the guest. And I mean, if you go read this comment section, like, I don't
They did prank videos. They aren't the brightest people.
think this is necessarily a positive thing for Netanyahu.
Yeah, but it's not a positive thing for you guys either, because most of your audience is probably already anti-Israel and anti-Netanyahu. So now,
welcome to the Johnny Somali stream. Next up, I'm interviewing Netanyahu, boys. I don't know why he sounds like Flavor Flav.
Yelling at you guys.
That's
so
fine,
now,
because I can sleep at night knowing like our intention with this, and you know, we're not pro-Israel. I'm not pro-Israel. I don't know enough about this conflict, to be honest. I only see what I read online, and I hear his point of view, then I hear your point of view. I really have no idea what's going on. I'd love to learn more. But
yeah, but I think you got to do that before you do an interview. Look, my point is this.
Okay, wait, but
I'm not implying they aren't smart, but politics doesn't seem like their field.
You guys did.
That does. That's fair. That's actually a very fair assessment, and it does kind of seem like just I mean, that's just a factual statement where it's just like they don't seem that politically gauged.
You guys did is from my estimation, okay, what you guys did is no different than like what CNN does, okay? You just basically presented someone who is
yeah, but what is this moral grandstanding thing? Like, I don't like this.
A war criminal, someone who is doing a genocide.
Like, I understand like a little bit of the shaming, but this is almost going like, I don't know. I could see this having a opposite reaction to that, like where they're open, willing, and like doing this chastising thing. They're just essentially going to be like, you know what, fuck it. Like, they already hate us. It's the same thing I was just saying.
In a somewhat neutral light.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you, Burger King. We did the double,
Whopper?
The double.
I haven't ripped Burger King in a long time.
Not,
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No,
the
you're wrong.
BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's?
That's your worst take.
I actually, God. Oh my,
Absolutely.
No, how is this? No, a fresh off the broiler Whopper. Oh,
it's a crazy take.
No,
that was fine. I mean, I like Burger King.
He cannot ruin this for me.
The answer is yes.
And you can't be neutral when you.
All right, as I have said, like the special treat is getting the McDonald's fries, getting it fresh off the broiler Whopper, and then going and get a Frosty.
Have someone like Benjamin Netanyahu
directly
get an opportunity to talk to him. But that's what happened. So there is moral culpability here for you guys individually.
Well, I think this is the way we roll. The way we roll with this is it's
double Whopper over Big Mac. Oh, okay, see, it's not that. I was about to say, I'm like, oh man, that flame broil.
Get the biggest people in the world, and I think you'll know by the Full Send podcast when you watch it.
This is why maybe I'm a little more sympathetic to these guys is because immediately I responded to that question where I'm just like, I have an immediate opinion about this.
It's like, hey, we're gonna watch these guys are gonna get big guests. We might not necessarily get these guys grilling these people, and that's just what you're gonna come to expect.
I know, but if you don't grill them, then all you're doing is like, just like I said.
I understand he's humanizing. So like, yeah, they definitely made a mistake by not grilling.
What you're doing in that situation is basically just propaganda, no?
I still think people are hold on.
Wait, Tyler, you're missing the biggest point here. Son, we're looking to have someone from the opposite side and give them the exact same opportunity.
Okay, well, you would have to have. I mean, there is no opposite side because like there's one side that's being genocided and the other side that's doing the genocide. So in this situation,
opposite
like it would be like interviewing the leadership of Hamas. You know what I mean? And that's illegal.
But
under I mean, I don't think you would be able to conduct that
We would
on your own.
100% do that if we were safe.
Yeah.
If the Iranian supreme leader called me right now and we knew we were safe, we would obviously do that.
Okay, the Iranian
Going to
supreme
the
leader is
interview,
not.
Hassan, which I think it's funny. I think it's funny that you haven't watched yet because you're going kind of ham.
I have to say, Hassan's kind of coming off as a virtue signaler here a little bit.
Well, I haven't had the opportunity to watch it. I was going to.
Also, that's actually like he's super opinionated on this without actually watching the thing, so he doesn't know. Honestly, he took this at face value, watched 2 clips, and then was like, I need to grill these guys, and I have the platform to do so. And then they, in good faith, took the interview.
I understand.
I have to be honest, man.
You're busy.
But
what I was gonna say is that
like, yeah, I mean, why not just do the interview with them then?
we did talk about
This is the big one. Tell them who to fucking platform then, instead of just being like, you didn't do good enough.
talk about Hamas. We did talk
Gotta
about
say,
what we
man.
said.
I know, but just simply talking about it without having the proper knowledge and the proper equipment to be able to push back.
All right, then fuck them forever, like having an opinion on anything or taking any bookings. Like, seriously, this is like, Hassan, are you just mad that you didn't get the interview? Is that what this is? Because seriously, where's this come off of? This comes off as a little bit of fucking bullying. Yeah, this is like bully pulpit bullshit, and I gotta be honest, this is the shit that I hate. I fucking hate this. I hate gatekeeping shit, and this is it.
Back when he's lying only turns it into an opportunity for him to like. Why do you think Benjamin Netanyahu?
And you're also doing it with like the fucking like you're kind of condescending to them by doing it with like the soft tone bullshit where it's just like I just kind of feel like again this plays into why I'm reacting this way. I've been kind of like accused of the same shit. So yeah, man, like when you tell people that it's like you're not educated enough to be even having these discussions or opinions and making this content, it's irresponsible.
He did this because
like, thank you, content cop. Thank you. Can I have my ticket so I can move on from you?
No, we agree with you.
Oh,
We agree with you. We're not. We know that.
Bro, that's the
he
reason
used you
anyone does a
guys is what I'm
podcast.
saying. He
I don't
used
know
you
if that
guys
was
and your lack
I don't
of
know if
knowledge
that's
on this
necessarily-
issue.
I don't know if that was necessarily successful though.
Yeah, that with Kyle, I agree.
I mean,
I
it
think
would be.
Yeah, actually, you could almost say no, it did the opposite because it gave more attention to the fact that maybe they weren't the best to do it, but here it is. We're talking about it. They're admitting it, and then on top of it, it's this is where I'm really getting upset is the fact that they're willing to revise, like, or even admit that they made a mistake. But like this shit right here, it's just like no, bad dog.
Everyone's
Like, what the fuck, man?
What Trump did and Hassan after the whole election, the whole story was how podcasts won the election, blah blah blah. That was every story.
Because honestly, what makes these two like? All right, I almost was a little bit more unfair because I almost said what makes these two different than Silly and Billy, but think about it.
Like I even did a bunch of interviews on it.
Yes, they know a little bit more. So were they? So we in a perfect world, we should just transpose Silly and Billy into the Netanyahu interview, right?
And I think obviously the Israeli team sees that. And they're like, oh, we need to do podcasts. But in my opinion, not everyone is a Trump and that good of a speaker that can go on and kind of adapt to any environment. And I think that Netanyahu came on and I think you see the response. And I think that...
Nah, the eagerness in which Hassan wants to chastise these guys bothers me. And the fact that he didn't watch their interview bothers me. I think Hassan's in the wrong on this one.
Podcasting doesn't work for anyone. We saw what happened with Kamala, too. Like, she was a disaster on pods. So I think just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily like mean that we're trying to help them. Or I think viewers are a lot smarter than they think they are.
Yeah.
Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu is a multiple decade politician and has been the leader of Israel in perpetuity. He is a lot better at propaganda than you think he is. Okay, first of all, let's just get that out of the way. The idea that you think that he is not capable of like weaving through a couple softball.
I mean, if they just admit that, yeah, then he used us, but we could like, they could also easily just be like, okay, I'm going to address this with our audience, which I'm sure they're going to do. God, now I'm in the position of standing up for these guys that I barely know who they are.
You thought were hard-hitting questions that he is probably...
Dude, you don't even know. You didn't watch the fucking interview.
Probably addressed a million times over is silly. Let me make no mistake.
Oh, no, yeah. I agree with you on that.
So my question to you is, why do you think he wanted to come on the Nelk Boys podcast? He saw the podcast.
Of course he wanted to.
No, this comes across as gatekeepy.
Oh, stupid, bro. Of course he wanted to come on to try to win over the young audience. We're not disagreeing on that.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't necessarily know if that's successful. And I think just because you come on the Full Send podcast.
He really should have watched it. Yeah, this comes across as super shitty.
And sit beside Nelk Boys and take some softball questions if you say that. It doesn't necessarily equate to a positive outcome for the guest. I don't think platforming people.
The question is this, right?
That's why I say it comes across with the eagerness that he was already prepared to like throw these guys on the burner.
The question is the same. Like Adolf Hitler,
the broiler, if you will.
Comes on the podcast.
I mean, you can just go read the comments. Like
Adolf Hitler comes on the podcast. You guys are having
It's kind of ridiculous that a couple of frat bro pranksters are getting interviews from a world leader doing genocide with U.S. taxpayer money. Yeah.
Conversation with him.
I agree with that.
And he starts, and you're like, why are you sending Jews to the
Yeah, it's the world we live in.
Concentration.
Be mad at the fucking world we live in. I mean, I don't understand why this all of a sudden became like the be-all, end-all.
Hitler. I think we should speak. I think we should speak by some.
No. The reason why we're using this analog is because
Angela, what up? How you doing?
I think that
I don't
there's
think that's a fair comparison.
the reason why. Well, I don't think it's an unfair comparison at all. I think it's a perfectly apt comparison.
It's not realistic.
But we can talk about because that's an analogy. So I'm using that. I'm using that as an analogy because Adolf Hitler is a figure that you and I both.
Stop doing that. You're not offering them any substance either. You haven't given them a single person that they should be interviewing instead. Now you just keep doing this fucking like, well, what if this person, if you had the ability to, this horrible person, come on, man.
Agree is a truly
like, I get
evil.
I get what he's saying, man. Like, and it's easy. And this is where I'm kind of getting pissed off, where it's like, I'm not even trying to stand up for the idea of like Netanyahu or any of this bullshit. But the fact is, this is just a way to sit here and gatekeep political content and just be like, you're not qualified for this. Fuck this. You're not helping.
Monstrous figure.
And honestly, this is kind of a bad look on the left for doing that. Where I mean, I'm personally turned off by this. If Hassan pulled this shit with me, I'd be like, dude, fuck off.
Just name one person alive for the analogy.
But I'm using this as an analogy because you already have established that Adolf Hitler is like.
I'm good. How about you? I haven't seen this yet, but I heard about it.
Doing something akin to what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. That's why I'm using this as an analogy.
Yeah, but again, you're not doing the service of telling them who they can platform to have a better education on this and also give their audience a better education.
There's no
yeah, why would they? The thing is, yeah, why? For the like, dude, this is publicity that they couldn't buy. Like, I now know who these guys, like, everybody knows who these guys are today. Like, that's kind of the whole reason that they did this, I have to say. Like, at what point are you just supposed to be like, no, not gonna fucking become, like, not gonna grow my brand, not gonna do any of that, or not even gonna give myself the fucking opportunity.
Modern contemporary that
like, oh my God, this is really actually kind of bothering me, man.
I can use at this moment that you would have the same, that would have a similar impact for you. That's why I'm using it as an analog.
You're talking about completely hypotheticals.
Yeah, of course, that's what an analogy is. I'm comparing.
I think he's trying his best to get them to understand the type of person they platform without knowing how bad the person is. Yeah, but he's doing it while simultaneously chastising them. This is like the bad dog syndrome.
I understand
as
that,
long as the crimes are comparable, which is genocide on both ends. As long as the
the thing is, he keeps doing it like, well, you were still a naughty dog. You're still a naughty dog.
Crimes are comparable.
Like, look, the poop is still there.
Then, you know, and you understand that.
Meanwhile, they have totally moved on and they're just like, okay, what can I do to make this better? And he's just like, not platform a Zionist or not platform Netanyahu, like the thing is it's already happened. Like now you move on, but now you're like they understand and they pretty much have admitted that okay, they might have screwed up and they were willing but now we're talking in circles here.
The crimes are comparable. If you think that there's something wrong with the analogy, you can tackle why I'm using it as an analogy, not just saying, oh, you can't use an analogy.
I think Hassan's being kind of unfair here.
I wasn't allowed. I can't speak.
Despite the fact that usually I agree with him.
But if you can make the analogy.
He's not a fucking monolith, and I hate people that treat him as such.
No, the Holocaust happened, right? Like, obviously.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so.
Okay, so since
he's just doing a finger wagging session here, but these guys are also acting entirely out of their depth.
You understand that the Holocaust happened. I'm going to talk to the Nelk Boys again now that I fixed my issues. Hold on one second. The Brilliant Minds of the Nelk Boys podcast went and interviewed
Friedman.
war criminal Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And now they're getting, yeah, they did.
What, guys, in the middle of a war?
It was a genocide.
Karen.
Adam, it's a war leader. We have to do it.
60,000 people, lowest estimates, are dead right now.
We understand. We have empathy with everyone who's been affected by the war in general, but we are going to have a pro-Palestinian on next week. That's what we do here. We do not.
He's charged with as a war criminal by the ICC. It's like, you could have Slobodan Milosevic on.
We would have a lot of people on.
We would have anyone on.
They're like who?
They said they would have. They said they would have Adolf Hitler on.
No, we did not.
We never said that.
Hassan.
Okay, they said they would have Osama bin Laden on, but not Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, way to okay. See again, based on just that one clip right there, that it's like, oh, they did Hassan? No, we didn't. Oh, well, they said it.
Okay.
We said it too long ago.
He really just this is some fucking high school like, oh my god, you're out of your depth, guys. Go play in your fucking sandbox.
Whatever. Did you press him? Did you like you?
Nuance is lost on people these days.
Dunked on him or something?
We asked him what was his response to starving children in Gaza. Could he have stopped October 7th? Is he looking to have regime change in Iran? And we told him that Americans don't want to see another regime change war in the Middle East.
We told him
They
asked him if he was starving children in Gaza, and he said no. It was Hamas starving children in Gaza. Adam.
Wait. Answer this. Hassan, did they glaze?
I don't know. I haven't seen the excerpts yet.
I haven't seen it either.
Oh, so you guys are gonna, just completely judge them entirely based on the content that you haven't seen. Assholes. This is a dick move. I don't care who the fuck you are. Right, left, center. Don't care. Any content creator that wants to go and criticize people for content that they made and not fucking watch it, I have to say is a special type of shitty.
Editing the G Herbo
what
interview
the actual hell, man?
Ruined my day. What do you guys do?
All right, here, like, dude.
Guys, can I get...
I was
hinting
That's
at
just
this
what we
when
do. That's just what we do. So,
wild.
Listen,
absolutely
that's
wild.
That's just what we do. So I think what we did is we had someone on right now.
But he watched Aaron.
Let me finish.
Four podcasts and
Adam. I think this is actually going to be a great thing. If everyone thinks we have such a big platform, would you guys agree or no, Hassan?
Yeah, you guys have a decently sized platform.
People wouldn't be pissed, right? If we didn't have a big platform. So if we have
I think people
platform,
your fans would, depending on how they feel about it, they probably would be.
Right. So right now we just had Netanyahu on. A bunch of people watched it. I think a lot of people saw through what he was saying. Now already on the same day.
Adam Freeland, he's the comedian.
We've had 3 people on with complete opposite viewpoints: Hassan, Sneeko, Myron, Nick Fuentes. So
okay. Don't loop me in with those guys.
Let me finish.
He's the guy that did the Freeland. Yeah.
Don't put me in the same category as these guys.
Let me finish. So already we've had 4 people with opposite viewpoints on the very same day, and then the next episode of the Full Sun podcast, we're gonna have someone very, very reputable with the complete opposite viewpoint.
And again, this is where I'm going to call BS because they don't have anybody to do that. But this is where they could take this opportunity to be like, okay, this is who you should really be platforming. This is who has a completely nuanced take on this, who can make you understand this in a way that I don't think you understood before. Even Hassan himself would be in a good position for that.
Of Netanyahu. So I personally think
Netanyahu should do
and
fresh and fit.
listen, there's a lot. You guys gotta understand.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine Fresh and Fit being the ones that took him down? Oh my god! Again, we live in the dumbest timeline ever, so there's nothing would surprise me ever.
Hassan, there's a lot of people. I know there's a lot of people like Hassan though that are educated on this issue, and there's a lot of people like myself who are really not. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now that are the same way as me that just read shit and don't.
Pep, this is a great example of not having a hot take. Hassan didn't think this through before criticizing. He didn't actually watch the content. He just blurted out his opinion without thinking about it, and now he looks like an ass.
Know what to
Yeah, no, yeah, but this is also where I would say, like, I have at least enough nuance to understand that if I'm going to be outraged about something, especially to bring the guys on and, you know, call them out, that I would watch the fucking content first and not just have this, I didn't have time. You had time to, like, to take the, like, to book these guys and to, like, chastise them. So what's that say?
If you read stuff and you really don't know what to believe, like I know Hassan, that might be tough for
I have to say, man, like, this is...
for you to understand because you're so educated on the topic. But there is a lot of people that don't know what to believe.
I know, but
So
that's
I
why
think what we're doing is
you're
I think
giving
what
more
we're doing
reason
is
as to why it's
airing out-
bad that you guys interviewed him.
No,
though.
we're not. Because I
No,
think
that's
people
the
are gonna
problem
listen to
because
Netanyahu, they're already listening to you, Hassan.
you
A lot of people in our audience have honestly never heard of you, and I'm sure likewise they've never heard of us, so they dislike us. So we're putting you onto our audience now, and they're hearing your point of view. And
they
then
were not
next
on my
week
radar
the
till
podcast,
today.
They're going to hear someone really reputable with the complete opposite view of Netanyahu. So I personally think
No, I understand.
right now we're going to bite the bullet, and I think we're going to take a lot of flack. But I think within a week or 2 weeks' time, we're actually going to be educating our entire
You know, I had that problem too.
audience and probably the entire internet on,
It's just a bad
on
chat
everyone's
day.
point of view.
Kyle, you're doing crisis PR right now, and I can tell this is really stressful because everyone's mad at you. But please,
It's not,
you guys
bro.
just do pranks. Do pranks. And people like to see you guys partying. Why you guys keep
We'll still party,
in the middle
bro.
of in the middle? You know, people can't leave, Gaza.
Adam, we're
You know, it's
Adam, we were in Central Pay for a few days after this.
half the people that live there.
Yeah, but this is one of those things where, again, this could have the exact effect that they want, where people then learn about Netanyahu, realize how much of a, you know, piece of shit he really is, and then they go, oh, you know, instead of focusing on why did you platform him, it's just like, oh, okay, you know, he didn't answer any of these questions. And then have for the next guest just be like, here, actually a good one would just be like break down the interview with somebody with their guest
Children.
and just kind of go point for point why he was wrong.
We were in
75%
agree with
people
you.
that died.
You know, this is an opportunity to have learning on the wider issues here and to demonize Netanyahu. But they are too lost in they want to shame these guys for doing this, and Hassan is definitely up his own ass on this one, and I have to say, big L take on Hassan on this one.
And children, why are you wading into that? People like you guys because
Seriously.
they like to party. You hit zaps. You do happy dads. You guys are chill. I like to see Steve will do a chug. Just do it. Why are you touching that? Not everything is
I agree. You know what? Adam's right. We don't have to
It
do
is
it.
a
Adam.
brutal blood. It is blood.
Yeah, we get it, dude. But do you like what I just said there? Like, think for a second of what this could accomplish instead of just being so dogmatic in your own ways here, where you're just like, whoa, you did the thing. You let him say things on a microphone.
It is violent.
That's a problem.
Why
That's
are
a
you
problem.
guys
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. We're gonna
If you're not,
Those morons should be ashamed. That's the only thing they understand.
Adam,
touch it.
we're
Yeah.
gonna drink. We're gonna hit zaps, and then we're also gonna interview.
But also, I will say, this is the opportunity. Like, this is an opportunity that they can use. And honestly, this is something that could be a W for the left here. Again, instead of just finger wagging and saying, yo, shame on you, bad. You did bad, bad. You pranksters, bad, bad, bad pranksters, bad, bad,
World leaders.
bad.
But it's not
Like, seriously, that's all this is.
It's not just like, dude, you're not like interviewing the prime minister of Albania. Okay.
Well, then give him a fucking alternative that can. Oh my god.
Okay, you're like, this is a guy.
Dude, my older brother was less condescending than this.
This is not,
God, punch him in the arm, call him assholes, and move on.
if you did that,
Like, this is the thing. What do you want him to do? Scrub the interview? It's already out there.
No one would. You wouldn't have to. You wouldn't be doing this video or this video call anyway. If you were doing that, nobody would give it.
We plan to do the stream. You can check my story. We plan.
And honestly, why is Adam here to like? Okay, Hassan, do you have a little embarrassment because you understand that you might have fucked up on this one? You might have put them on in the hot seat, without actually seeing the content. Like, God, how much of it do you think he's gonna revise this? Do you think that he's gonna watch it in full and then make a full revision on like, oh, you know what? That was actually a good question.
And Hassan, you're
fucking A. I have to really say, guys, like, it's happening. I didn't expect to get this angry at this, but this is ridiculous. I hate this. I hate gatekeeping, and this is gatekeeping.
coming in here all hot, but it's like, bro, we told.
Because again, these guys aren't right-wing fucking assholes that are just trying to stand up for themselves.
Exactly what's gonna happen. I texted you ahead of time.
I know, but
we're gonna have someone who's pro-Palestinian on the other side.
Okay, but that doesn't change the dynamic.
It doesn't change anything. They already had the fucking interview. Move on. Give them an out with this, Hassan, instead of just doing what you're doing. You're being an ass.
Found out about the interview after you had already conducted it.
You haven't even watched the episode. You're trying.
I know, but if you were to have asked me ahead of time, I would have told you how to do it.
Yeah, why more?
No,
I am getting pissed at this.
I watched so much Nelk. I love you, boys. Listen, boys. Let's zoom out. There's a problem with today, with our society. Like even the fact that you're talking to Sneeko and Myron from Fresh and Fit, like that's not like.
Oh, here we go. The whole you're platforming. You're saying all these things.
These are content creators. These aren't historians.
Yes.
These are people that like. These are the fact that like the experts on it's politics and it's war.
These guys are tools at best being used by the Trump administration and Netanyahu. So maybe they should stay away from the politics. I think that's what Hassan and Adam are getting at.
And it's violence.
Well, now the thing is, the cat's out of the bag, so you want them just to stop there, give Netanyahu the platform, and then just have everybody arbitrarily get mad at the left for finger wagging and not actually offering any counter to what's going on here. Like, they're not offering any guests. They're not really teaching anything. Again, all these guys are learning is, God, you guys are kind of fucking assholes who are just like, again, finger wagging's the good one here, where and the fact that they didn't watch the content, and they are just going at these guys the way they are, it pisses me off.
There are people that study this right?
To the hot take thing.
It's just not. It's just not everything's content, guys.
But that's what we're gonna have on the next episode. Bro.
They should have me on for the next episode. I'll give them a fair chance. You know I will. These guys, they seem like all right guys. We might do some pranks. I'll show them the compound, sushi with the boys. A little bit of spice. Kickflip.
Jesse would have never allowed this were he here. Jesse, he told me he watched this episode.
I don't know enough about.
You need to be better. It's not my job to educate you. Moment. Yeah, and that's shit.
The Nelk history.
That's shit, and I hate that. I absolutely hate that.
I don't know about the Nelk history to know what Adam is saying, but it seems to be impactful.
After a decade of trying to educate them, why would we continue to try? Because the fact is, they just dipped their toes into politics as content creators, and then this is what they got. So now that they're in, now that they know that they're being used as a propaganda tool, trust me, I don't think that they're exactly thrilled about that. Because these guys don't seem like the ones that were like, oh yeah, you know what, based. Like oh my God, I already forgot his name. He gave Trump the Cybertruck. I forgot. Shit. Yeah, my brain is mush. Either way, one of those content creators. Now, those guys, they eagerly went right wing. That's like what they do. Now, like, I kind of understand. Again, I understand why everybody is upset, but again, with the cat being out of the bag, this is for them to kind of, again, do the re-education and do it in a way where it's like, guys, you can win. Aiden Ross. Thank you, Aiden Ross.
That's one thing about Adam is he will.
But so now that this has happened, do you really think they know they were propaganda? No. They do now. Like they, Angela, I have to be honest. Like they seem very open to the idea that they were used. They are getting explain this, but they're also not being, as I said, offered any alternatives and just completely chastised. As a content creator, if the shoe was on the other foot here, I would have a big problem with the way that they're coming after me, and I would immediately call them out and not watching the content. Like that's where the conversation would have ended. I would have been like, all right, watch the content, then call me back.
Do you think that they're like?
But this, I mean, literally, this is just another way of like, shame on you. And this could do so much more damage by just putting shame on you and having them do absolutely no correction. Like, they could do a course correction here, but
they're like, they just didn't realize?
They're being shepherded around. The interview happened because they happened to be at the effing White House doing propaganda for Trump.
You think that, you think it's banality of evil? Guys, there's a book by this lady, Hannah Arendt.
But they do an extremely poor job of communicating the issue to them.
I want you guys to read The Banality of Evil. And I want you guys to get back to me on it. Because it's sometimes like,
I'm in my little Chicago bubble. I give them the benefit of the doubt. What's my bubble?
like it's sometimes I'm doing a podcast.
This is outside the bubble. This is a content bubble. This is like if somebody from England was being treated like this or something like, I would have the same issue where it's just like, no, offer an alternative. Like, again, there isn't where's the alternative? Who should they platform now to do the correction here?
It's just a podcast, but you don't realize that there's like a gravity there. There are powerful people wanting access to your platform that have an agenda. It's just like
I'm surprised that they aren't using the you didn't even watch it. Again, the content doesn't matter when you platform a genocidal maniac.
About like Zuckerberg, right? He his stock plummets when he's like doing the censorship around COVID, and then everyone's like,
see, this is where the platforming and the fact that it's like this is an opportunity to get people to learn more about what's going on in Gaza, about what's going on with the genocide.
You're anti-free speech Democrat, and then he puts a chain against muscles, and then his stock goes back up. But like it's this everyone.
Because I see where everybody's kind of coming from. Like in a perfect world, Hassan would have conducted this interview, and there would have been some strong pushback. But again, like somebody had just said, the only reason that they got this interview in the first place is because they were already being used to propagandize Trump at the White House.
And everyone that says you're an
I'm in a blue bubble.
free speech Democrat.
It doesn't matter.
It's like, no, you're sick because you do bow and arrow. But he's like,
it's also kind of presumptuous.
He's going on podcasts now because it's his stock price. It's an advantage for them. And
they're
it's like,
using you guys. They're using you guys to look good.
Hassan, bro. Why does anybody, Hassan? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Hassan, anyone goes on a podcast to promote whatever they're doing. We're aware of that.
They're not. But Benjamin Netanyahu's not promoting a book, dog. He's promoting a genocide.
Bro,
That's the point.
OJ Simpson.
No, that was a stupid take on your end. Guys, fuck it.
None of those things. You do realize.
All right, this does kind of solidify the maybe after your correction, maybe stay out of the politics thing. But my big thing here is like, no, at least get them to the point of issuing the correction and getting people on board with this and using this as an opportunity to educate instead of chastise. But yeah, that was pretty fucking stupid.
This is the one.
Hassan stated he knew the contents would be more or less due to knowing what. That's not fair. That's not fair because the way that he's chastising them for not pushing back on things without reviewing the content first is irresponsible. I'm sorry, you're being overly charitable to Hassan with this one. Like this is irresponsible on his end. Like he wants to talk about responsible journalism while also simultaneously be like not doing responsible journalism.
This is the one instance where it's the worst guess you could have. Because
like I get it. I get how serious this is. And man, I didn't understand that like so when like this emotional topic comes up, why does it all of a sudden turn into like these guys or even me being viewed as like, oh, you're supporting this? What the fuck, dude?
These guys are bad people, but what you're talking about is the worst person.
It's the most hated man on the planet. But Hassan, we agree. But also, if we're going to do it, then who's not going to do it?
I'm gonna hook your ass up. I said BB to that guy Yossi, who's your Mossad handler, and Aaron said, "Who's that?" He didn't know that. He didn't know that. It's.
I mean, Hassan's coming off as smug as fuck.
He's named BB. I'm just that's protecting.
Whatever.
No, you said who's that, which is good. I mean, like, guys, just it's like unless you know, like, it's wading into like it's
Just being
violence and they're
okay.
bombs and
No, Adam,
rubble
you're
and
right.
dead
You're right.
people.
You are
Like,
right. We
you don't have to
definitely
do
realize that.
content about it. You don't have to do like we're gonna collab with him. We're gonna collab with BB and Bonnie Blue. Guys, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just a way. It's a sign of the world nowadays. It is.
Adam, you would have him on in a heartbeat. I'm gonna be honest. Adam, you would have him on in a heartbeat. If you had the opportunity, you'd have him on in a heartbeat. Someone try and
I would have
fuck yeah,
only
you
if
would.
Bonnie Blue was there to defend Palestine.
Actually, I no. Why wouldn't Adam and Hassan interview him and like just try to roast the shit out of him the way that they're saying that they should have? Because again, they have the critique of what they should have done, but then they're gonna go out there and say, "Ooh."
You would have BB on in a heartbeat.
He's doing a poor job of properly communicating the issue.
Don't even try and fucking fake the fact.
You know what? Like,
Again, this could be solved as, all right, guys, this has already happened. Do you understand where you were wrong in this? If they said yes, then you move on and say, okay, here's how we can do a course correction. Here's a few guests that you could have on. I would even like, if I'm gonna act as this on here, I entertain my, like, I will book myself or I'll offer myself out there if you guys want to do an interview with me. Give a counter. Like, dude, this has been what? How long we've been watching this? Oh, geez. It's almost an hour and it's 28 minutes in. And all they have done is just been like, you shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have done this. Why do I have to constantly reiterate? The cat's out of the fucking bag. Now we have to actually, like, catch the damn cat. But apparently they just want to sit there yelling at them about losing the cat.
You know what? Like, I am very, like, well, like, I know a lot about this subject. You know, that even maybe is a step, a shade beyond.
Angela. So, honestly, I'm asking you, and I think that we're, like, in a disagreement here, but should they just, what are they supposed to do? Just go like, okay, go back to making prank content. Okay, but they already did this, so they could make this so much worse by turning people against the left, because this could be a PR disaster if they just watch Hassan here go, I didn't even watch it and you guys suck.
It's a little bit like,
re-educate. No, Sean said it best in chat. This is one of those moments where they're just like, you didn't do good enough, but fuck you, I'm not going to help you.
It's very painful for me. Aaron, your grandparents were the Holocaust, right? Okay, please.
Yes. Angela, that's no. Because if Hassan and people want to actually help in this regard and like teach people, honestly, this is one of the things that the left really has to work on, is bringing normies in and accepting that some people will fuck up.
Our parents' generation,
holy
right,
crap,
we're told that like we have to protect these people, and if we don't protect these people, the Holocaust will happen again. I'm Jewish, by the way, Kyle. I don't know if you could tell. I don't really read as Jewish, but okay. Our parents were told that, right? And they were really scared. They were really scared because they knew Holocaust survivors, right? And it really freaked them out. And they were like, we got.
Because this could also, like, in turn, think about this, Angela. With their next guest, they could get radicalized to the left. They could start doing more left-wing content, but
protect Israel and stuff like this. But like, it hasn't protected Jewish people. It is.
To be honest, not the biggest Hassan fan.
I agree with you. That's why Adam, you can watch.
I'm not really either. That, like, to be fair,
failure of a project. Think about.
He's good at what he does. I like some of his content, but this is a bit, again, like, this is a big L thing from Hassan. And honestly, the way that he's smugly just sitting there, like, yes, roast him, Adam, roast them. Like, dude, you're not doing anything to. I'm gonna keep reiterating this until he fucking does something about it.
The way Jewish people were treated prior to the Holocaust for 1600 years.
You act like it's a little nothing. No, I don't. And you're mischaracterizing that. That's not fucking fair. I am saying that this is the opportunity for the left to use their fuck up and grow from it. To use their fuck up and actually not only get them, but to get some of their audience to go, yeah, you know what? That guy really does suck. Wow, this brought attention to an issue that I was paying absolutely zero attention to.
We were losers. Everywhere we went, they said, go away. Everywhere we went, they were killed.
They're not going to if they keep this up. I'm telling you right now. Like,
sounds a lot like the Palestinians. Because they are people that are dispossessed, and everywhere they go, they get killed. And if we can't see ourselves in that,
I'm comparing apples to oranges after a decade of this shit. I've gone bananas. I'm not fucking Mr. Rogers. That's fine. But I live in reality where we have to actually get people to care about this for it to fucking stop. Instead of just shouting into the ether. But I guess if that's what we want to continue to do.
I'm going to tell you something really quick. I don't agree with Netanyahu. I disagree with a lot of things he's doing. I think he's acting. It doesn't matter. I think in certain aspects he's acting the same way as Hamas is. We've talked to him about this.
No, there's no. See, this is what I mean. You're saying he's acting the same.
No, but Hassan, you're disregarding the point. And Adam, you're not listening.
There's no comparison between Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas. That's my point. The point is that Hamas.
You tried to compare them earlier.
No,
I agree with you.
Benjamin
They're acting
Netanyahu is
the same way
infinitely
sometimes.
worse. That's the point. Israel is the Israeli military, and its conduct is a million times worse than anything Hamas could have ever done. It is hundreds, if not thousands, of October 7s that Benjamin.
Okay, then go point for point with them over the interview that they conducted with Netanyahu to give the counter to this instead of just lecturing them and making them feel like shit. Honestly, dude.
Netanyahu was done with superior firepower over the course of the last 2 years.
Because their audience is just going to see this and be like, man, the left is, they really are just like, holy shit. They're like, they don't want to educate you. They just want to yell at you.
There's a mass starvation happening. Israel is the much more powerful entity in this process, and it's backed by the most powerful country on the planet, the United States of America.
Yeah, I think bottom line, guys, on the Folsom podcast, we're willing to have anyone on the planet. That's just
That's the only way to think
it
of it. All you have to think of it is in this way: you have the longest occupation in modern history, right? You have a group of individuals that don't have a right to self-determination. They don't have a country, right? And it's been this way in Gaza.
Right. And this is like the thing is, I don't think that they are not arguing this, man. Like, I think that this is where it's getting conflated, that they just automatically didn't see any of this. I don't think they know.
Since 1967, okay? In Israel, it's a country. They
didn't want to go point by point. They just didn't want to listen. They just want you to placate to their shitty opinions. Who, them? No, they don't. Angela, you're actually being very, like, you're kind of being unfair to, like, these guys, and I don't even know who they are. I just know that they remind me of talking to my fucking normie friends, and honestly, if I came at my normie friends like this, I wouldn't have friends.
The United Nations, they can vote in their government. These people don't have...
Is this how we educate people, is by yelling at them, telling them that they don't know enough, and then just not giving an actual education on it, or telling them where they can, like... It's literally the thing of like throwing a book at them and just be like, read.
Those rights. And guess what? Right now, there's a fence around them, and
their audience definitely don't like being mommied and stuff. Bernie kind of has a good approach.
They're trapped there. It's not one-on-one. You don't even have to.
It's literally.
Hamas is better than Israel.
This is a hot pepper tonight.
You don't even have to frame it
honestly,
that way. That's just.
And then I watched this as a random thing, but yeah, honestly, like I don't like when people are unfair like this, and this goes back to the way that I have how I've been approached in these situations, how I've been told that I'm uneducated, how I'm out of my fucking lane. You know, this is a reflection point.
The situation with the Palestinians and the Israelis, right? Who are like living on either.
Angela, I don't usually say this. This isn't even a disagreement with us, but you're like, you really are, you're popping off here, and I get it. Like, you're mad about what's happening, and you're passionate. There's nothing wrong with this, but like, the last few comments is you're literally just screaming that you're this angry. I'm gonna just say, like, do you need to step away? Kind of thing, because I would like to continue to watch this, and I would also like to continue to have you as part of the audience, but this is one of those situations where I'm starting to feel where it's like, no, there's like a disagreement here, and you're also kind of lumping me in as like the proxy here, where it's just like, no, you're agreeing with Netanyahu, you're agreeing with the platforming, you're agreeing.
Offense. And it's just like, guys, like,
because I'm getting the vibe that you're not listening.
I get what it's you guys got to be.
At least to what I'm saying.
Now. But like, it's just like, we're
good. Trust.
It's not. Have it like get in trouble for anything else.
You're right, Adam. I understand your point of view. Though. We do a lot of comedy. We do a lot of fun stuff. So,
but I'm going to take this opportunity to make the announcement that I'm going to be on this space on Tuesday, my regular position from noon to 1, trying to grow the left. But okay, Angela, you were doing the same thing to me.
You're right.
And you were doing the same thing. You were doing.
Yeah, we actually definitely didn't need
Guys,
to do this.
people like to
I
see
totally
parties.
agree with you.
There's no good purpose to interviewing Benjamin
You act
Netanyahu
like it's a little nothing.
unless you're like literally there to
I'm comparing apples to oranges.
laser him or directly arrest him and send him to The Hague, which is not going to happen under.
They don't want to. They don't want to learn the point, but they're simultaneously offering to be like, "Hey, we want to platform, somebody from that has a good position on Palestine."
Any circumstance.
Yes, they are very bad at articulating it because they keep saying an equal, and it's like there is no equal. But they're also fucking stupid for not being like, okay, here's a professor that can like school you on something about Palestine,
especially not inside of the White House. So the only thing that happens here, even
Angela Beef with pep talks, is
if it's
crazy.
a failure overall because of how disliked, how intensely.
Are you going to be on this space today? No, I'm going to be on this space tomorrow. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be on Hey Funny Books with Letterhack. You asked me to quit, but now you won't stop. I'll leave if you want. No.
Dislike Benjamin Netanyahu is. The goal on his end was to basically use your
I don't want you to leave, and
platform in the same way that they use CNN. So in a way, you guys turned into CNN.
But no, as I said, I'm going to be on this space tomorrow with the Letterhack. Hey Funny Books. It's going to be tomorrow at 7 Central. No, 8 Central. And then my regular show will be on Tuesdays at noon. I'm going to be noon Central to 1 o'clock. I'm going to have the hour to have some fun and spread some propaganda. It's the new show. Well, it's separate from stream, new show, but yeah, same vibe.
I think just as we platform people, they fall for everything the guest says. And this is the perfect example.
I know that, and they clearly aren't, and people are going to be more mad at you guys as a consequence of like interviewing.
Yeah, they're going to be mad at us.
Yeah, my point is that if you're asking me about the morality of it, there were journalists that were implicated and also charged with crimes in the Nuremberg trials for literally participating and doing propaganda.
Yeah, I think AG is on tonight.
For the Nazis, right?
Actually,
so in that regard, if you were to ask, will there ever be a Nuremberg-style trial for Israel? I don't know. Probably not. Okay? That doesn't mean that the crimes are not comparable. And that doesn't mean that your moral culpability in this regard is not close to what those guys did. I'm not saying that you guys are going to be tried in the Nuremberg-style trials, but the moral culpability is still there, for conducting an interview such as this one.
I can definitely understand your perspective, Hassan, for sure.
Bro's just trying to scare him now.
Yeah, that's just what we're going to do with the Full Send Pod. And I don't know, maybe we got to get
propaganda
a little better at grilling them, or maybe next time when we have a guest like this, we can hit up people like you, Hassan, and get what you would ask and stuff like that. But
no, Benjamin Netanyahu is never entering the same room as someone like myself. If I were to be in that room, he would not do this podcast with you, or maybe they would assassinate me.
Let me ask you something, Hassan. Why wouldn't you do someone from both sides?
What do you mean?
I mean, we've
no, you're showing your ignorance here.
already debated this.
But again, like.
If you could do Netanyahu and do somebody else, why wouldn't you do that?
I'm not mistaking their ignorance as malice, though.
I don't think that there's both sides in the situation. There is the perpetrators, like that's why I'm saying it's like akin to interviewing Adolf Hitler.
Hamas, and you can do Netanyahu.
There is no both sides in the situation. That's why I'm saying it's like interviewing.
Oh, maybe I should use the two.
A concentration camp survivor and then interviewing Hitler. You know what I mean? Is there both sides in the situation? No. Interviewing the leadership of the Jewish partisans in World War II versus interviewing Adolf Hitler or like one of his loyal advocates or whatever is not comparable.
I think the long and short of everything that I was kind of raging against is the fact that I believe in reform from like some MAGA and some centrists and some independents, but these guys, they seem like they were already kind of like they were just starting their fucking political journey, and then they are just literal idiots where they were just like, oh, we got invited to the White House? Based.
There are no both sides in a genocide. That's why it's a genocide. It's such a
Because I'm looking through their content, I can't see anything that would make them overtly MAGA. They just seem like a bunch of they seem like dipshits.
Crime.
Which, yes, I think we've learned that today. But realistically, chastising dipshits for being dipshits is not exactly the way to go.
Doesn't even justify a genocide in retaliation to said genocide. It's the crime of all crimes.
Guys, I think you're getting in the weeds a little bit, right? It's not about.
No, I mean, I'll be honest.
He's like, you guys are well-known not for politics, right? And it's like, unless you're not gonna research more and get ready. Look, you're Rocky. Guys, just like politics sucks, right? I got made fun of for liking it when I was a kid. It should go back to being like for losers, right?
Make politics boring again. That's what it's been for a long time. Where it's just like, can we make this boring again?
You don't have to purport to like that to know about it, and just like leave it to like the Wolf Blitz.
But honestly, Adam sucks too, because he's trying to do make it status quo again. Make it Wolf Blitzer just being we almost had that with Biden. Like now, and honestly, is Hassan going to challenge him on that? It's like, no, we want to move left here, Adam.
It's just like, it's not everything is
honestly that's just as bad. Holy fuck. That's another complacent take where it's just like,
Whatever.
What the fuck? I'm a pepperoni. Nice luck, Dragon. Thank you.
Me too.
He did?
No, he's still kicking. How dare you guys come for the wolf?
Wolf Blitzer still buzzing around?
He's still at CNN, yes. But Wolf Blitzer also, ironically, literally worked for AIPAC before he did CNN.
For someone that like understands like what's happening in the world, like
you're telling me that Adam just
and you guys don't have to, because like people love you for prank and lifestyle content. You know,
Yeah, see, that's where I think I'm gonna be honest. I think that's where you're gonna stop.
What?
But yeah, no, go ahead. You're good.
I gotta go.
No, you're good. You're good. Go
Is that what you call shutting down Congress panic?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it was really nice to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you, bro. We'll link Adam. I'll talk to you soon, man. Are you in LA?
I went up to Steve. No, I'm in New York.
New York? All right, Adam, I'll see you, buddy. Easy.
Yeah, he's trying to fucking network.
Take care.
Did he just shut off his laptop? That's so funny. Oh my god, he's such a boomer.
So that's actually what I want to ask you, because when are we supposed to say no? When are we supposed to not do certain things?
I mean, look, there are certain people. There are certain people that that not everyone is equipped enough to be able to talk to, because that conversation, instead of being a productive one, turns into one where they could just like do propaganda and use the platform that you have to get their message across. I would use the same principle for Nick Fuentes, for example, except with Nick Fuentes, he's a neo-Nazi, but he hasn't done literal crimes like Benjamin Netanyahu has, while also simultaneously being a neo-Nazi of a different sort. So it's even worse than someone like Nicholas Fuentes, and I don't think that Nicholas Fuentes is appropriate to also platform in this situation.
What do you think about the goal of the Full Sun podcast being to platform anybody? What do you think about that overall? That's the direction we're going to go, right?
The reason why I think it's up to you guys, whatever you want to do. Stupid. I obviously can't advocate for deplatforming, especially in this day and age, especially in this time and place.
But you can't. Oh my god. That's what you're doing. You're just doing it like you're doing a roundabout way here. I have to be real, man. That is just
a lot of these institutions that are tasked with deplatforming people spend way more time deplatforming someone like myself, or at least trying to deplatform someone like myself, for having a consistent moral anti-genocide and anti-Zionist position than people who are actually anti-Semitic. They call me anti-Semitic, despite the fact that I'm not anti-Semitic. The reason why I would still choose not to platform neo-Nazis and things of that nature, regardless of how equipped I am
like
at
going into a full
talking
hour
to them about
like
these
again,
issues.
now we're looping back. Like, I really am just disappointed that Hassan, like, for all of the teaching that he could do, he's also simultaneously walking it back. And he's also not offering to just either, like I said, do their show or offer somebody else that can
to push back adequately, is because
that can use this as an opportunity. I have literally beat the dead horse on this one.
A lot of these guys are simply looking for any opportunity to get their message to a broader audience. They don't actually care about the truth. They don't actually care about coming across like good or bad. They just want to be heard, because every single time they go in front of a larger audience, they end up winning over some people in the margins to their side. Okay. And if you
he has literally said, I'm a propagandist, and he is very proud of like doing that. So
understand that they are not honest brokers here, that they don't like care about, back and forth discourse. Then ultimately you're playing a role in allowing people to be recruited to that side. You're playing a role in getting more people to be recruited to neo-Nazis.
Yeah, but
to neo-Nazi groups.
That was,
and I think that
I understand.
ultimately that is very dangerous.
That's why we're gonna have both sides on it.
But no, but having both sides on doesn't actually make up for that. Is my point.
I agree with you too.
And then there's also no comparison to Benjamin Netanyahu on the other side anyway.
Hassan, I've told you multiple times. Me and Kyle disagree with a lot of things Netanyahu has done. We do not agree.
But
we stand neutral on this. But I mean, I understand the whole problem is platforming. But that's why we're gonna have from each side a representative that's gonna tell us exactly what we like,
the best possible thing you guys could have done before this interview, I mean, the best possible thing would have been to not have this interview at all. But the second best possible thing, if you were like adamant about having this interview, would have been to potentially bring someone that is knowledgeable before you did the interview. So it didn't just simply, so that Benjamin Netanyahu didn't use you guys like a fleshlight, is what I'm saying, to just make himself look like not the demon that he is, but instead of a personable person, like, here,
see, and now we're going ad hom. You're insulting it. Now you're just doing the thing where you're insulting him, using you like a flashlight again. Almost an hour in. Where's the fucking alternative?
I have something
Jesus
here that was sent to me from an excerpt from the interview that you guys conducted, where you asked him if he prefers, Burger King or McDonald's or whatever. And it's really interesting because like people have yelled at me for doing this with like a dude in Yemen that they claim is a terrorist. Okay, that dude is a 19-year-old in Yemen. He has no power. He holds no power on the planet. He is any given moment.
I mean, it just came up in the conversation.
At any given moment, he could be assassinated by American bombs, by Saudi bombs, or any other. Like, he is one of the least powerful people on the planet. This Benjamin Netanyahu is one of the most powerful people on the planet. So in this opportunity, instead of humanizing him, you guys could have had someone that is knowledgeable enough not to ask that question. And instead, when you say, like, are you starving children? And he says no, the person could turn around and say,
for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hassan,
Hassan,
you make a great point, and I understand your comparisons to Hitler. I see your perspective.
Yeah, I don't think they understand why platforming him in the first place is bad, and that's why Hassan keeps looping. He's not going to convince him of that otherwise. Hassan just needs to take the L, move on, and then work with what he can. Otherwise, why even do this? This, again, could actually hurt. This could be a PR hit to the left if they don't start, like, embracing some of these people and re-educating them. That's what re-education is. But it doesn't seem like we want to do the legwork there. We just want to chastise and we don't want to fucking teach.
And
I have to, as I said, I have gone through this personally in this fucking space. I have literally, like, even before I started this. So, like, trust me, man, I know what it's like.
I think just with the Fulson pod, like I told you, we're just not here to choose the guests. We're going to have anyone on, even if it is a wanted war criminal, and we're just going to let the viewers decide. And I think they spoke very clearly. And I don't think just because we platform people, that people fall for the person's message.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, that's just the bottom line. Like, go look at the comments.
We give you an
I just don't think that, I don't think that you guys would do that, is my point. Like, if there, because there's no other, because you already said you wouldn't, you already said you would not, if given the opportunity, you would not interview Adolf Hitler. So there is a limit to it. Like, there's an upper limit.
Well,
It's not because
we didn't say that. We said a type of, we said a type.
But also, Hassan, it's crazy.
And I think it's evident that just because we platform someone, just because Nelk sits next to them, doesn't mean we agree with
Seriously? An unfollow for that? Cool.
everything they say or do. One, because we definitely don't. And number two, just because we platform someone, it doesn't. Our viewers are smart. Like, go read the comments. Like,
Yeah,
that's
cool.
also proof that just because we have someone on, it doesn't necessarily mean a W for the guest.
No, I understand that. There are plenty of people that I disagree with that I communicate with. But there's a difference between, there's an upper limit to it, is my point. And that upper limit is like far past when it comes to someone like Benjamin Netanyahu. My limit is far before Benjamin Netanyahu. It's someone like Nicholas Fuentes or someone like Andrew Tate. But even if I were to engage with people like that, it depends on the platform that they have and how much prominence and how much influence they hold over a large enough audience, because I feel like it's unproductive, it's counterproductive if they hold no staying power whatsoever. So I'm not saying that it's bad to interview Benjamin Netanyahu, but if you were going to do that, it's such a important task that you have to take it seriously, and you have to have someone who is knowledgeable to be able to push back, because he's a fucking liar.
Son, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. As you know, then they're going to be very specific with who they allow to interview them. We've already covered that, right? His PR team going to allow him to go on a Hassan Abi live stream? Probably not.
No, of course not. They would.
How do I sit here and watch the people having the same argument all night? I'll be honest, the fact that this is so cyclical, I was expecting this to maybe go somewhere and maybe Hassan to actually teach, but
Had Trump on 3 times.
No, I think. Listen, I think we're gonna wrap this up soon.
Wait, last thing I want to ask.
We're in Europe.
So last thing, we text off stream. Obviously, we are boys. We talked about lifting together, hooping together. So there are things that we can't agree on, but when it comes to this stuff, it creates animosity. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, but all right, but you have to. There's a reason why there's 6,000 comments here. I'm looking at the comments right now, and everyone's cooking you guys.
We read them. We read them.
We know. Hassan, we're aware. But
I mean, that should be evident that the Full Sun podcast has people on, and the viewers decide.
All right. Well.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck, guys. You should have Gabor Mate or Gabor Mate is a Holocaust survivor.
I'm gonna have Steiny. Text you, and
it took you that long to finally get to somebody passively.
if you
Okay, I will. I will send you people to interview. But if you were to ask me ahead of time, I would have told you not to do this interview. For the record, I only found out after you did this interview.
But when you texted me,
oh, so you're their PR manager now? Wait, what the fuck, dude?
Said, yo, you had...
Dude, oh my god, oh my god. So they're just supposed to, in hindsight, go and oh my god, oh my god. That's literally like After all of this, the answer is you wish you could go back in time and not do the interview.
Podcast, exclamation point.
Problem solved, folks. You know what? Good job.
Yes,
what was that?
It was a shock.
Shock factor. Okay, making sure. Hassan, thank you so much.
All right, bye guys.
Talk to you soon, bro. All right, take care.
Oh, ay. Don't send them Norm. He's not good on podcasts. No, I wouldn't. Gabor Mate, I think, would be better than. No, I think, look, I'm going to be honest. I think they realize they bit off more than they can chew. They bit off more than they can chew because, like, everyone's cooking them. Zero pushback. You literally just let a war criminal talk freely for an hour to millions of fans. Just horrible. You guys are truly. That's what it is. They're just tanking the backlash because they think it's content. They know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, I think they just don't give it ultimately.
Well, are you going to go and review the content so you can make a educated
Here's what I think.
Assessment on that?
I think the Full Send podcast interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu is not actually going to win any favors for the Full Send podcast and only invites understandable frustration and enmity and animosity and anger and hate in their direction. And it doesn't even help Benjamin Netanyahu look good. Okay? That's what I think. Because Benjamin Netanyahu...
Yeah, again, use it as an opportunity to bring them farther left and then use their message and their audience to platform the broader message of the left and also say, hey guys, look,
who is already a demon,
you know, like, god damn, like, because the one thing that I'm seeing here is this like blatant, just like, I don't think that you would have accepted an apology, and I'm pretty sure that they gave one.
Not only is he already a fucking demon, he gets to be on whatever news media outlet he wants to regardless. And if it can't do it himself, he can send someone else.
All right. He's just going to fucking wax on this one and just repeat himself over and over. Okay, cool. Holy shit, man. Well, that was a fun segment. Wasn't expecting it to be a little bit more contentious than I thought, but... Hey. I even missed smoke time for it, so I'm going to definitely take the opportunity to do that, because the other thing is I don't want to, you know, smoke and then have people just start making assessments that, you know, I have my political opinions and I have shitty political opinions because I'm too stoned to have them. You understand where this fucking goes and how it's perceived? Jesus. Okay. Nice. I appreciate that. Well, again, I mean, Dude, watching it happen in real time, where I'm just like, oh, okay, so that's what did it. That's where we're at. Like, I like how I'm trying to put my energy into bringing more people over to our positions. You know, almost grow the movement, have some normies kind of make their way left. And there's like no nuanced discussion out. Like, I'll be honest, Angela, I'm not trying to like put you on the spot, but realistically, like the way that you were popping off there, like, come on, like, how am I not supposed to also perceive that as like you were kind of popping off at me? You know? Shit. I just realized I forgot to do something. Whoops. I'll go take care of that in a minute. Cough, inaudible. That's why I hate arguments and debates at times. Feels like a waste of time going in circles. That's kind of where I was at. And honestly, like, dude, the fact that Angela is trying to, like, grow the movement in her area. She's trying to, like, do these things with, like, but honestly, if you're gonna have a disagreement with me about wanting to grow the movement and just like and it's all about the platforming and how we can't go back in fucking time, honestly, at that point, I like never wonder why people get turned off by these fucking like situations and look at it like it's just like, dude, what was that about? Seriously, like after we all calmed down, what was that about? Because I'm being pretty fucking nuanced here. Like, you can claim that I was being too charitable to them, but realistically, I'm just being the guy where it's like, guys, it happened. They were normies, and this could be, like, literally can be salvaged. But, God, I gotta really pee now. Y'all should make a social medical system and just run it privately. Yeah. Well, that's fun. Seriously, that's fun. I hope you guys don't, like, I hope you understand that, like, this, I would love to teach Angela. I will ban you in a second if you want to fucking make comments like that, Luck Dragon. Erase that comment right now, otherwise I'm banning you. Oh, so you're doubling down? Peace. What is wrong with you people? The fuck is wrong? Seriously. Jesus Christ. This is the first time that I've actually kind of like sat here just like, what the fuck, dude? You're like, you people, like, fuck. Like, what the hell? What does luck by it? I don't care. I don't care what he means by it. Hey, Pep, I have a question. What's that? What does... Luck is usually cool, but sometimes his sense of humor's off. I'll be honest. His name was... He had a different name here, and he was here at the start of my channel. I had to ban him before, too. He started, like, popping off about how, like, his sister died, and, like, he was having a mental breakdown. And honestly, that's why I'm not, dude. What the fuck, man? I want to play The Witcher 3 again. Nice! But, never really finished. Wait. The answer is usually smoke. Again, I'm more so, like, upset that this is... You want to talk about throwing a wrench in left-wing organizing? Like, right there is a perfect example of it. Where, again, you have somebody that I have had on this show to promote their organization, their ideas, and it's amicable in a way where it's just like, okay, I'm glad to have you here as an audience member, and I'm also glad to try and grow this movement, but I'll be fucked. I will be fucked if I have anybody coming at me like that, like coming at things like my opinions with such like an attitude where they start almost misappropriating what I'm saying as like not condemning the situation or any of that, like, because that's where I was going with it. I kept like, the vibe was I kept feeling like that was pointed towards me. Now, was it necessarily? No. But there were a few times in there where it's just like you're ignoring this. And realistically, man, all I was trying to say about these two idiots was that it happened. You go point for point. And now I'm literally the horse is so dead. I kicked it and I just like broke through it like a tauntaun. It's just a maturity thing too. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna call in well, I mean, yes, it's immature. Actually, fuck it. No, that wasn't mature. It's immature to just say, listen, I'm so just, I don't even want you. I don't even want your help. I don't even want your support. Like, what the fuck? Most heated stream of yours I've seen thus far. It's been pretty heated. I'm not happy about it. I'm really not. Because again, I love how today's the day that I make the announcement that I'm being part of a broader leftist network. But cool. Like, whatever, man. Holy shit. Make me crash out over here. Does Full Send have progressive and leftist voices on their podcast? The thing is, they're going, like, with this one, they have been shamed. Like, if you don't think that they're, like, feeling shame, they wouldn't have even been on Hassan. Like, they respect Hassan, and they also, again, are not this, like, they're not right-wing, and from my understanding, they are willing to revise their positions here, because I think they are admitting that they were out of their lane, and they were just, like, they couldn't articulate that. It's like, guys, this already happened, and you just keep yelling at us. Like, and that's where I kept seeing that they, like, had the openness to learn from their mistake, because he repeatedly, during that interview, asked Hassan, who should we get? Who should we get? Because yes, he was a little full of shit where he's like, well, we're gonna, because like he has the intention of having the other side on, and I get it. Yes, it's annoying. Trust me, it is annoying. But to a broader audience who's like not part of politics, I hate to say that these are kind of needed. Like, it's kind of the way that like a politician goes on like Stephen Colbert or something like that. Like, these kind of things are needed. So it's like, what are we supposed to hate Mondani for going on Jimmy Fallon? Or like, I don't know, guys. Like, this, it gets a little mixed here, but and I understand, like, this is it's a different argument than like platforming Netanyahu. I don't want you guys conflating that, because yes, what they did was fucking stupid. But it's also like, if you break it down from just the concept of they were approached at the White House because they were already there to do this fucking podcast, and I think they just in the moment were like, yeah, he's like big in the news, right? Like, again, not standing up for that. That was definitely where they had the failure. But I also see this as a PR opportunity, like, for us to grow with, like, have their audience and grow. Like, you can literally have some of their audience like learn from this and just go, oh, okay, like that guy, he was sus. That guy was sus. You know, have them make fun of like the whole like humanization factor. Fallon is hard to watch in those people's defense, though. Fallon does suck. There's no question about that. Fallon does suck. But I don't know, man. I gotta be honest. I wasn't expecting to have that contentious of a reaction. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up here because it seems like Angela has packed her stuff and left, which, okay. This is a broader discussion that needs to be had then. And good timing. Real good timing. Panic, honestly, dude, I'm not in the fucking mood to deal with your bullshit. You want to get banned too? I'll ban you. Sorry, Pep, I wish I said something. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, actually, unfortunately, I'm now realizing that today is a day where I don't have a lot of mods in chat. Unfortunately. That's alright, man. Honestly. It's a disappoint. I'm not even angry. I'm disappointed. I'm actually genuinely disappointed. And this is how how an organizer reacts. I have to be genuinely, I'm bothered by that. Okay. Okay, you see how that works? You see how that works? When people get emotional and they start just saying well, that kind of sucks. That kind of just made me go against your point of view. Interesting. It's unrealistic to think no one will platform Netanyahu. To be more realistic, to have a plan on how to counter it is what happens. I hope Anna can come on later, because I want to talk about this. Because I hope this is a broader look on how it's unrealistic if you can't get the fucking the center left to welcome in just normies. Those guys weren't even fucking center right. They weren't right. God damn. I'm actually genuinely upset by this and disappointed. Like I said, genuinely disappointed because I put a lot of effort into this. I thought that we were on a good pace here with the organizing, but I hope that there's reflection on that blow up. Because honestly, yeah, with that being the thing, this is a reflection period right now because I really am just wow. If they didn't platform him, someone else would have. Yeah. Okay. Again, I'm glad that we had tentative damage happen because I gave my fucking opinion on something. That really. That got me. This is not the conversation I was expecting to have. Is this what happens? Is because it seems like this is what happens with political streaming. It's like people just go to look for disagreements and then they'll make, other people and their opinions the lord above of the positions that side should have. Pep, I understand your position. I actually agree with it. But your reaction created the kind of polarization you were chiding Hassan for. What do you mean? Elaborate, please. Being disappointed in somebody freaking out And literally, like, doing the thing like, oh, well, I'll just leave then. Okay. Whatever, man. Could have explained your position a bit better. I thought constructive criticism here. No, that's fine. Like, when, though? When, because, like, here, like, this is the benefit of the chat. I can just revisit, like, the pop-off moments. You know? And I think, like, to be fair, Dave, I reiterated my position to a point where, like, it almost got uncomfortable with how much I reiterated it. You know? You kept freaking out at Hassan for not doing something while you never explained what he should be doing. Yeah, I did. Dave, I literally did. I was saying how he needs to be the, like, if he is the one who knows who they need to be interviewing, then he needs to be giving those people, like, the attention. He needs to be saying, interview this person because they have this to offer to this position. He didn't do that until, like, the very end. And yeah, you can go back and hit the replay. Trust me. I said it multiple times, man. It's a very fringe, stupid ideology that has been proven trash thousands of times. It's not even a broader statement on the ideology. But I guess, you know what? Hey, again, fair take, fair assessment. Isn't that popping up? I don't think you got specific enough and it made you seem like a bit of a hater, honestly. Oh, okay. No, that's fair. Like, I was just being, like, you know, anti-Hassan in that moment. Oh, I mean, God forbid that I have a contrary opinion to somebody and I don't glaze them just because they are who they are. I was too busy thinking. Honestly, you make a comment like that, I'm banning you. It's a hard ban. I think Pep's criticism were detailed enough, in my opinion. Okay. Thank you. Well. Again, man, I'm more disappointed that this is, like, this could have just derailed something that, like, I was more than happy to have, or am, you know what? No, I'll even say this. I'm not, like, shutting the door. Like, I am more than willing to have Angela on to discuss this even, but I feel like that was, you know, definitely a bit too heated to have a discussion on at this moment. But if she doesn't understand what she just did there, like, I'm not, listen, man, I'll own where I had some failures in that, but there's Luck Dragon. Are you trying to get, like, seriously? Now I'm asking, because, like, at this point, are you trying to get fucking banned? What is, guys? I might just end stream. I might be done tonight. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. What is happening? This is one of the best fucking days that I've had in my career. And, like, this is what I'm dealing with. Yeah. More like Unlucky Dragon. Yeah. If you stop stream, they win. Don't let them win. Take a minute. Yeah, no. Let's watch something funny. Agree. I got an idea. Yeah, damn it, you beat me to it. I was actually looking for a fail video. Funny. Nah, it's fake. Damn it. How come the first video that I go to look for somebody just falling on ice, it's a fake one where the guy's just like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's like, dude, you totally had control of your whole situation there. I think this is just getting magnified. It's a disagreement. It's normal. We move forward and to the next square. The thing is, I would love that. I would totally love that. But I literally watched in real time where she was just like, nope. Like, cool. And I took, you know, to quote one of my favorites, and I took that personally. Self-reflect a bit. Yeah. It's ironic you are annoyed by him, but, or me when you go out blaring horns and shit all night, hours of the night, shutting down traffic, all to spew your ignorant ideology no one wants. Self-reflect a little. Yes, that's exactly what I do. Wow. Everybody's in the mood to get banned today, huh? Oh, cool.
Triplug and Jiden $2.
Thank you.
A little bit of Stan is all I need.
Oops, all bans. What up, Luck Dragon? Hola? Are you back now? Like, did you like restart? Fail Army? Fail Army is copywritten, unfortunately. Is not a fair comparison. Stan got those off camera because he's a schmoo. Here, let me update this. Whew, okay, I am also taking a minute here to just like reevaluate my entire fucking life. Jesus. Also, I love how, like, immediately, going back to the chat here, it did start when she was just like, oh, you live in your blue bubble. Like, the hell? Our Instagram vids or fail vids copyright. Yeah, unfortunately, like those with TikTok, they might just trigger like this. Yeah. Oh. And one of the streamers I mod for a command for this occasion. Blue Bubble, tell me you don't watch the stream without telling me you watch the stream. Yeah, right. Okay. I'm reevaluating everything. I'm going to smoke. I'm going to... And try and talk to Angela and let her know that it's like she's more than welcome to make her position heard. And I'm just, but I'm kind of at this point where I'm like, okay. All right, time to smoke. Excuse me, Stan. I don't want to roll into here. Yep. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. Okay. So with this readjustment too, I'm going to smoke. We're also going to go into a Angela over at Constitution Corner. again, I would like this not to be a fissure. But unless you think that it's just a lost cause, which at that point, okay. Move on. I just like how it's like, oh, cool. Don't be critical. Don't be critical at all. Sing to Killing Machine Metallica. Good for you. I wish I could listen to something like that right now to get my mind off this. Baby metal on. Ooh. In the mood. Give me one sec. Cheers, guys. I don't even know what time it is. It's 7:01. It's... Keep moving on. Yeah. Keep on keeping on. Dude, if I hated you, I would have banned you. No, you're just at the end of my good graces, and I'm not tolerating it. Dude, you got to the point of harassing her, and honestly, like, that was after she already left, so I'm hoping that she didn't even say that, but you're also doing your manic bullshit. Like, doing the oops and then love bombing, whatever the crap. Like, honestly, I have absolutely no tolerance for this right now. But anyway. Keep moving on. Keep moving on. Okay, so the audience is revolted against the Nelk Boys, so they're also... Okay, wow. So, this was already solved. So the whole idea was that it was behind platforming, right? Huh. Interesting. Good Charlotte. Ooh. Can I just say... No. Dude, I was not that big of a fan of them, even when they were, like, at their height. Listen to Under the Sun by your Uncle Ozzy. Dude, if you keep also, like... Rest in peace, Ozzy, but dude, no. What are you talking about? Okay. Good Charlotte was the worst act at the When We Were Young festival I went to a few years back. Were they? That's almost cathartic. Good. Good. Kyle can raise the vibe. Alright, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna do a Kyle video. Here. I actually got I went through and clipped this one, so here. Let's watch this Kyle clip.
Since this whole Epstein fiasco reignited, there's been 3 polls. And in those 3 polls, Donald Trump has picked up 2 or 3 points with the Republican base. So when he says, I could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and lose no votes, he means it. Like, they are locked downski, bro. This is a cult and a half, homie. And so, since that's the case, it's kind of weird when you look online and you see some genuine anger online over how Trump has handled the Epstein files thing. So what you're about to hear, these are the way too online Republicans who are having a mental breakdown because Trump's Epstein betrayal basically shatters their whole, perception of politics, their whole ideological framework of politics. Take a look.
I feel really betrayed, and I feel really, really angry. We have a president who tells us to move on from Epstein
really good
because
clip.
it doesn't matter. Are you guys still talking about this?
Legit crying.
Seriously?
Like he's crying. Like, how can you do this to us? I support him, but not through this.
Bro, do you hear that in his voice? He's crying.
We have a
This guy's
president
totally
who tells
losing his
us
shit.
to move on from Epstein because it doesn't matter. Are you guys still talking about this? Seriously? And yet he still talks about the 2020 election fraud. He talks about the Hunter Biden laptop. He talks about all this stuff from 5-6 years ago, and he tells us to move on from the Epstein trial or the Epstein case. People like me will not stop talking about this. I feel so betrayed and so angry. This is not what I voted for.
I'm concerned about being able to trust Donald Trump to keep his word. In his campaign, he said he was going to let us know all of the facts about this. And now he's saying, go away, don't pay attention to it.
These Epstein files, we were told that there was going to be released. There was this client list that was going to be released. And the fact that it's suddenly gone away and he's trying to gaslight us is like a punch in the gut to MAGA.
So I finally figured out why there's some people who are acting like this. I finally figured it out. It's because central to, if you're
I'm actually genuinely curious.
really right-wing and really online, you're also typically very conspiratorial.
Oh,
and those people have flirted with or are all in on QAnon. And QAnon, as you all know, I mean, it's mostly total bullshit, but the idea is that there's like a satanic pedophile ring of Democrats who are like running everything, and Trump needs to save us from the satanic pedophile ring of Democrats, right? And they sort of, lumped in Jeffrey Epstein to that grand narrative of politics, to their whole worldview. But the thing, of course, that's fucked up is that, like, the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, Jeffrey Epstein running a pedophile blackmail ring for foreign intelligence, that's factually true. What is not true is the idea that there's a Democratic-only satanic pedophile ring, full stop. So it's sort of like part of the QAnon canon, but it's kind of a weird one because the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is true, but it's just not really QAnon, but they link it into QAnon. So with Trump coming out, this is like Trump coming out and saying QAnon is bullshit. All that conspiracy stuff is bullshit.
Yeah.
And as you know, Trump's line on it now is, the Epstein files are a Democratic hoax.
But also now they're going to have to contend with Congress just being like, nope, we're closed. Nothing to see here, guys.
They were written by Obama. They were written by Comey. They were written by the Clintons. Like, that's his line. And what you're doing is flipping on its head the thing that these people have been told all along, that Trump himself fed into. Trump used to go out there and say, why was Bill Clinton on his plane so many times? He said he was only on 4 times. He was actually on 27 times. Why did he say 4 when it was 27 times? So Trump himself built up this narrative, right? Trump himself really, fed into the QAnon shit. And then now he pulls the rug out from underneath him. Why? Because, as you all know, he's in the fucking Epstein files. If he releases the Epstein files, he's going to look guilty as fuck because he is guilty as fuck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's actually, wow, that's fair. That's really fair.
That's why he's hiding it. He just had the FBI flag every time his name was mentioned in the Epstein.
Because, yeah.
Gee, I wonder what they're going to do with that information.
I haven't made that connection.
Hey, get all the times I'm in the Epstein files and then show everybody that. Like, no, he's going to...
People that were really into addiction, switching to conspiracies.
Fucking get rid of that shit for Everington, dog. I don't want anybody seeing any of that ever again. That's what he's going to do. So, I get it. The hyper online far-right extremists, this pokes a hole into their whole narrative bubble, right? Their whole narrative bubble is deflating because now QAnon's overturned, the satanic Democratic pedophile ring is overturned, and so now it's not like, what are they going to do? Just go back to looking at him as like, he's a standard Republican president who I love. It's not the same. It's not the same. But what these people have going on, what they don't realize about other MAGA-based Republicans is they ain't even following this shit, dog. Your average MAGA-based Republican just like sees a clip twice a week of Trump like triggering the libs and they go, based. And then they keep supporting him, right? That's what Trump means when he says, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and not lose a single voter. That's what he means is like, these idiots are just going to follow me no matter what the fuck I say, no matter what the fuck I do. He just kicked 17 million people off healthcare. There's still like 90% of the Republican base that loves this fucking guy, right? So, but you heard that first guy crying, man. That. But as I told you, any semblance of a revolt, like it felt like for the first day or two, oh shit, they might actually revolt. The MAGA base might actually revolt. Within 2 days,
yeah, they
all landed on their own version of cope.
Yeah, but we also need to stop doing the thing where we're just like, is this it?
Right? Trump can't release the files because they'll kill him if he does. That was what Tim Dillon said. What Alex Jones said was the Democrats actually tampered with the files and took out the stuff that was bad for Democrats and put in more stuff that was bad for Trump, and it's fake now. Everybody had their own. Oh, it's Pam Bondi's fault. It's Dan Bongino's fault. It's Cash Patel's fault. They all had their own fucking thing. And even these people who you're listening to here, who feel betrayed by this Epstein shit, you go talk to them in a month, and you'll find out that some of these people found another fucking spin to land on. Had a way of justifying it and rationalizing it and saying, actually, it's not Trump's fault, and I'm back on the Trump train, because that's what happens every fucking time. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want
to. Like a soap opera? Kind of is. I mean, the drama. The drama's definitely there. I don't know, man. All right, I feel much better. You're right. That was a good palate cleanser. Thank you. Try plugging it in for the suggestion. That was nice. I mean, I feel better now. Also, just I hope you guys understand. When I get this passionate, it is because I genuinely care about this. Like, I'm not just like when people are like, "Oh, you're doing this for clout." I'm like, really? Yeah, okay. I chose to be a like lowest level leftist streamer to try and make money. The fuck is wrong? Seriously, that's I have been dealing with a little bit of that, and I'm not sure how much of it's actually genuine. Because think about it, that you want to troll somebody, that's probably the best way to do it. Just pretend you are on the left, and then just like you're like, I have one disagreement on this one. Kyle resets the energy. We can all unite on laughing at MAGAs. That is actually, I mean, hey, you found the fail army. There we go. Look at them falling on their faces. I mean, they are. Oh, great. I gotta pee. I have attracted the fun times today. Whoa, what? Hold on. I don't think this is going to be funny.
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office says it has begun both a criminal and administrative review of the officer's actions from a traffic stop incident from mid-February, after a recently released video shows officers punching 22-year-old William McNeil Jr.
Exit the vehicle now! Exit the vehicle! Show me your hands. Here.
Wow.
I'm here. What is your reason, sir? Step out. What is your reason? Step out now. All right. No, don't.
According to his lawyer, McNeil was told he was pulled over because he didn't have his headlights on. Police body cam video shows McNeil refused to step out of his vehicle and to provide an ID, registration, or proof of insurance when asked.
Yeah, excessive force. Yeah.
Vehicle before breaking the window and punching McNeil in the face.
Sir, this is your last warning to open the vehicle and exit before we're going to break the window.
Multiple officers then unbuckle McNeil's seatbelt and pull him from the vehicle, forcing him to the ground and striking him in the face.
No, they struck him in the face, then pulled him to the ground. No. Don't try to mix up those events. Those are two very different things. Driving without headlights on. In the rain. Yeah. Cop's not. Yeah, he's not going to prison. No, he's not. You kidding me? Nah. No, he's not. Yeah, cops ain't going to prison. They might get fired, and then they're get rehired at a different municipality, or, you know, it happened in February. No, I know, but the case was finally filed, and like it looks like the guy. I mean, don't look good for the cops. Gotta say. Oh man. I gotta be honest, I have a headache. Like, I legit have a headache from that, like, from covering this today. I hope everything's good, though, and I hope that, you know, this misunderstanding can be reconciled. Otherwise, I'm just kind of at this point of, wondering... That's on idea, but I don't think you can put it on YouTube. When keeping it real goes wrong comes to mind. Yeah, right. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that whole, yeah, it's too dangerous to put him in with J-Pub or whatever. Yeah, fine. Then, no. Have to be... Gotta be consistent. No, I honestly, the whole isolation thing, or what do you call it? Isolation. Wow, I really can't think. I gotta pee. Like, that's all I can really think about right now. So give me 1 second here. Do I have something that we can just kind of? Oh yeah, right. I got the Piers Morgan. Talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, and then, oh my god, Benny Johnson. Oh my god, it's a who's who of... I can't. No. You know what? Might have to change that one. We might just go to the other one where, there were the tourist guys. No. Touch grass, 10 toes in sand, or as close as you can. Oh, right.
A man who is a far-right extremist went on this YouTube show called Surrounded on a channel here called Jubilee.
Good for him for getting the Jubilee permissions. I love how, like, the smaller streamers are the ones where we're just like, oh. Nerds. Well then, yeah, I can't touch that Jubilee video unless I am just streaming on Twitch. Sorry guys. I know, you guys really wanna see it. Whoa. Really? The hell? I've never had this happen. Here, guys, check this out. I've never been featured on my own shit here. And that's like something that I released like a month ago. That's a members only video. Holy crap. Huh. Cool. Which one was that? Let's try this again. Talking about the drama. The drama.
Out front tonight, the breaking news, a CNN exclusive tonight out front.
Here we go.
K-File has unearthed photos of Jeffrey Epstein that we've never seen, and they shed new light on his release.
I mean, realistically, I think this is also something they didn't count on, is the fact that so many people are just like, oh, wait, I got more photos. It's like, why did you save these?
With President Trump. The revelations come as Trump is under
Trump
fire.
has got to be so mad. He's just like, what the hell is with these people? Why do they have so many pictures of this?
Justice Department's handling of the so-called Epstein files. Trump has tried, of course, to distance himself from Epstein every which way.
Bloodstone, good to see you.
But
also, welcome
one
in.
of the photos that K-File
I missed
confirms that Epstein
appropriate.
actually attended Donald Trump's wedding to Marla Maples. And this is the proof. Again, this has never been published before. So this is a new image. You haven't seen it out there on X or anything like that. This is the proof that Epstein attended Trump's wedding at the Plaza Hotel in New York. And in the photo, what you see is Epstein entering the Plaza Hotel. The wedding date of this is December 20th, 1993, in the center of their friendship, which of course continued. And for comparison, we'll show you on the right a photo of Trump and Marla Maples at the same location under
that's who it was, Marla Maples.
The entryway arch. Andrew Kaczynski of K-File is here with the new images of Trump and Epstein.
Oh, man.
And Andrew, I shared one of them there. But, you know, so let's start with the one at Trump's wedding. I mean, this is a significant development.
Well, yeah, it is. Trump's wedding to Marla Maples in 1993 was dubbed the wedding of the century by the media at the time. And although we know that Trump and Epstein were friends during this period, this is really the first time that it's actually been reported that Trump invited Epstein to his wedding. This is, we should note, more than a decade before those first allegations of sex trafficking against Epstein. But as you know, Trump's relationship with Epstein has been under the microscope recently. Now, besides that one photo of Epstein entering the reception at the Plaza Hotel, we can also see him in the background of another picture. That's Howard Stern on the far right, along with Robin Leach from Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And Epstein is behind them at the wedding, almost seeming to be photobombing them. We also found this photo from just a few months earlier. Donald Trump with two of his children talking to Jeffrey Epstein.
Howard.
That's at the opening of the Harley-Davidson Cafe in New York in
Although
October
Howard will talk about that.
1993. You can see Ivana there. She would have been just about
wait a minute.
to turn 12 years old in that photo.
Can you bring that up?
Yeah, you can see Ivanka right there between, it looks like between Trump and Epstein. All right, these are never before seen photos, Andrew. I know you also found some video of Trump and Epstein that was from...
Nah, but it's like the Diddy parties. Think about it. Like, everybody was so open to just going, nah, like like he was, if you were part of them, then you got something to talk about?
Later.
What's going on? Like, same thing, where it's like,
that of them talking that has also never surfaced before. What's that?
Well, that's right. This is from 6 years later in 1999.
Oh, no. Okay, so like the way, I will say this isn't helping the case where they're like, the media's obsessed, it's just the media, it's a hate piece, because like what you just asked there is probably realistically what most normies are asking. It's like, okay, so he had rich friends. But then again, the conspiracy crowd's gonna go, yeah, well, I mean, well, they knew. Wait, they knew him, so they had to, like, wait a minute.
This video has never been seen before in this context. It shows Trump talking to Jeffrey Epstein just before models hit the runway at the Victoria's Secret fashion show in New York in 1999. You know, the only other video we've seen of the two men was 7 years before this. Trump is at the show with Melania, who is, of course, now First Lady, seated a few feet away from Epstein. You can see them chatting during the show as well. Allegations that Epstein sexually abused underage girls didn't surface until 2005, years after this video.
I'll be honest, yeah, this isn't that bad. This isn't like the Whoa!
Shot.
It's like, okay, we just have more footage of them together. Although, again, every single piece of footage of them together is another one where Trump is just like, God damn it!
Right,
So,
but this, of course,
I have to say, there is like the mix here where I'm like, all right, yes, obsessive, like TDS maybe, but also...
Pushes them together, and obviously very friendly in
Oh my God, is that guy wearing a Livestrong bracelet?
9.
No, you are not wearing a Livestrong bracelet in the year of our Lord 2025.
So, Andrew, when you get all this, and all of this is, as I just want to emphasize, right, has not been seen before. So you actually called President Trump. You called him directly to ask him about this.
Yeah, we were not on the phone very long. I think our call was about 30 seconds or so. But when I asked him about the wedding photo, he said, he sort of paused for a second and then said, "You've got to be kidding me," before calling CNN fake news and then hanging up on me. Now, in a statement to CNN, White House Communications Director Stephen Chung said this. He said these are nothing more than out-of-context frame grabs of innocuous...
I'll be honest, yeah.
Videos and pictures of widely attended events to disgusting...
yeah, the media... I was about to say, they got to be careful, but how much of this is kind of orchestrated to kind of just whitewash it, where it's just like, see? Because think about it. I think they might know what they're doing here.
Infer something nefarious. The fact is that the president kicked him out of his club for being a, quote, creep.
All right. Well, it is incredible reporting, and it is important in this context as the country wants, answers on everything to do with Epstein. Andrew, thank you so much for all of that breaking news.
Godzilla's greatest battles. Who we got? Mechagodzilla and Gigan. Fair. What the hell is this? The Busted. What's this? Content cop Hassan Piker. Oh, so other people are now doing the content cop? I mean, if he didn't trademark it, then that was kind of stupid. Wait a minute. Let's see. He perpetrated a lie. Stephen Colbert cancel. Biden trashes Democrats. That seems rage baity AF. Man. All right, screw it. What I'm going to do is we're going to put the dog up for a second. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to come back, and then I got some more news to get to. Get away from the Epstein stuff. Hope they can find more stuff. I mean, they're... the fact that... Dude... The most damning thing is Congress taking the recess and having the votes. Now they're just doing the thing where they're like, we have 5 weeks to convince these people there's no there. Which, this could just be performative and, like, behind the scenes, they don't want to lose their constituents because they understand that their constituents are the ones that are really pushing for this. So they want to be like, look, we called for the vote. We did. Like, we called for the vote, and then they just sent us on vacation. And then we conveniently came back and said, upon further review, there's nothing to see. We gotta start saying Mike Johnson is on the list. Yeah. All right. I will be right back. Give me one moment. feel much better. What's up, Kirk? Oh, you missed all the fun. Oh boy, unless you were there for it. I feel better though. Again, apologies for getting heated. But everything's good. We're all good. Except for the fact that Stan keeps farting over here. Man, gotta lay off the treats if this is gonna be a regular thing. What is going on with you? Dude. Oh. My father hates my name. What the hell? Bro. They'll go back to ew, you want to see. I mean, they did that. They've already pivoted to that. The fact that they're already like all over the place with how they're trying to spin this is kind of making it that much more obvious, where we're just all kind of like, yeah, we know what's happening here. And I'm kind of glad that you know what, at least it's obvious enough to where even the Trump supporters are just going, no. Well, a good, like, I don't want to make it sound like the mainstream media is, where they're just like, this is like a 50-50 fissure. It's like, no, but there's definitely an online division. Like, I have been kind of going through like r/conservative and going on to Charlie Kirk's, you know, comments thread to go just see what's going on. And yeah, they're still not buying it. Now, I would say that there's a fraction of people in there now that are more charitable than, you know, when I did the whole breakdown of Charlie Kirk's comment thread when it first started. But, man, I gotta order some dinner here. Whew. Okay. Yeah, Kirk, I know that you're definitely going to appreciate the segment if you did not watch it already. Ooh, Panda Express has hot orange chicken? Why'd you just say that? Oh, man, I'm really hungry. Okay, yeah, I should probably order my food. Because I'm going to be on for a while tonight. We're pretty much halfway through stream. Is kind of how I'm looking at this, where it's just like, yeah. We'll see, though. Because honestly, I did have like some energy like just taken from me on that, or I'm like, oh my god. I do agree that those two guys are idiots, which they make my ilk look bad. God, at least know some politics. Damn. I got a glimpse, Pep, but I definitely need to rewatch. Yeah, I would. I mean, it's content. But at the same time, I do feel bad because it is like, yeah, I don't like yelling at people, and also having to feel like I need to reiterate that, all that stuff. It's illogical. All right, finally, you hit one. All right. Let's see. Where are we going? Where are we going with this? Because I don't want to do the Piers Morgan one that I had pulled up. It seems like it's going to create just a complete, utter, like, different rage in me. Yo, what is happening? Okay. Here we go.
The Nelk Boys Netanyahu scandal is now exposing people for the dangerous clout-chasing grifters they are. Why Colbert and Stewart versus CBS and Trump.
Okay.
Matters more than many realize. We've got huge.
Maybe I was too fair to these assholes. Jesus.
Huge Trump Epstein's.
I really was just trying to be like, no, guys, the Nora Marie.
Scandal updates as Ghislaine Maxwell re-enters the picture, and what's truly misleading and crazy about Trump's latest distractions from his Epstein scandal involving MLK and jailing Obama. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, and in fact, there is so much news today that you're getting a bonus show. And in fact, that video is already out, and it's the top link in the description. It's out early on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. It's a deep dive into the Trump media problem, Jubilee, maybe being a destructive psyop or not, and much more featuring Alex Perlman. So after this show, definitely go.
It has Jubilee content in it, though. Wait, what does? This does? Oh, crap. This has a lot of copywritten content. I think I could get the first story, though. Yeah, I'm going to get the first story out here.
Watch it there, and if you'd be so kind, leave us a
Get
5-star
some
review.
extra context to this, and also maybe, earn an extra apology for Pep.
So we can build out the show and network. But that said, we've got a lot of big stuff to talk about in the here and now, starting with
this guy's thin lips make me angry.
This.
Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest, I'm here to... It's a good point.
So those podcasts, bro.
Wow, they were like, dude, they were... Okay, so they were smoking, like, they were getting cooked by their audience. So, like, this is where I will say, they definitely... This is a learning experience for them.
Caricatures are the Nelk Boys, and they are now facing massive backlash after interviewing Benjamin
Why does everybody talk about them like they're just a mainstay in culture?
These Nelk Boys, if you don't know, they got big with their prank vids and vlogs, with them then getting into the podcast and streaming space, dipping their toes into politics, and then
again, everybody doing that because it's the thing to do. It's like, yeah, it's popular.
Becoming a kind of big fixture.
Meanwhile, you got assholes like me that are just like, I've done this for,
lead up to the last election. They ended up joining this kind of larger group of influencers, podcasters, and streamers who seemingly gave Trump a huge boost in the last election, especially with young men. Right, and last year, just before the election, you had Trump appearing on their Full Send podcast for the second time and even inviting them on his plane. And then you fast forward to yesterday, and they had Netanyahu on the show. Right, and he, of course, is the Prime Minister of Israel, which is a country that many rights groups and experts say is perpetrating a genocide in Gaza. Right, with many arguing that if it's not a genocide, why is it genocide shaped? And that, as Netanyahu himself is wanted by the International Criminal Court on allegations of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including the use of starvation as a method of war. Right, and one of the reasons I highlight that is because we actually talked about it again yesterday. And as the UN and rights groups have long warned would happen, we really are starting to see hunger and malnutrition take an even bigger toll in Gaza, with local officials saying today that 15 people had died of starvation in Gaza over the previous 24 hours. With that just adding to the ever-increasing number of people who are dying, including children. And again, that's on top of the nearly 60,000 people who have been directly killed so far, according to Gaza's health ministry, with more than reportedly half of them being women and children. And even that, it doesn't touch on all the destruction of most homes and buildings, mass displacement, and allegations and evidence of all sorts of other crimes. And then with all that, as far as this interview, it actually took place on July 8th, which is when Netanyahu was in the US meeting with Trump. And notably, you had outlets like Axios reporting at the time that the move seemed to echo Trump's campaign strategy of building support outside of traditional mainstream channels. With them reporting, it's a sign that Netanyahu recognizes the influence of the MAGA media universe and wants to build support for Israel and the prime minister's own policies within a key segment of Trump's base. And now that the interview has been released, you have many saying that it is clear why Netanyahu chose the Nelk Boys. They were completely out of their fucking depth. And at the beginning of their episode, they even seemed aware of it, but
yeah, but here's the thing. I'm kind of getting my point proven where I'm like, this is bringing a lot more awareness to like how out of their depth they were, but also just how bad Netanyahu is. So this is technically like,
then they just continued through.
This is
I was saying.
nuts.
This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
for sure the most
have ever done.
Yeah, 100%.
And by the way, I want to say too, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I see so much stuff about, what's going on in Israel and, Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, I just really don't know what is going
To be honest, I just completely check out because I don't give a fuck. That's what you wanted to say, right?
on there.
And of course, as many others have already pointed out, that the big problem with interviewing someone about something you know
man.
almost nothing about, especially when that person has a vested interest in pushing a certain narrative, when that person says something that isn't true, you can't point that out. You don't even have a chance. And when you have a massive platform like the Nelk Boys, you're just giving them your megaphone and essentially co-signing. They're going to argue that they're not. That's essentially what you're doing. But we will get more into the criticism later. I first want to talk about what was actually said. Because the whole thing, it just started with Netanyahu just laying it on thick for old Donnie Trump.
I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll make America great again. He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world.
But of course, in reality,
this guy is
the opposite appears to be true, at least when talking about America being admired around the world. In fact, according to a recent Ipsos poll, the number of people saying the U.S. will have a positive influence on world affairs, it fell in 26 out of 29 countries since Trump got elected. And a Pew Research poll last month similarly found that the number of people who view the U.S. favorably has dropped in most of 24 measured countries. Then separate from that, in the interview, you also had the Nelk boys asking what Americans think about Israel.
I think the
Matt Damon and Steve-O.
broad segments of the American public support Israel. But I'm concerned that the young people in America, some of them are getting the wrong picture of Israel.
I mean, the one guy for sure. Steve-O, maybe not.
Vilification, demonization. You can feed them a lot of...
Dude, the gawk is crazy.
Lies.
Yeah, this is...
So the only way you can fight lies is with the truth. To have young Americans march and support these mass rapists, these people who beheaded men, who burned babies alive, I'm talking about the Hamas monsters. Is that their ideal? They don't know nothing. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them.
But then notably they're like, at least just with what he's saying there, it wasn't exactly the truth. Right? Because for sure, Hamas massacred hundreds of civilians on October 7th and took 251 people hostage. And investigations by the ICC, rights groups, and media outlets, they have all uncovered evidence of war crimes and atrocities, including rape and sexual violence. However, those claims about beheading or burning babies, they've been discredited. And that is, on the flip side, you have investigators uncovering evidence of war crimes and atrocities committed by Israel, and those include rape and sexual violence. And overall, Israel's alleged crimes have taken place on a much bigger scale in terms of total casualty numbers, and you actually did have the Nelk boys asking Netanyahu about that, though he said this.
The reason we have civilian casualties in Gaza is because Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza. We tell the Palestinians, hey, leave, because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burned our babies, you know, we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up because we have their telephone numbers. We say, leave, please leave. We send them leaflets, millions of leaflets, please leave. We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. You say, we want you to stay because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on and claim that Israel is deliberately doing
I'm starting to see where they're annoyed because there's literally, like, okay.
this. We're not
They literally didn't say words. Like, no words, no questions.
Really doing anything.
You then also had Netanyahu similarly trying to shift blame to Hamas when asked about accusations that Israel is starving the people of Gaza.
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happened?
Again, the one good thing to come out of this is the fact that they are getting cooked as badly as they are. This doesn't change a lot of my positions on what Hassan was doing, though, and the fact that he didn't watch it in full and then went and cooked them as hard as he did.
When we let them in.
Because again, technically he's right. It's the way he went about it that I have a problem with.
Hamas steals the food.
Scott, what up, dude?
Takes the good chunk for itself, then
what an effing creep, yeah.
Sells at inflated
How you been, man?
Prices.
Good to see you.
They jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all. And then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Except that's not what happens, or at least Israel, for some reason, hasn't provided proof that Hamas has systematically stolen aid. And the UN, the European Commission, and major international aid organizations have all said they also have no evidence that this is happening. And then, of course, something that we've talked about several times now, it's not been looting, but Israeli bullets that have stopped hundreds of Palestinians from getting aid over the past few months. Right? Ever since the implementation of a new aid system run by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And actually, speaking of the US and Israel working together, you had Netanyahu in the interview reiterating his support for relocating people out of of Gaza, with him saying that they should have the, quote, freedom of choice to do that. Of course, you have experts saying it really wouldn't be a choice at all. It would likely amount to being a forced population transfer that would be considered a crime against humanity. And then with all that, you had Netanyahu in the interview getting back on topic of support for Palestine in the US, with him equating it to support for Hamas, but then also calling it anti-American.
I come here and I see these protests. The people who are protesting for Hamas and against Israel, they burn American flags. They not only burn the flag of Israel, they burn American flags. They're anti-American. They're not MAGA. They're not supporters. You know, who do they support? You know who they support? They support Iran and its proxy, Hamas or Hezbollah.
And interestingly, it actually led to this quick exchange about Zoran Mamdani, right, the Democratic candidate in the New York mayor's race. And this exchange, at least so far, has been one of the biggest things picked up by the mainstream media.
I'm just trying to figure it out too, because even in New York City, right? What's Zoran?
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic guy.
Yeah.
The highest, I think the highest population of Jews in New York City. How's that even possible?
Well, it's possible because a lot of people have been taken in by this nonsense. I mean, what? You want to defund the police? You want to have people go into stores and, you know, rob them?
Preposterous. Rainbow Connection legit is a top 10 song of all time.
And be free? You think that really
Agreed.
creates a good society? You want to crush all enterprise?
There's so many.
You want to tax people to death? I mean, you know, that's a one-term effort, but, you know, sometimes you have to get mugged by reality to understand how stupid that is.
Though, of course, Mamdani has forcefully denied accusations of anti-Semitism, promising to govern for Jewish New Yorkers and increase funding to combat hate. But that also, and maybe here's why Netanyahu has an issue and he's saying all this, Mamdani has accused the Israeli government of genocide and said that he would arrest Netanyahu if he ever visited, citing the ICC's arrest warrant. Additionally, Mamdani said he will not defund the police, instead saying he wants to move resources around to make sure that officers are focusing on the most serious crimes. In fact, he says he plans to keep the current New York Police Department headcount. And then, you know, getting back to Netanyahu, I will just be, I'll just be honest here. There is just so much more we could unpack in this interview, and it's because shit just went uncontested. And so with the time that we have together, I then want to focus on one of the most interesting aspects of all this.
Dude, you're spamming.
And that has been the response to the interview. Because just starting with their comment section, you had them taking a fucking beating. Their own fans saying you are platforming a war criminal and basically saying that they were being used by Israel. There just being no shortage of comments like, this was pitched to Netanyahu like this. Don't worry, these guys are idiots. You can use their platform to push whatever propaganda you want and they won't push back on anything. And notably, with all this, they actually responded to the criticism and more on a kick stream yesterday.
Someone said, having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest. I'm here to. That's a good point. I like. We're here to learn, to be honest, guys.
Well, and that's okay. And Emma made this point earlier about how it's not on your audience to really teach you. Which, okay, so this is especially grand coming from me, where I'm like, you know. But I'm genuinely trying to learn. These guys don't give a shit. Like, they went into this without, like, wanting to like, have any different positions. God, all they had to do was a cursory research just to, like, have Google up and just be like, okay, it says here that, you know, this is something that you're combating, right? And this is one of the criticisms. No, none of it.
Interacting with the chat.
Like, it was really just kind of lazy content.
They also had like a whole cast of characters coming in to talk to them.
So towards the end, it sounded like the Nelk boys have a personal relationship with Hassan, so some of that interaction is forgivable. Okay.
Criticize them. In there, you had people saying that Netanyahu was just using them for public relations.
You study before the test, not after.
Saying this is an obvious attempt.
Yes. Thank you.
Them to get young conservative frat guys, the kind of
like
guys
perfectly
in the masculine manosphere type streaming space in the pocket of Israel. You're saying it comes across like they're
trying to learn because they are on an apology tour. Yes, but the fact that they're on this apology tour again, this is one of those rare things where I'm like, all right, was the damage they did technically more than what can be gained from this? Because it seems like, with the way that their audience responded, the damage wasn't all that bad. And that this whole that they're going to learn thing, it's like, it seems like they're actually going to learn.
They're doing imagery of
I mean,
rehabilitation for him.
Look, they're definitely on, like you said, the apology tour, so they know something's up.
Numerous people saying that he was interested and picked them because unlike a hard interview with a journalist, they're not going to push back. Right? Arguably the biggest or maybe only pushback really that was there was when they were talking about McDonald's versus Burger King. There was also this weird disturbing moment that happened when other commentator Hassan Piker went on, because a big defense that the Nelk boys had for themselves is, we try to just get a big name on and be neutral. And then with that in mind, we had this interaction play out.
What about Adolf Hitler?
I think we'd always kind of play the neutral role, to be honest, and just
You would play a neutral role interviewing Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's the case.
And then later regarding the platforming of, I guess, an Adolf Hitler type or people being described as neo-Nazis, we saw this.
The reason why I would still choose not to platform neo-Nazis and things of that nature, regardless of how equipped I am at talking to them about these issues and being able to push back adequately, is because a lot of these guys are simply looking for any opportunity to get their message to a broader audience. Right. They don't actually care about the truth. They don't actually care about coming across like good or bad. They just want to be heard, because every single time they go in front of a larger audience, they end up winning over some people in the margins to their side.
But ultimately, that's where we are right now. We're going to have to wait to see what happens next, especially because the
yeah, but this is where I would argue that the margins on this one might actually be tilted towards the left.
Now have someone on, I guess, next week that has the opposite point of view as Netanyahu. And so I'm very interested to see what they think.
I lace my
I think that is, like, where that lands between a displaced, starving Palestinian child and, like, the leader of Hamas.
Oh, this is funny enough, Outsmoke. This is different. And
or I don't know.
It's whatever. It's different.
Hey, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to this whole situation and news. And then you got more.
Okay. Just because his news is literally ladled with the fact that Daily Show is getting canceled, which, dude, Comedy Central's on its last legs. As much as I want to say that this is targeted, God, oh yay, a new guy. LOL. Oh yay, a new person with this. You dick. That's it. Sorry. I need to just take a moment there because, yeah. Propaganda needs to just happen because I think I invite some. I think I invite some stuff here just with the High on Politics name that I'm not okay with. You're too much of a softie. Yeah, a little bit. He was spamming chat, and honestly, it's been getting on my nerves, so. Like, we get it, dude. You like fucking Rainbow Connection. No, honestly, it's making me a little bit more of a harder streamer or a harder person on this one, where it's like, I started this with sympathy and looking at like a guy like him having a lot. I've given him a lot. The fact that I even let him back in here and he's still playing these games. So. Severe retardation reported in the northern sectors. Sorry. He's having an episode. Great. Honestly, at this point, what am I supposed to do about that? Anyway, like I was just saying, I wasn't trying to revisit this as much. Because I can admit where I was like, yeah, I may have seemed like I was coming off like I was trying to side with them at certain points, and that was not the case in the slightest, so I don't want to have that misunderstanding. My biggest point of contention was that we need to be able to just use it and move on. Time to go home and play some Smite 2. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, there's nothing better than, like, getting off work and just, like, going and vegging and playing some video games. There is something specifically just, like, I don't know. It's one of the gems of life. Definitely, everybody should enjoy that. You know, don't take too much advantage of that, you know? Caught you on the wrong side of the day. Can have one of those with my boss at times where the vibes don't align. True, but I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like the vibes. What's with the? This is where I'm confused. You know, like I actually genuinely was like, dude, I have such a like we had good news. It's just, listen, don't ever worry about coming off a certain way. Be true to your beliefs and yours only. Oh, yeah, true, but I also admit where like sometimes I get like, dude, when I get angry, sometimes I get irrational. Sometimes I can, you know, say things that I don't necessarily mean. Like, dude, I don't think there's enough of that in this world, but at the same time, I'm also not here to sacrifice myself and my integrity too, because like I just was dealing with there. It's just, yeah. Got a dude's having an episode spamming chat. And honestly, I think that's more of a detriment to entertain it. If he's truly having an episode, then he just needs to like not be here. Because like, dude, he's part of other communities too, so Pep needs a Snickers. I do need food. I am genuinely very hungry. I ordered food. It should be here about 8:25. So, yeah, I'm a little bit hangry. I will say this again. This is also why I'm trying to be like, yo, like I'm not always perfect. But also, no animosity, man. There's no animosity. I want to make that perfectly clear. There's no animosity. I have no animosity towards Angela. I have no animosity towards anybody that in general I was having disagreements with, okay? He needs to heal. Nah, man. I gotta be honest. I got my sympathies for this kind of behavior is a lot less. I think the reason that I even entertained that was because when he was going through that the first time, that was pre my mom's death. Now after my mom's death, no, I hate people that use tragedy and their like the stuff going on in their lives to act a fool and then just be like, oh, we just need to he just needs to heal. That's true. He does need to heal. But this ain't the fucking place for it if he's going to continue to act that way. And I have to just reiterate that it's like, no, man. Fuck. I know better than you and you are jealous. Dude, I might just hard ban you. Like, honestly. Like, oh, look. Double comments again. Is your internet broken or are you just, like, speed typing this? Take a break. This ain't, no. Nah, you don't get to do that. You don't get to be like, oh, I'm high. I don't want to lose you again. Yeah. This is a reset. Like, trust me, I'm not jazzed about doing dead air here. But I need this reset. This is oy, 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 oy. Bloodstone, thank you for being here. Also, Kirk, kind of leaving this one to you. Okay. Better. Took a breath. Yeah, no, that's happening right now. Oh boy, is that happening right now. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to step off camera here for just one moment, then we're going to come back and... I guess, you know what? Screw it. I'll watch this Piers Morgan thing. So, let's do this. Oh! 38-year-old knees. Cheers, guys.
Triplug and Jiden $10. I call on the Peppa Bear for advice. What would you if someone keeps doing a nice thing then following up with a favor request? Feel a little manipulated.
What'd you do if you keep being nice, doing a nice thing, then follow up with a favor request? Feel a little manipulated. Someone doing a nice thing. Yeah, no, I feel a little bit, my man, yes, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, tell them that you kind of feel that way. I know that's a little bit hard, because, like, it's not always easy just to articulate your feelings to, you know, people like that. So, I trust me, easier said than done. In context, it was very good context. Don't worry, man. It's just about how much it sucks, bro. Well, being manipulated, especially like when it's by somebody that you love, it sucks. Like, been there. These family friends keep inviting me for dinner or bringing some home cooking leftovers, then a day later asking me to watch their dogs for days or weeks. Yeah, they're totally doing that, but at the same time, do you like their dogs? Are you, like, a reliable person that they can go to? And, I mean, I know you said you feel used, but they're family friends. Oh, family friends. Oh, sorry. I don't know why my brain just did that thing where I was just like, family. Yeah, it does kind of suck. But also, like, I mean... Wait, home cooking leftovers? I mean, are they paying you to watch the dogs? Like, are they... So, wait, are they doing this thing where they're inviting you over and then they're just like, by the way, can you watch this dog... Like, can you watch the dogs? It's like, then I could see that being okay, but... And then paying you and just being like, yeah, here, we'll compensate you, but I thought they were being genuinely caring, so I got hurt a bit when I was catching on. I see. Well... That sucks. Yeah. Alright, stop over this. Or wait, because you used to ask me immediately after, but then requests started coming a day or so later. Maybe you're just overthinking it. Well, okay, so some people do that like subconsciously, because like think of it this way: like I've had situations where I don't. Because like I don't know. Is this the only time you see them? Because that would be shitty. Like, if this is the only time you, like, legit see them, then that's a problem. Oh. Hold on. I think this needs to, If they don't have to ask you, or they don't have to manipulate you, they just gotta ask. Oh, yeah. But no, it's kind of like I was saying. Like, it's like if you, like, talk to somebody, but then you also, like, want to ask a favor. I don't know. I've been in a situation like that where I don't just want to ask a favor, but, like, I also don't not just ask it pretty much immediately, but I'm not also doing the nice thing just because I want a favor. You know what I'm saying? You watch the dog for me? Tell them to... No. Wait, why is this not... Now they're trying to get you to keep the dogs because they loaded... Man, you're gonna make them, like, super paranoid. Oh, no! By the way, here. Let's give the boy some love here. Here. Come here, Boo. Boo. No more lazy dog. You gotta come over here. Nope, this way. This way. Over here. Camera side. Come on, camera side. Come on. Over here. Over. Come on. Around. 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 Come around. Over here. Oh no, he's... Alright, that's it. Come here. Hey. There we go. Good boy. Oh, good catch. Do you have to stay at their place to watch the dogs is the question? Yeah, that's also, we'll just say I can't next time and just take the food. I mean, the thing is, it's also, you do have to establish boundaries where it's like, no, I got this going on, or like, they don't even need to know the, like, context, or, but if it helps, I mean, yeah. So you got stuff going on. I think my food's here. Okay. Whew. Just watch the dog. I mean, honestly, do you like, you didn't answer the question. Do you love the dog? Like, do you like the dogs? You good boy. Speaking of my dog. Yeah, you're a schmoo. You definitely are. Oh. Hold on. This. And then, yeah, we're gonna watch. I decided I am now in a good headspace. I will watch the Piers Morgan thing. Because apparently there's a twist, so. Also, again, thank you for the $10, man. I appreciate that. I'm also trying to reset while simultaneously being like so hungry that it kind of hurts. So, when we do watch this, I just want you guys to know, I'll likely be eating, which is pretty rare for me. The eating on stream part, not the eating. Mark Draper, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that, man. Welcome to the channel. Also, yeah. Whoa, bro, chill. We don't own dogs like they own us. And so it's an honor they ask you for. Ah, crap. Hold on. He is totally right. Called it. He's totally standing outside. I'm like, huh. Food is good. No, this is mine. Excuse me, sir. Here, need to make some space. Gotta go. No, this is not for you, mister. No. You're causing problems. Oh. Okay. Let's get this Piers Morgan video off the ground. Alright, get away from my food. Here, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's being naughty. He's being a naughty. Being naughty. Bad dog. You need to get a healthy supply of cup noodles. Actually, I do have a healthy supply of cup noodles. No, tonight was one of the nights where I was just like, screw it. I'm going to just order food because I haven't eaten all day. So I was just like, allows me to do more streaming. Hang with you guys and have some fun. Also, I will... God, I gotta say, like, this has definitely been an emotional high and like emotional roller coaster of a stream. That's for sure. Whew. Okay. Wait. Oh, I just realized I backed out of it. Give me 1 second. I totally had it pulled up too. There you go.
If she's, as you say, a victim of a miscarriage of justice, then there would be no obvious reason why she would not want to cooperate with the authorities. It is your position, as her brother, is your position that these are all
brother?
These victims.
Why is he interviewing the... I gotta say, why is he interviewing the families?
They're all lying.
That's
There's a lot of
weird.
speculation about whether Epstein was some kind of Israeli agent. Your father, Robert Maxwell, was
that's
also
good.
an Israeli agent, maybe also working from Mossad. What can you say about that? Do you believe Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
That interview was spectacular. What the hell is going on here, Piers? These are wild bombshells.
Well, Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years in a federal prison for recruiting, grooming, and transporting.
So are they doing this thing where they're going to put Maxwell, like, and just to take the onus off Trump? I don't know.
So Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse. Amid the outrage over the failure to release the Epstein files, many people have asked, if there is no client list, who did she traffic for and why is she in jail? Well, the answer is she trafficked for Jeffrey Epstein. That's what the court concluded. Evidence from his victims portrayed her as a smart, manipulative woman without whom his abuse would not have been possible. But Maxwell's family is appealing the conviction, and political pressure in the United States for Maxwell to testify before Congress could present an opportunity. The House Oversight Committee has literally just approved a subpoena for her to do so. And Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, said this.
She is the Rosetta Stone. She knows everything. She arranged every single trip with everybody. She knows everything. And if she were just given use immunity, she could be compelled to testify. I'm told that she actually would be willing to testify, and there'd be no reason for her to withhold any information. So I don't see any negative in giving her the kind of use immunity that would compel her to testify.
Well, President Trump and others in his administration clearly believe there is too much circumstantial evidence in the case files, too many people who'd be guilty by association with a man who obsessively curated influential contacts for whatever reason. There's also vile pornography that can't really be posted on a government website. Senior Republicans, including Speaker Mike Johnson, think bringing Ghislaine Maxwell before Congress could be the solution. And this morning, Attorney General Pam Bondi revealed that she's asked her deputy Todd Blanche to meet Ghislaine Maxwell in the coming days. He'll ask her whether she will cooperate with prosecutors from the Department of Justice and potentially reveal the names of any powerful figures who may be guilty of crimes. But will she do it? And can we trust her if she does? Well, Ian Maxwell is Ghislaine's brother, and he joins me now in the Uncensored studio. Ian, welcome to Uncensored. You're her brother, Ghislaine. So let me start by asking you for your reaction to two bits of breaking news today. The first was that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, has directed for her deputy to go and see Ghislaine in prison. What is your response to that, first of all?
Well, you really have to ask yourself, why didn't the DOJ ask to speak to Ghislaine before they indicted her? Why is it only now? And the reason I say that is because in 2019, after Epstein died and up until Ghislaine's own arrest in 2020, she was, to the best of her knowledge and her lawyer's knowledge, not a target. She remained in the United States. They made her, Ghislaine, available for questions and kept on being said, she's not a target, she's not a target. Suddenly, bang, 60 officers come down on a house in New Hampshire where she was, huge show, this part of arrest and so forth, and then there is a disgraceful press conference organized by the DOJ's attorney in New York, and she is pointed at with a picture of Epstein, the subtext being, this woman is guilty. So we considered that all of that entire process was prosecutorial misconduct. And finally, they decided that they want to talk to her.
So you think it should have been done years ago?
Of course.
The second development is that the House Oversight Committee, Congress, has voted to subpoena Ghislaine.
I have to say, all these rich.
Will she be willing, from your understanding, will she be willing to talk to both the Deputy Attorney General and to be deposed by the United States Congress?
Well, this has happened quite literally, and I've only heard it, as you have at the same time, in the last 5 minutes about the Republicans deciding that they're going to subpoena her. At the moment, Ghislaine's lawyer, David Oscar Marcus, has indicated that he is talking to the government to set up this originally requested meeting with Todd Blanche. Whilst this is going on, you need to be aware that Gillen is involved in multiple live legal proceedings. She has a live petition in front of the Supreme Court. The government has chosen to oppose that. The same DOJ that is wanting to interview her is opposing her simultaneously. It's quite an unusual position, but that is what the position is. So she has to respond and has to rebut that
monster
That's
angler.
one set of proceedings ongoing. Then she has to decide how to deal with this particular request that's come in from the DOJ. Now we know that there's a subpoena request coming into Congress, which has to be considered. And in addition to all of that, she has a live, not yet live legally, but in the process of being prepared, motion, which is known as a habeas corpus motion, to be brought in front of the district court back in New York, in which she's entitled to bring new evidence that was not available at her trial, showing government misconduct prior to the trial, in the trial, and post the trial, including, for example, the now, as far as we're concerned, confirmed perjury of one particular juror who perjured himself in front of the judge at the hearing brought at her request as to why he did not disclose his prior sexual abuse on the jury selection form. So all of this is to say that Gillen didn't have a fair trial. That's the bottom line.
You knew this was coming, though. Like, God, you had so many commentators just like bringing this up.
And in order to be able to deal with all of these things, while simultaneously being in prison, and a damn dangerous prison it is too. So it's very, very hard to see the sequencing of all of this.
But if she's, as you say, a victim of a miscarriage of justice, then there would be no obvious reason why she would not want to cooperate with the authorities. I mean, particularly the chance to address Congress, for example, where the whole world would watch. And if she is as innocent as you say, then isn't that the perfect opportunity? I mean, why wouldn't she? I mean, if she doesn't do that, and she doesn't cooperate with the Attorney General's office, people are going to assume guilt, aren't they?
I don't think so. I think you have to you have to separate the agendas of everybody involved here. What is Gillen's agenda? She has been in jail over 5 years. She wants to get free. The reason she wants to be free is because the petition to the Supreme Court is one that says I should never have been prosecuted because I was a beneficiary of the Jeffrey Epstein negotiated non-prosecution agreement. So her opening position is to say this should never have been brought.
But that's not the same as saying you're innocent.
Wait a minute. Well, the most important point is that if you should never have been prosecuted, you should never have been prosecuted. And I don't know what you have in mind when you say that.
Well, I simply say that would be a legal argument that you would be immune from being prosecuted. That doesn't mean automatically you're an innocent person. It just means that you may have been part of what many people think in relation to Epstein was a ridiculous farce in which somebody who clearly was a very predatory paedophile ends up getting an incredibly lenient sentence, albeit he remains a convicted paedophile. And so anyone associated with him in that case, if you were immune from prosecution, the court of public opinion is not going to view that as an assertion of your innocence. Summer is here, and everyone knows to protect their skin from the sun. But what if you could also protect it from collagen?
Gillen was her trial took place
just like
when
British fair skin can't see the sun without being burnt to a crisp. I know all about this.
She had one arm tied behind her back, both physically because she was abused significantly in the 2 years prior to trial. She was on the suicide watch. She was in an isolation cell. She was physically abused by the guards. She was woken up every 15 minutes and couldn't sleep for 2 years. So that's how she presented at trial. And then we now know that her trial was full of government misconduct. From the start, she was unable to bring evidence in her own defense.
Think of it. They do have to kind of admit where it's like, all right, like, it seems like there was government malfeasance.
On the one hand. And, for example, I'll give you one example.
Well, she could have testified. She chose not to.
She was advised not to because her own defense was so, had been held below the water by the prosecution.
But
oh, bullshit.
After her conviction, she
Come on.
did appeal, and the appeals court rejected the appeal. So going to the Supreme Court is actually the next stage of the appeals process, but she's already had a court convict her, a jury. She's then had an appeals court of 3 judges uphold that conviction.
Wow.
I understand. Listen, I would do everything I could for my sister.
Sure.
Let me be clear, okay? So I admire your attempts to get your sister out of prison, just on a human level. I understand it. And it must have been a horrendous thing for you as her brother to watch all this go down. You know, we've got a clip. She gave an interview to Talk Television, actually. We've got a clip from that.
They wake you up at 6. And you can go to breakfast, which consists of a cereal.
Wait.
And a
Nope. Here, I can do the audio here. This will detect. Yeah, it's already doing it. Here.
fruit, a piece of fruit, generally. And then you have to make your bed, sort of
about that. Some say it was an introduction by your father, Robert Maxwell, the publisher.
Sorry, guys.
Others say it was at a party or whatever.
For some reason, yeah, whatever channel he just,
What's the truth?
The talk or whatever.
My father was not involved.
Right.
Start with that. She met him, I believe, sometime in 1991. And either just before or just after our father died. And then was with him up until, I would say, sometime like late 90s. Right? When you could consider they were...
in a relationship.
An item,
Right.
correct. But this wasn't a relationship, a very standard relationship. They didn't live in the same home. He lived in his home, she lived in her home. She didn't have a key to his house. He didn't have a key to her house. So they lived, they were intimate, but he did not share with her in any way what he would.
This is weird, man.
Was doing at any given of the time of the day.
Is it her brother?
So
like,
we know because evidence was already available before the start of the trial.
He's not
that
making a
there
very good case for it.
are emails written by Epstein to
we know why that is.
Associates saying, "Do not show this."
Continue, continue to add, add the other pieces to that. That's a hell of a freeze frame.
Wait until Gillen has gone. Do not tell Gillen. So this is a very strange kind of situation. So I think it's entirely correct that the view of Gillen and Epstein was wrong in terms of the way that they interact.
But in her court case, there were a number of people, not just the victims, but also housekeepers of various properties belonging to Epstein, who painted a picture of Ghislaine being his Miss Fix-It. She was the one that ran things. She was the one that couriered people around. She was the one that knew what he liked, even down to sexual peccadillos and so on. That she was, almost acting like his madame, for want of a better phrase. And there were a number of people, many people, who painted the same picture. That she wasn't just some peripheral lover on the side who had no knowledge of his movements. She was, in many cases, planning his movements.
Well, we now know from grand jury transcripts of the 2007-8 indictment of Jeffrey Epstein, the first time, which were released only in December 2024, so just a few months ago, by Governor DeSantis, that there is significant differences of what witnesses said, including witnesses, 3 or 4 of them, that came to the 2021 trial of Ghislaine, and what they said in the 2006-7 trial of, indictment of Jeffrey Epstein. The defense were not provided those and could not, therefore, cross-examine the witnesses, including the women, the accusers, as to where this abuse took place, when this abuse took place. And it's critical because it goes to the ages of the girls in each case, not just isolated. And it goes to the veracity of core witnesses. And we know this, Piers, because of this. Their juror number 50 turned out to have lied on his jury form.
You said that, yeah.
Now, it's not just that he lied on his jury form about his prior sexual abuse, but we know because he spoke to an independent journalist of The Independent about what went on in that jury room and what influence he personally had on other jurors, and crucially
trying to say
on
that the
bits
jury
of
was- oh my
evidence
God.
on what was considered important by the
There's a
jury.
jury
and what was
conspiracy,
not
guys.
considered
Okay, but let me just,
You
for
read
those
John
who
Grisham?
are not as familiar with the case as you obviously are, and I am, the women victims who testified, Jane, Kate, and Carolyn were all pseudonyms. Annie Farmer testified under her real name. Testimony under oath from all these victims included Jane, who said that Ghislaine sometimes joined in on the sexualized massages with Epstein. Kate testified that Ghislaine had set up those sexual meetings. Carolyn testified that Ghislaine once touched her breasts, her hips, and her butt, told her she had a great body for Epstein and his friends. She was 14 at the time, she said. And Annie Farmer, who did give her, or wanted to testify under her real name, testified that when she was just 16, Ghislaine massaged her naked chest at Epstein's New Mexico ranch in 1996. Is your position that they were all lying?
Well, my position is that Ghislaine was never given the chance to cross-examine them properly on their testimony.
Wait, she couldn't.
I understand that, but that's a different.
Based
that's a
on
different
new
question.
information.
But that's a different
that
question.
was not available.
No, but that's a different question. Is your position, as her brother, who's obviously talked to her about this myriad times, is your position that these victims are all lying?
I believe my sister. She has consistently told the truth. Her lawyer just this morning said that she fully intends to continue telling the truth. And what's interesting is that as more and more things come out, as more and more examples of misconduct come out, the truth of Ghislaine is also coming out. And therefore, the short answer to your question is that Ghislaine has denied all of this, and I believe that she's telling the truth.
But she stayed friends with Epstein after his conviction for being a paedophile.
Did you see this part come
I think
in?
the position is this: the
So publicly,
relationship
with
came to
the
an
brother
end.
coming
I
out
would
and doing
say
interviews?
around about 1999.
Right,
I thought the lawyers were just gonna start filing.
In terms of an intimate relationship. Then in 2000, a key associate of Epstein by the name of Sarah Kellum was employed to do all of the arrangements of planes or whatever you will. The relationship between Ghislaine and Epstein at that point became essentially a professional relationship. And she was tasked with the renovations of his multiple houses and all that kind of
But
stuff.
how long did she continue to be friends with him? The ups and downs of the economy can be stressful and worrying. One of the smart...
Now shut up.
It's hard to say. I mean, she was in a full-on relationship with a man called Ted Waite from 2003 to 2011. Certainly, by the time of his conviction, I don't think that there was any meaningful continuing interaction.
Look, my point is this: she stayed.
Slugs were
pretty close
well
to
said.
him and friendly with him.
I'll allow it.
I'm not saying what particular capacity, I accept they weren't lovers, but she certainly didn't distance herself or disown him, despite his conviction for procuring sex with an underage prostitute. So my question for you is, you're convinced of her absolute innocence here, and yet she knew this guy that she was
Hearing
so
Pierce
close
say that
to
with a little bit
was a
like
convicted paedophile
for
from
complete
2008-9 onwards. And my question to you would be, well, why would she still hang around with him? It's a question I would ask Prince Andrew. He was asked it, of course, in the infamous Newsnight interview, and all the others, is that you can make an argument. You know, Donald Trump never saw him or dealt with him again, according to what he and his people have said. But there are many people, including Ghislaine, who continued to hang out with him. Well, and if I was her brother, that would raise a few alarm bells with me about actually whether she's telling me the full story. Because there it is in black and white. He was a convicted paedophile.
Well, I would question you on your facts as to hanging around or remaining close or remaining friendly. I don't think that's the case with Gillen, and I think your dates are wrong.
So
I'll be honest, I kind of question how like close they were.
She never saw him or talked to him again after 2008-9, after the conviction.
But
that's not what's been reported.
Well, I think there is a picture, quite a well-known picture now, which was pointed to by the prosecutor when the day of Gillen's arrest, which shows her in quite a snug embrace with Epstein, which I think is dated to 2006 or something like that. Now, she was full out with this other fellow, Ted Waite, at the time, and we know that they bumped into Epstein at some social event, and he grabbed her round the neck, and someone took a picture. So, I mean, I'm not saying that they never saw each other, but it's that type of context in which that took place.
Did you know?
Okay, this guy. I was kind of wondering, like, what was his periphery here? Like, how close was he?
How much money Epstein paid her?
How much
money he paid her over the years?
Huh?
No.
What'd you say?
Because she was leading an extraordinarily affluent life, and no one was quite sure where all this money came from. And the presumption is it was her fees from Epstein.
I don't think that's entirely right. I mean, she was a very talented girl. She was an NASD trader in her own right. She had various skills which she was able to turn into, including decorating houses and all the rest of it. So I don't accept that Epstein was her sole source of money, and nor do I believe that it's as vast as you paint it.
Well, I didn't say sole, and I didn't put a figure on it, but the reports have suggested she got paid many millions of dollars over the time of their relationship, both personal and then strictly professional.
Seems like a lot of...
We would need to check this out. As I explained to you, she had a professional relationship with him, looking after his houses, decorating.
Sure.
It's entirely possible that the accounts into which...
I see your British accent and raise you one.
Some of the money went for these substantial decorations, including the plane and so forth, may have come close to her. I can't tell you that, but that's what I suspect. And I don't think these numbers are very real at all, so I don't buy it.
In the trial, there was exhibit GX52. This was Ghislaine's supposed little black book. Most of the contents were redacted from court filings.
I'm still here.
In a November 12 filing, federal prosecutors contended the book contained compelling evidence of Ghislaine's guilt. In 2015, Gawker, the website at the time, published a redacted copy of its contents, including the names of world leaders, famous performers, business titans, and so on. What can you say about the little black book of all the details?
Listen, there was an address book for sure. It had the names of people, famous people.
So he just acknowledged it.
People that worked
okay,
for
so
them,
it totally
friends,
exists. Cool.
Whatever.
Good to know.
You have one, I have one. So let's not try and big it up for more than it is. I think it was a high-quality address book. I don't think it constitutes a list, let alone a list of alleged people to whom young minor girls were trafficked. So Ghislaine's position on this, for what it's worth, has been she doesn't ever believe that such a list existed.
But do you believe that Epstein was a predatory paedophile? Because many people believe he may have abused thousands of girls, many of whom were underage. That is the working presumption about Epstein. Do you believe that?
Well, do I believe it? I believe that he had some really strange predilections for young girls.
Well, it's called paedophilia. Let's call it what it is.
He couldn't even say it. What the what?
Okay, you want to call?
Whoa! Red flag. Red flag.
Well, he was convicted of it, so it's a pretty good indication that that's what he liked.
So there's no issue that was his modus operandi for his own pleasure. But I don't believe that it goes beyond his own predilections.
So all these men that were going to the island, going to the houses for these parties, Prince Andrew, for example, who was with his arm, photographed his arm around Virginia Giuffre with Ghislaine in the background.
Well, let's deal with that.
Well, we'll come to that in a moment. But,
Okay.
well, we will. But is your position, and obviously you would know from what Ghislaine's told you that it's her position, is the position that, yes, he was a massively predatory paedophile for decades, but that Ghislaine, who was around him for large amounts of that period, that she knew nothing about any of that?
Well, we've got to go back in time. And I know you pressed it to one side, but in the 2006-7 indictment of Epstein, which is the first time the authorities booked him, if you want.
Yeah.
Right. The police detective who ran the entire charge for the Miami Police Department, which was responsible for doing the investigation, was asked on oath, was Ghislaine Maxwell a target? No. Was Ghislaine Maxwell's name mentioned? No.
That's not
she
my
doesn't. Wait,
that wasn't my question.
You've asked me a question about you.
Epstein's
You
case.
made a statement. Forgive me.
like-
Can I finish?
Yeah, but that wasn't the question.
You said to me.
Wait a minute.
You said to me, Ghislaine was there.
I was about to say Bloodstone. Yeah, allegedly.
Part of decades.
Yes.
This just isn't true.
Well, through the 90s and 2000s?
No. That's a quick.
I mean, dude, just hearing his little, look at this freeze frame. This kind of sums it up. Like, oh, you got me.
collision.
Oh, boy.
It didn't happen. They
I
meet in
never got
91.
here.
They're intimate, I believe, until tail end of the 90s. The professional relationship begins then. The new associate I mentioned, Sarah Kellerman, comes in, does all whatever the organizing of the normal backwards and forwards of his life is concerned with, and she goes with Ted Wade from 2003 to 2011. I've said they bumped into Epstein from time to time. So we're talking about, remember, the indictment alone runs 94, 2001 of Ghislaine's indictment. And I tried to explain to you that she was cut out of communications and cut out of his life in large elements. So
weird how they said the same thing with Trump. Oh, he threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. They didn't have any association with him from the problematic era at all. Yeah, he started doing those weird things right after.
Who compartmentalized his life and compartmentalized his personal life. And it's important that Ghislaine,
I'm gonna hide here for a second.
can only assume, based on those emails of saying exclude her here, exclude her there, because she is a crucial conduit to important men, political men, bankers, and so forth. That you can't mix those two.
Do you accept that she may have pulled the wool over your eyes?
Oh,
what if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting.
Oh boy, let's
No.
not.
I believe myself. I've known her for 60 years.
Yeah.
Chris. But, you know,
Oh,
I'm not
boy.
going to suddenly say she started pulling the wool. I don't think so. I don't believe so. Not for a second. Not for a second. And interestingly, President
dated
Trump
when she was 28.
asked, the only time, I believe, in public, at the tail end of his presidency, so say, November, December 2021, about Ghislaine. And he said, I don't know much about it, but I wish her well. And I don't think that anyone else showed the slightest piece of humanity. Not anybody at that time, and yet he did. He didn't need to. He's the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world. He could have just sloughed it off. He didn't. He made a positive statement. I'm very grateful to that. I know Ghislaine was too.
Do you think that she will testify
What
to
the fuck was
Congress
that?
if she's given immunity?
Well, I've just told you that there are multiple.
I understand that, but
wait a minute.
Is that what she would require?
If you want the answer to the question, you let me explain it to you.
Yeah.
The immunity. You've got to be careful about things like immunity. But in a situation where you've got live legal proceedings, we can't find that if Gillen says, okay, I'm going to start testifying, that she is somehow attacked ex post facto for procedural nonsense, and she's accused of lying to Congress. And you cannot take this lightly. We just heard about the possible subpoenaing, or there's definitive subpoenaing around it. It doesn't mean that a subpoena is a command to come to Congress, right, and to testify. But it could be possible for Gillen not to testify. She may be advised in the midst of her legal proceedings that she should take the Fifth, which would be a pity, because she's never taken the Fifth, not once, not in any of the civil proceedings.
This guy acts like he's trying to impersonate a British person.
In a criminal case.
That's the right of every defendant.
Sure, but she didn't testify, is my point.
She did not testify because she believed...
She's never actually testified under oath about any of this,
wait
right?
a minute. She believed that the government had not made its case. It's not for Gillen to make the government's case.
I understand, but she could have testified.
She could have testified. Of course she could have testified.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Ian, do you believe Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
I have to say that was my original...
Yeah, actually, hold on,
view.
Bloodstone. Great observation. I don't know, even like if your brother was or your sister was accused of this, would you really associate?
Entirely plausible
and,
that that could have happened. However, I think the jury must be out on the manner of his death. I think the investigation was shoddy. I think it was cursory. I think the guards involved were let off pretty lightly. I think the footage we've seen of the film is not terribly conclusive. There's a flex from a CPAP machine, which helps you breathe better. Why couldn't that have been used as a ligature? We don't know. And the pathologist that was brought in by the Epstein family did not consider that the injuries to Epstein's neck were conclusive of suicide, and he thought it was more likely that it was homicide. And so that's my take on it. Remember, prisons are damn dangerous places. There are murderers on the wing where he was. He is a convicted paedophile. So, nonsense, as we call them in Britain, gets short shrift in prison. You know it and I know it.
Do you worry that if your sister agrees to testify, that her life will be in danger?
I think Gillen's life is in danger today. She's in a prison. It's a violent place. And we know that there's heavy overcrowding in Tallahassee, that now higher category prisoners are being admitted. So yes, I think it's, the prisoners are awash with drugs. It's extremely violent. It also is so ridiculous. She has no paper. Piers, she can't even instruct her lawyers. I mean, what kind of a situation is this? Where is the justice in that system?
Tell me briefly about the Prince Andrew photograph, the infamous picture with his arm around Virginia Giuffre, with your sister in the background. Some people have tried to cast aspersion over the veracity of that, but we know that Andrew paid a reported $11 million to avoid having this argument in public court. So what is your view of it?
Well, you've made several points. The first thing I want to deal with is the photograph. This photograph was allegedly taken on the 10th of March, 2001. I think I'm right about that. The weekend of 10-11 March. Now, Gillen had flown from the United States to England for one purpose that weekend.
Much better.
It was to attend my mother's 80th birthday celebration, which took place 35 miles away from, 50 miles away from London at my then sister-in-law's house, the house of my brother, Kevin. We have footage of Gillen on that weekend. There, we have people who saw her there. Now, you cannot be in two places at the same time. That's my take on the picture.
Well, 30
You draw the conclusion.
Well, 30 miles is not that far to drive.
You draw the... Well,
is it?
In the midst of a family gathering.
So you're saying the picture was fake?
I'm saying you can't be in two places at once.
So is the picture fake, do you think?
What do you think?
I don't understand.
From that...
Well, if the picture was fake...
If your picture was... Listen, Ghislaine has herself considered that she has no memory of that picture ever being taken. She has no memory of the event taking place. Dude. And for what it's worth, nor did Prince Andrew, because he's on...
So why did he give Virginia Giuffre $11 million to avoid...
that's a good question.
A court case he vowed to have.
The real reason that he folded his tent was not that he didn't have a decent case or a decent crack at proving that Virginia Giuffre was a serial liar, which we know is the case because
of course, the victim
Professor
blame,
Dershowitz was accused also of having slept with her. But unlike Andrew, he stuck to his guns and she had to pull. Now,
but she did.
You have to remember.
Well, hang on.
You have to remember.
Hang on 1 second. But Ian, on the question of whether Virginia Giuffre lied about Ghislaine, as you know, Virginia Giuffre sued Ghislaine for calling her a liar, and in the end, Ghislaine paid a reported millions of dollars as a settlement. Why would she have done that?
Well,
if Virginia Giuffre was lying.
Let's just get back to finish your question on Andrew, because you've asked that question I haven't answered. You have to remember the context in which he filmed it. It was his mother's 70th Jubilee year. She's at the end of her life. She's at the end of her reign. She wants to finish and go out on a bang. And this could not happen. I think he folded his tent either at her direct request or at the request of other members of the family that said, we can't have this. It's too bad. You just have to fold it, take the pain, and just move on, right? Now, so that's as far as Andrew is concerned. In the case of Ghislaine, it's a really different position because the transcripts of the civil case between Giuffre and Ghislaine found their way utterly inappropriately, and as we now know, illegally, into her criminal trial. But the transcripts as affecting Giuffre, so what came into the trial was all of what Ghislaine had to say and what Ghislaine did, but not what Giuffre has admitted and what Giuffre did. So part of what we want to get released, and which we hope that President Trump will authorize, and the DOJ will proceed, and Pam Bondi will get on with, is to have all of those transcripts in the public domain.
But why did Ghislaine pay her millions of dollars?
Listen, it reached a point where the matter was sealed. There would be no more finish to the whole thing. It was finished. She had enough. They came to an arrangement. We don't know what that arrangement was, actually. I don't know to this day. It finished.
Just finally, there's a lot of speculation about whether Epstein was some kind of Israeli agent working for Mossad or some other entity. And there's also been a further suggestion that your father, Robert Maxwell, was also an Israeli agent, maybe also working for Mossad. What can you say about that?
Well, just dealing with my father briefly, it's well known that he was a major supporter of the State of Israel.
Kept calling him Giuffre.
From its independence war, 1948, unknown to me, but described in a book that came out a few years ago, he was instrumental in ensuring that Israel had Spitfires and replacement parts required to defend itself and to ensure that it won that particular war. Later on, when he was a much more well-known man, he discovered the treachery of Vanunu. This was a man who had exposed Israel's nuclear secrets and ended up being quite helpful to Israel to get him and get him into jail. So that's as far as my father's concerned. I would dispute the idea that he was a member of Mossad or that he wasn't some kind of an agent of theirs. I think he was definitely a strong supporter of the State of Israel. Certainly he was on the Arab boycott and was proud of it, that list. Epstein, I have not a clue. We know that one of the former Israeli prime ministers, Barak, I think, just last week, said that it was not the case. Quite the contrary. Why would he take such a man on to be an agent? So that's what Israel has to say about
so he
it.
does bring on
As for Gillen, I have
like a
not the
separate episode?
slightest doubt that my father would never have involved her in any such matters. Not with the Mossad, not with the British Secret Service, and nothing. So I dispute.
My family's perfect. My sister is just a victim of circumstance, and you know what? It's just a bunch of oopsie doopsies. Wrong place, wrong time.
Fell off a boat, his boat, as everybody knows. How do you believe he died?
I have always accepted that it was an accident, that he fell from that boat. We know from some of the autopsy pictures released that there are really terrible tears in the muscles on his back, which would be indicating that he just tried to hang on either to the stairs or to the stern of the boat. He was not a well man at the time of his death. He was very, very overweight. And so I think that's good for me. And I just don't buy the murder, although Gillen does and has always thought that he was murdered.
Have you had any contact with Prince Andrew?
Have I?
Yeah, recently.
No, not recently. I think I met him at a time when Gillen was...
Someone has some pictures.
With him, or saw quite a bit of him.
Come on, Piers, get that British tabloid in you. Come on.
And that would have been...
Yeah, challenge this guy a little bit more. I mean, this is
20 years ago. So no.
Ian Maxwell, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Joining me now is the host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson, PBD podcast Angry Patriot, Benny Oshana, Mick Mulvaney, the former Chief of Staff to President Trump. Before I go to the panel, I'm going to speak briefly to Congresswoman Lauren Boebert.
Oh, God, a who's who of wins.
For your time. It was a fascinating interview there with Ghislaine Maxwell's brother, so I just wanted to complete that first. Let me just ask you, Lauren Boebert, first, your reaction to the fact that the House in Congress now wants to depose, it seems, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, well, my colleague Tim Burchett from Tennessee has language to bring her in before the Oversight Committee and have Ghislaine Maxwell testify. You just spoke in your previous segment about immunity. There have been rumors on the Hill that she wants a pardon before she would do that. That's not confirmed to me, but certainly...
I mean, we don't know what Kid Rock,
rumors that have been spoken about. And so I don't know if she would come before Congress with an immunity deal.
She looks like a lobster. What's happening?
With a pardon deal. I don't think that this is somebody who should be pardoned, or maybe when we hear what we have to say, maybe she should. But I don't see anything wrong with having the star witness actually say what's happening. Now, President Trump, he has done so many things that unfortunately are being overshadowed by this. We are all about truth and transparency, and I do trust the president's timing that he will get this out.
I think I can
We've
say.
had votes in the Rules Committee on such language. There's a discharge petition that I'm a co-sponsor of. Congressman Thomas Massey has drafted this language with a Democrat to get Democrat support. Of course, they're all over this right now. It's the first hint of corruption that they've ever wanted to expose. I mean, I've been in Congress trying to expose Hunter Biden and the Biden crime family all of this time, even Joe Biden's cognitive decline. And there was like nothing to see here, folks. They looked like the penguins in Madagascar. You didn't see anything. And now all of a sudden they're about truth and transparency. But I do agree with Congressman Tim Burchett and even many parts of the discharge petition that I'm a co-sponsor of in getting truth out to the American people, mainly because I want President Trump to continue on his amazing successes and what he is doing for the country and not be distracted by this mess. I've had communications with the White House. I do trust that there is a timing for this. And right now, we honestly should be talking about the treasonous activity that we have seen with Barack Obama as he was going out of his administration and what our Secretary Gabbard has uncovered. That should be be the main topic today, but instead we are focused on Epstein. You know, and I just want to say one more thing, Pierce. For years, we wanted to talk about Epstein and no one would. Everyone called us crazy. They called us conspiracy theorists. And now all of a sudden, this is the hottest issue. And the Democrats who are saying that they have seen things that the Republicans didn't try hard enough to get information out. Where were they the past 2 years, the past 4 years, the past 6 years? Where were they in actually getting information out to the public then? So it's fine to have the conversation. It's even better to get information out.
Oh, I know.
To the American people. And your interview there was very, very fascinating. He certainly has more information on this topic than I ever would. So it was great to be here in the waiting room watching that interaction.
Well, I appreciate your patience. I think in relation to the Epstein scandal and the Trump administration, it's simply that, you know, I had Alina Haber on this show several months ago in which she was absolutely ramping up to fever pitch what was likely to be in the Epstein files, and then suddenly, bang, everything gets shut down in a very mysterious and sudden way.
I love when they get caught, because like they're so like their tells are so obvious. Blink, blink, nervous blink. Huh? What do you mean, Alina Haber? Ah, yeah, her. Forgot about her.
On a Friday night, and it's exactly the kind of behavior that, honestly, if this had been the Biden administration had done that, I think exactly the same furore would have been fired up, but by you guys. So I do understand why the whole thing blew up the way it did. But listen, Lauren Bowman, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to go to the rest of the panel. Benny Johnson.
Peace.
It's very interesting. I mean, I'd never met Ian.
I need you no more.
Before. Obviously, he is her brother. You know, many people may watch it and think, well, he would say all that, wouldn't he? And there may well be merit to some of the procedural arguments he's making about the way this all got played out. But it does remain the case that it's completely baffling to me how the only person who's ever been made legally accountable for the actions of Jeffrey Epstein, one of the most predatory pedophiles, certainly high-profile pedophiles in modern American history, is a woman who's languishing in jail. And no other men, apparently, were ever involved in any criminal activity with this guy. What is your view about this?
First off, kudos to you, Piers. That interview was spectacular. What the hell is going on here, Piers? So he's saying
performative much?
That the Prince Andrew photo's fake? You're joking. He's saying that is a doctored photo. This is the opinion of the Maxwell family. That she never hung out with Prince Andrew. And then 2 questions later, he says, when they were all hanging out together with Prince Andrew, exactly what the hell just happened? That's crazy talk, man. And then his admissions about his father and his workings with foreign intel agencies. These are some bombshell admissions and some things that I really hope get asked in the federal testimony that is going to be elicited from Ghislaine Maxwell that I have sources inside of the DOJ.
Betty, we all know you're secretly gay, but you don't have to be sloppy like that.
Okay, and the FBI that says that meeting is on the books. It's not something that they're dangling in front of us, Piers. It's not some shiny object. It's happening.
All right.
It's already
line of the day. Line of the
on
day.
Schedule. It's going to happen. And so what will what's going to become of that? I'd really love to see the answers to that question. Ghislaine Maxwell is on the record saying she doesn't believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Well, why exactly? What was the operation? Did you literally sex traffic thousands of women to no one? Who was your father? Did you meet Prince Andrew? Is this a doctored photo, as you just elicited?
No one was more angry that Affliction went out of style than Vinny.
Out of her brother? That's it. These are wild bombshells. Bang on, Piers. That interview was something else.
Well, also, I just think in the end, you know, Andrew paid Virginia Giuffre.
You know, he has a sick Ed Hardy collection, though.
$11 million reportedly to not go to court and clear his name as he vowed to. And secondly,
no, VTuber drama about an agency stealing $500K in charity money. Oh, is that what that? Yeah, Legal Mindset had a video I saw about something like that. Okay.
12 paid.
I don't want to watch his stuff anymore. If you have a different video kind of like giving us an update, then yeah.
Apparently several $1 million to Virginia Giuffre to avoid going to court and defending herself against her claims that the Virginia Giuffre was a liar.
Yeah.
So
actually, there it is, right in the top corner there.
I don't.
V
I agree that in America,
Shoujo or whatever.
A lot of people settle without any admission of fault or blame or guilt. However, when a load of people caught up in one of the biggest scandals of modern times are paying millions of dollars to people while simultaneously claiming they weren't victims, and nothing happened, and there's nothing to see here, Gov, I'm just not buying it.
Well, here's, I think, the most important part. And if you speak with any federal prosecutor, as we've done multiple times on my show, you'll find something very strange here. And it really aligns perfectly and locks in with the Diddy trial. And there are major connections between the two. But here's the most major glaring connection that any federal prosecutor will scream from high heavens until his voice cracks over, which is you can't charge a RICO case without any co-conspirators. The way a RICO case and a kingpin case works, and Epstein's case was a kingpin case, was you start bringing in the lower level people and charging them. Same thing with Diddy, with the RICO case. You bring in the people who brought in the prostitutes or found the young women, who set up the freak-offs, who set up Epstein's Island. You prosecute the pilots, you prosecute the underlings, and then you build yourself up to a RICO case. In both cases, it was a wrap-up operation.
Honestly, I have to say, like, as mid as I thought it would be, it was kind of funny to watch Trump do the AI video of Obama getting arrested, and then Obama posted the real video of Trump getting arrested. I was like, all right, that was kind of a boss move.
The prosecution, Piers, was the cover-up. This was an opportunity for the federal government to seal something, not to expose something. And that's what has bothered so many people. They are intricately connected.
Okay, Vinny, do you accept that this has all been handled incredibly badly by the Trump administration? Because I think that's inarguable now, right? I mean, they walked everybody up the hill, and then right at the point that certainly I think a lot of MAGA voters were expecting to have full disclosure on all the Epstein files, Elon Musk suddenly goes public and says, bombshell. Donald Trump's, the biggest bombshell is that he's in the Epstein files. 2-3 weeks later, everything is shut down. You don't have to be a mad conspiracy theorist to say, well, what's going on here? I did, and I've known Donald Trump 20 years and like him very much, and I totally accept that he might be completely blameless when it comes to anything involving Epstein of a nefarious nature. But the sequence of events here is not good.
No surprise there, fellas.
Absolutely not, Piers, and it's good to see you again.
And you.
But yeah, Piers, and here's the thing. Piers, it's all the people.
I feel like we should just name this episode Krispy Kreme with the way that all four of these guys just glazes nuts.
It's the team around him. Okay,
Holy
he didn't.
crap.
Trump did make a promise, Piers, when he was asked, will you release JFK? Yes. Martin Luther King? Yes. 9/11? Yes. Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah. But with that one, we kind of got to be careful. Okay, so it wasn't like he ran on it. It wasn't a campaign promise. But when your team, the Pam Bondis, the Cash Patels, and Dan Bongino, who I admire and I love a lot, are out there on the front lines making all these promises. Piers, you personally, if you had your team of producers and all these people around you, they're speaking on your behalf and they're making all these promises, wouldn't you be like, hey guys, shut the hell, like what the hell are we doing?
Well,
so it's just shady from the
Vinny,
beginning.
I think it's worse than that, because we all know how Donald Trump operates. They wouldn't have all been doing that off their own bat, right? They'd have all been doing it because they have been encouraged to do it. They were speaking on behalf of his administration. So something went down, and I don't know what it was, and maybe it was the Elon Musk thing. I don't know what it was. I mean, we've now got the Wall Street Journal, obviously, publishing what they... He claimed,
interesting to bring up Musk there,
was a hand-drawn, bawdy letter bearing Donald Trump's name to Jeffrey Epstein at Ghislaine Maxwell's request for his 50th birthday album in 2003. A pair of small arcs donate women's breasts. The future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. Now, Trump has responded by saying it absolutely wasn't anything that he did. He's now suing the Wall Street Journal, not only suing Rupert Murdoch for billions of dollars, and we'll have to see how that all plays out. But it was no doubt that they were very good friends for a period of time. It's also no doubt that, to his credit, Trump dropped
Benny's
him when
just
he
trying to jump in and just be like, that's not a real one, Piers. Everything else is real. All the other pictures, but this one's a bridge too far. He can't draw.
became knowledge. He was a convicted.
I kind of like how that's legit. Of his bed in the White House, just like, you know, I can handle a lot of things and a lot of criticism, but for everybody to just unilaterally think that I'm just a really bad artist, that one hurts.
Other
that
people
one hurts.
didn't, including, I don't believe, Ghislaine Maxwell. So I do think there's like life before the conviction and life after the conviction.
They killed the artist in me.
Public figures. If you carried on like Prince Andrew, hanging around a guy who's been convicted of soliciting an underage girl for sex, then I think, I'm afraid, you are then...
They always said that I couldn't draw with the tiny hands, but now...
Guilty by association.
I thought I had overcome adversity.
Right? You can try and pretend you're not, but you are.
Piers, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
You've known Donald Trump for 20 years, admittedly, yes? Okay. You've hung out with him in private. You've hung out with him in public. Yes. Okay. Have you ever known him to be a limp-wristed thespian? Like a vaudevillian poet?
A limp-wristed thespian. This guy is dude. Oh my God, you so... Woo, boy. When you project gay there, Benny, you might want to just like step off just a little bit, because there's projection and then there's just like projection with like the entire rainbow. But you do you, homie.
That would write enigmatic, mysterious poems to Jeffrey Epstein, and then wear some type of French hat and draw beautiful outlines of women.
Holy shit! Holy shit! No pre-watch here, guys. No pre-watch. Wow.
Clad. Like,
was not expecting him to actually do it when there's proof of him. You know, look, I'm a landscape artist. I like landscapes. Did you see the one with the bridge? That's one of my favorites.
Sound like Donald Trump to you?
I can say two things about that. I'll say three things about that. One, he's never done that to me, okay, in either written or verbal form. Secondly, evidence has come out that he's been quite a doodler in his time. So I don't think he's never non-doodled. And thirdly, as you probably know...
Yeah. So you're telling me that I just accidentally called the president limp-wristed and implied that he might be a French artist? Huh.
No, Ben, I mean,
look at him doing the...
I've got probably 150 handwritten scrawls from Trump over...
You spin me right round, Benny, right round.
Things he's read about me, emails I've sent him. That's his way he corresponds. He doesn't use email himself. He'll send...
Benny would argue that Romeo is gay. I heard him literally say that doing wife things is gay. Like going out and doing like things with your wife is gay. Like I heard him like unironically make that argument.
A printer.
Like, yes, this guy.
Out of your email, and he'll scroll with his Sharpie whatever he wants to scroll. So he's a scrawler, and apparently...
I don't want to appropriate gay language, but I don't know, man. Can I just get the pass here just to call him a twink? Because, oh boy, does he give some twink energy.
Doodler, but I have never known him write in the way that you're talking about. So it's going to...
You ever see Trump's NYC skyline? It's actually very good.
Be a really interesting case.
It's not very good. It's, dude... I do know, like, it's elementary school level art, but it's not bad.
Yeah. Listen, the Wall Street Journal wouldn't have...
I've seen worse, but it's also not great.
...published that if they weren't...
Trump's art sucks. I literally have seen better art done by 9-year-olds that, like, are pretty good at art. But, yeah,
convinced it was genuine. But Trump
they haven't released these.
But Trump has been emphatic in his denial.
Shouldn't he be calling for them?
Well, no, listen, I don't know.
Apparently, they don't even have the documents. Shouldn't we be calling for them to release every letter?
Right.
Oh, Benny's not? Oh, come on.
Listen,
wouldn't that be fair to release?
I don't know.
Who was writing Jeffrey Epstein at that time?
Benny,
the way that he had that self-admission.
I don't know the answer to the questions you're asking, and it'll be interesting if this actually goes to any actual trial about it.
Benny. And Piers, if you don't mind, Piers, and Benny. One of the biggest problem.
Why is it whenever he tries to placate to people? I noticed this watching a clip today where he was. It was the main PVD show, and he's just like Adam, God, just Adam. And then now he's like, Piers, Penny, Piers. Like, the way he addresses people literally is such little brother energy. Guys, come on, guys, come on, guys. You gave me the shitty bike, guys. Come on, guys.
That Truth Social post where Trump goes, hey, listen, if you're...
Oh, my God, that is Vinny. He is like the consummate little brother, where he's just always going to be that guy.
Still talking about...
How come you guys gave me the pink bike, guys?
About it. Why?
Come on.
Why are you talking about it? Then I don't need your support. And it's like, what are you talking about? People like me who've been there since 2016 in Los Angeles.
Because it also seems like PBD just knows he's an idiot, so they just kind of like placate to him like, okay, Vinny. Okay, Vinny.
Angeles, I had to move. I was doing stand-up comedy and acting. You know how much crap I had to go through? Punched in the head because I had a red hat. Wasn't even a Trump hat. All the jobs that I missed, all my career suffered from.
It's because people thought you were Fred Durst, dude. Come on.
Pat, we're ride or die, and I think that's where people were pissed off. Is don't just discard us, okay? And just tell us the absolute.
It's just one of those days.
Truth. You know, we just want the truth. Tell us the truth. Tell us what the hell is going on. You know what I mean? Like it's
Vinny, I hear you. Vinny, I hear you because I do think a lot of MAGA voters feel exactly the same way. But I think they were deliberately led up a pathway here on the Epstein files that A, it was a really big deal, and that B, there was a lot that the public weren't being told that was available to the authorities. And
oh, did he just lick that earpiece? Did he just lick the ear? He licked the earpiece. Vinny licked the earpiece. What the fuck? Guys, that was on Piers Morgan. He just went that.
At the moment,
how's your wax taste there, guy?
The Trump gang got back into power. That this would all
care how clean your ears are. That's
and
disgusting.
Then after Donald Trump won, the team carried on revving everybody up. Let me come to you, Mick Mulvaney, if I may. We're going to fix Vinny's earpiece, I think.
That was...
Mick Mulvaney.
He just did the thing where he sucked it like a Tic Tac.
As we're talking, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, has just sent the House into recess early, shutting down until September to block a vote calling for the release of the Epstein files. He says it's because the Democrats are playing political games. All other votes have been cancelled in order to prevent the vote on Epstein. So the idea of this isn't having real-world significant consequences is obviously for the birds. When the House is shutting down and other votes are being cancelled because they can't take a risk of a vote on...
History geniuses still think that there's no chance that the president is a pedo. In reality, will eat their brains.
Epstein.
I mean,
That is a big...
I think that's why it's not just like happening quickly. That's why they do keep doing like the pushback. But somebody said like they're going almost like through grief stages. And when they said that, I was like, oh, it's kind of true.
Deal. And
like
I
the
think it's a
rage,
big
all that,
deal
and then the acceptance. Like you got some that are already reaching acceptance. It's like
because of all the activity,
sadness
on
and
the Trump
confusion first,
side before and after the election about these files. What's your view?
Anger.
I think that's fair. I've never seen
rage,
this happen before. I've been in Washington
and
for
acceptance.
15 years. I was in Congress for 6, I was in the White House for 4. I don't remember ever seeing Congress just shutting down this early in July and leaving until September. Keep in mind, and I know that's not what this
Benny definitely is.
This segment is about, but there's a lot of other things that Congress needs to be doing. The federal government runs out of money the end of September, so they're staring at a federal shutdown if they don't pull something off when they get back. This is a big, big deal, and I think it comes back to the point you guys have raised. They don't know how to handle it. Everybody's confused because Trump did make a big deal about this for a long time. I thought rightly so. And then just to sort of turn on a dime and say there's nothing to see here as a bunch of people scratching their heads. One of the most interesting things I've learned in this interview, there's a bunch of fascinating stuff. When you had Lauren Boebert on there, I don't think you'll find anybody more pro-Trump than Lauren Boebert in the United States House of Representatives. She has signed a discharge petition. That means very little to folks out in the real world. That's the most treasonous thing you can do against your leadership in the United States House. So if there's enough Republicans willing to go against the Speaker of the House and say, you know what, we don't care, we want this stuff to come out, that's also just sort of thumbing their nose at the president. Donald Trump a couple of weeks ago got asked, he goes, what does MAGA really mean? And he said, and he's got the right to say this, he says, MAGA means whatever I say it means. This is putting this to the test. I do think they've stepped here.
Wow.
I think they've already sort of tacitly admitted that by saying they're going to now try to release the grand jury testimony, see if that satisfies everybody. It won't. But they do have a problem here. And for the sake, look, to be perfectly clear, and I don't know if this has been, I think if anybody said this explicitly, I apologize.
All the pro-Trumpies are just admitting, like,
I don't expect there's anything
good.
criminal about Donald Trump in these files. Is his name going to be in there? Sure, there's a bunch of names in there, but there's nothing incriminating here. Why do I believe that? Because if there were, the Democrats who have controlled this file for the last 4 years would have either leaked it out or put it out.
That's exactly. You know what? That's exactly what I think. And why wouldn't they? They're chucking everything else at him. They were trying to get him jailed left, right, and centre.
Wouldn't it be worse than the All
right, don't talk about
worse than the actual Hollywood days.
Benny.
Yeah. Piers, unless they're on the list, like, think about it. You want to talk about Democrats? Like, of course they wouldn't want this out. Like, has anybody asked Bill Clinton why did Jeffrey Epstein visit the White?
Yeah, but you see, Benny,
because you know
that's
what?
also
They're
a good point.
guilty.
But that also raises the question that, given they hadn't released anything, then that's why everybody wanted the Republicans to, and then they didn't. Benny, my thing with Trump is you can normally tell when he's worried about something by the sheer volume of things he does to try and distract everybody's attention. And several days ago, he posted more than 24 times on his social media platform, Truth Social, in just a couple of hours. Phony mugshot.
I like how Mulvaney is just like, yeah, he tends to do that. It's like, you know, he gets nervous and then he does the thing where he doubles down and he's just like, he can't sit on it because he's just like, it's all he's thinking about.
Showing him apparently being arrested in the Oval Office, posting about the NFL's Washington Commanders, demanding they change their name back to the Redskins, posting a video of a bikini-clad woman picking up and tossing a snake, a man somersaulting down a stairway, a red Lamborghini careering beneath a truck, a man jumping a fence and coming face-to-face with a speeding train, a woman breakdancing, a billiards tree, a man hacking away at a rock formation, a dirt biker doing stunts, a jet ski, a man ascending an obstacle course with a ladder, a man jump roping, a man pulling a block from a still-standing massive Jenga tower, a man tossing...
When did he just become like a TikTok reposter? Huh. I didn't have that one like on the bingo card. You know what? I just wanted to see what the kids were all about, and kind of like the short form videos. I saw somebody doing a jumpy jump with the little skippy dippy rope there. I kind of really enjoyed that. And also, did you see the Ferrari? I've seen Ferraris. I don't have a driver's license. You know, I probably have one.
Carrying a heavy object on their shoulders, a man juggling a drop package of paper towels, and someone doing a skateboard trick.
No, dude, literally, all it was missing was a cute cat video, but you know he doesn't have a heart, so he doesn't actually like cats.
I mean...
He's just like, look, I saw the guy do a kickflip, and I thought to myself, Tim Pool. You know what? Tim Pool's gonna think this is cool. This one's for Tim Pool.
There's a lot of distraction there, Benny.
That sounds like a great social media feed.
It was actually very entertaining.
Like I'm going to follow.
Very entertaining, but normally something that he reserves for...
As I said, when did he become the fucking TikTok For You fan?
But he really is quite worried about something.
Well, yes, that's right. It's the same account that's...
Guys, did you see the one with the bikini clad girl with the snake? That one was crazy.
Also posted, kill all terrorists, you dumb bastards, and posted constantly about Rosie O'Donnell. And somebody who also said he has a bigger button than Kim Jong-un. I think, Mick, you might have been at the White House, actually, when that when that post was, I have a big red button, and it actually works. Once again, this is President Trump, and the actions today...
You keep saying that, like, this is President Trump. We all know that he has the brain of a 10-year-old. Come on, dude.
I don't know if... I know you weren't taking it live because we were doing the interview, but the actions that President Trump said today in the White House moments ago when he was asked about this, he fielded a number of questions on Epstein. He said, let Pam Bondi release everything. Let the FBI release everything. Let them interview Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm confounded as to why Ghislaine Maxwell has never once gotten an opportunity to explain herself. Not in her trial. She never spoke. Not to the press. The one time that she did an interview from prison, she said Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. And I think they got to him. Well, who's they exactly? That's what shrouds the mystery here. And the move by the DOJ, I think we need to take a moment, step back and say, wait a second, this is the first time that the DOJ has ever reached out to Ghislaine Maxwell in the history of us trying to understand what the Epstein op actually is. And this goes back 20 years. If you really want to get down to the true cover-up, and this is what makes my blood boil, that people inside of the current Trump administration are walking around with a dark cloud over them for a cover-up that happened 20 years ago when President Trump was a TV host. This was happening in 2005, 2006, 2007, and 2008 with Robert Mueller at the FBI, with Alberto Gonzales as our attorney general, and George W. Bush as our president. This is when Epstein actually properly caught his sweetheart deal. So sweet it'd give you diabetes type 2 fears.
Yeah, no, I know.
He was able to walk in and out of prison.
Outrageous.
He was dead to rights. Jeffrey Epstein should not be on the tip of anyone's tongue today. He should be rotting in a prison cell for life. Now, something dark happened then, 20 years ago nearly, and it had nothing to do with President Trump. No one in President Trump's team was in power. And I know clips from my show, Kash Patel, have gone viral. Clips from your show, Alina Habba, has gone viral. But none of these people were in power. None of them should have to answer for the cover-up that happened 20 years ago. And that should truly...
Wow, that's it, huh? Okay.
...be the nexus of our...
Just because he wasn't in power. He wasn't...
questions. What happened then when Jeffrey Epstein was caught? Underage trafficking over 50 women in 2025. What happened was he started giving up sources to the FBI. Robert Mueller gave him immunity in 2005. Correction, 2005. Robert Mueller was the head of the FBI. You know who was also at the FBI as a deputy? James Comey at that time, Piers. And so then through the course of the prosecution in Florida, the federal charges are dropped. Alex Acosta gets told he belongs to...
But Trump is a businessman, and he will run the country like a business. He's both so smart, can't be bought, great man, and at the same time silly. You can't take him seriously.
Intel, and to not look into it. Jeffrey Epstein...
Well said, Robin.
...gets the sweetest of sweetheart deals, and Ghislaine Maxwell is arguing that I have immunity because the federal government told me I have immunity forever. Which is something, of course, the federal government never does. So that's insane.
But Benny, let me ask you this.
All right, but Benny, looking at those questions.
Listen, I think you make a lot of very good points. I totally agree with you. But on this point about House Speaker Mike Johnson shutting the House down to avoid a vote on Epstein, how does that do anything but just ramp everything up tenfold?
Totally agree with you. You know, we went thermonuclear viral, made international news last week by asking Mike Johnson live on our stream inside of the United States Capitol about this issue. And he said he's totally in favor of full disclosure.
Oh, shut up! Shut up!
He said today was that he wants... I agree. I contend that there are countervailing opinions here.
Countervailing opinions? Oh, wow.
And
if this was if this was anybody else, he would just be like... Or anybody that isn't on Trump's side, or like they need him, he would throw him under the bus so quickly. But he's just like, well, we still need him. We don't want to piss him off, you know.
But Mike Johnson told me in a 2-minute, what I thought very thorough answer, that he wants full disclosure here, and that he'd be okay with Ghislaine Maxwell testifying.
Were both of you, you know, under the sheets? Was this like a
testifying before
a post kind of thing, you know?
Congress. Now, what he said today was that he wants to give the White House time to maneuver this or to work on this. I'm not sure his exact language. So maybe Mick, who's been a member of Congress, you know, can commentate on what that actually means. But that's what he told us last week.
Well, I'll come to Mick in a moment. Vinny, what do you feel about that? I mean, I just think that's such a bad move to shut the House down and to block other votes happening simply so you can stop a vote on the Epstein scandal. Just seems to me a ridiculously inflammatory act, which is only going to pour fuel onto all the conspiracy flames.
I agree 100%. It's like, Piers, how many more games do we have to play? And at the end of the day, the root of all this, and I know Benny could attest, Benny has a family, you guys have kids. These are we're talking about children, okay? The most overlooked, uncared about freaking group of freaking people on the planet. We had 300,000 during Obama missing at the border. Trump, God bless him, they found with Thomas Homan 10,000. But at the crux of this whole thing, and Benny made a great point, 40, 50 women came out. We were, you know, taken advantage of. We were sexually assaulted by this guy. And what, he's free to go, and it's the they. Who's Alex Acosta saying? They said he worked for intelligence. Who are they? Who are these people? And Piers, there's a lot of debate where people are like, why would you want to do this? Maybe society's built on all this blackmail. If he works for Mossad and they have all this dirt, then the whole system's going to come down. There's a Latin term, and it's
weird that this is the first time I'm like, all right, Vinny's making sense here.
It says, let justice be done, though the heavens fall. I don't give a damn, Piers, what happens to the system. We're talking about children that were sexually...
The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you.
Yeah. That were freaking potentially murdered, Piers.
It's very distracting.
Think about it. These children, these underage 13, I know Epstein loved girls with braces. Those are 10, 11-year-old girls. What do you think happens with them when they sleep with one of these higher up people, like a really famous person? You think they just let them go? No, they're discarded, Piers, and that's the main part of it.
And
you know Trump needs to wrangle this freaking team.
You know what, Vinny?
Yeah.
We know what happens to some of them, because we know what happened to Virginia Giuffre. She may not have been an impeccable witness. She obviously got things wrong with Alan Dershowitz, but the truth is she was paid millions by Prince Andrew and by Ghislaine Maxwell.
I mean, Alan Dershowitz was the only one that she got it wrong with. Everybody else,
not to go into a courtroom. And in my experience, when people pay millions of dollars to people, it's not because they've never met them or don't think there's anything to answer, right? So she recently, here's my point. She recently took her own life, right? So, you know, some of these victims.
Oh, hey, look, Benny just finally went, oh, I should probably stop smirking.
Are actually taking their lives because of the appalling trauma that they went through. And so there are real-time consequences that are now reverberating for many years after all this stuff. He was one of the worst pedophiles in America. Let's be clear. And Ghislaine Maxwell was at his side for a lot of that time, and I just don't buy the protestations of innocence. Mick Mulvaney. Vinny, sorry. Go on, make your final point.
Piers, me neither. And what was Prince Andrew? Pays $11 million. And what did the Queen do? What was his punishment? Jail? No, he was stripped of royal speaking duties. So if you're a pedophile and you're out there, your goal should be in a good family or be as rich and famous as possible, because then you could get away with it. All right, Piers? Why did Chase Bank paid almost $400 million? For what? Deutsche Bank paid $71 million to the victims. Where are all these people? If Ghislaine is in jail, Piers, where are the victims? You can't be in charge of a kingpin drug operation and you get arrested and there's no customers. What the hell are we talking about?
I totally agree.
Piers, is handling it horribly.
Vinny,
horribly.
I completely agree. Mick Mulvaney, just finally, how damaging could all this be? Things seem to be moving at a fast lick here. And I do think this action by the Speaker is just going to absolutely ignite this. Because let's be honest, again, if this was the Biden administration and a Democrat Speaker of the House doing this to shut down a scandal because it may or may not, you know, name Biden in it, all hell would be breaking loose from the other side. So I can only imagine how this is going to play out with the Democrats. You must be thinking Christmas has come early, right when they've been at their weakest point. But what do you think of the political damage that Trump potentially faces here? Because I listen to someone like Vinny, who's always been unbelievably supportive of Donald Trump. He's MAGA personified in so many ways. And I can feel the sense of slight betrayal with Vinny.
That's not exactly a shining endorsement there, Vinny.
Like, I've been let down here, and I don't blame him. I would do too.
I mean, keep in mind, Donald Trump's not running again, but the other Republicans are. I think what you're seeing today with this suspension of Congress is that a tacit admission that they just don't know how to handle this. Lost in a lot of the discussion is the technicalities of the discharge petition would have been ripe tomorrow. So it would have been a privileged motion and it could have passed as early tomorrow. And I think the House leadership just didn't know how to deal with that. So they tried to sort of take the next 6 weeks and figure out how to explain it, figure they have a better chance of winning in the press than they do on Capitol Hill. But they've got a tiger by the tail. They really do. This is one of the things that I think folks are really upset about is that Donald Trump has made a name for himself, keeping his campaign promises.
Yeah.
He's done it on immigration. He's done it on taxes. This is the difference, right? He promised to do this. Now, I know Benny said he didn't exactly promise as aggressively. I don't remember that. I just remember him talking about the Epstein files during the campaign, and folks really are scratching their head. I think at the end of the day, 6 months from now, when we look back at this, if it's done in 6 months, it will be, okay, did Donald Trump create the MAGA movement, or did the MAGA movement create Donald Trump? That's a fascinating test here. Did Trump really dictate what MAGA is, or are they going to dictate it to him over the course of these Epstein files? That's going to be fascinating to watch.
That's such a great question and such a great way to...
You know, I always wondered what happened to the chair from Pee-wee's Playhouse, and now I'm starting to think that it might be in a dungeon at JD Vance's house.
Guys, thank you again for your patience, but I think it was worth it to have that Ian Maxwell
door creaks open
interview go a bit longer than we planned because it was so interesting. But I really appreciate your patience in waiting, and I really appreciate the debate we've had since it. Thank you very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss.
All right, that was actually not as painful as I thought it would be. It wasn't. How are they going to come out and admit our government is compromised by foreign governments? There can't be anything worse than that. I mean, dude, seriously. Congress, dude, they really screwed the pooch today. That was Mike Johnson just habada. Recess? Actually, let's go home for 6 weeks. Oh, man. I'm glad to see that Piers Morgan is admitting that if this was any Democrat, doesn't mind Biden, whoever the fuck, this would be the biggest scandal ever. And every single Republican would be absolutely losing their shit. But I'm not here to do whataboutisms. Oh my God. This isn't going away. I'm glad. I've been saying that. There's been just that teeny tiny bit of, please don't let this just go away. Please don't let this just go away. That is untrue. The Democrats have kept their mouths shut too. This is not a party thing. No, I will totally agree with that, but at least they voted to have the thing done. Today, that was all the Republicans, my friend. So they totally screwed the pooch on this. So as much as we want to both sides of this one, nah, one side is coming out and just literally doing no, just release it. Just release it. And now the only argument is, they didn't do that sooner. It's like, bro. Better late than never, I believe is the term, but Anyway, how you doing, hon? Good to see you. Okay, let's see. You know, I kind of want to do the Jubilee thing, but that means having to end stream over on YouTube. I'm not quite ready to do that yet. Alright, nah. We'll keep this going. Oh, man. Already been a day, though. It's been fun. I mean, we had a little bit of a heated discussion earlier. Oh man, Abba and Preach did this. Oh. Wait, this guy was fired?
What do you believe in? Autocracy. I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white, and should stay that way.
I think you could say I'm a fascist.
My name is Connor, and I was recently shown in the latest Jubilee episode. As a result, unfortunately, I was subsequently released from my job. I'm raising money as an emergency fund and for other expenses while I look for a new job. Unfortunately, voicing fully legal traditional right-wing political views.
Yeah, did you know he's already got 25K from this? Yeah. I mean, it's funny. It is funny, but I mean, again, dude's got damn near 30K just from getting fired and having like the worst positions. But yeah, good luck with that out there. I will say that. Eventually, he'll be forgotten about, but it's like that. It's like the GoFundMe, the most reprehensible people. No, that I'm telling you, man. No, there are no wins anymore. This is what I mean. When people get fired, no, they just set up a GoFundMe, and then the fucking most hateable people on the planet, they fund them. Because they just are like, yeah, you know what? We need to stand up for hate. We need to stand up for the, like, most unpopular positions ever because, you know, haters stick together. Whatever. Whenever you argue with MAGA about what Trump's doing, they ignore everything he's saying. Just say, but Biden. Yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous, I gotta say. Or Obama committed treason. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the the Russian thing. Yeah. Yeah, but again, meanwhile, ignoring everything in front of their face. No, the ones who are buying into his bullshit really are just kind of... They're showing you the true dumbest amongst us. The ones that we can just kind of be like, oh, okay, we can give up on you. You know? Because I know that's why we still do this. Because we sense that there's, like, a center and, like, the ones that truly can just be won over with, like, hey, this one's got a better healthcare plan, or this one's got, you know, this one didn't do what this asshole did. It's like, oh, okay. What is in front of our face? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's my ankle. Oh. Permanent hockey injury. That one's fun. Allegedly.
Some stuff. We're gonna ask him what we want to ask him. So,
did you ever ask yourself why he wants to talk to you? Yo, I'm just a YouTuber, bro. I am some type of way.
Dude, Abba Preach got it on this one.
Takes, oh, Abba, you know, nobody has no responsibility, blah,
all right, man.
Blah, blah. Did you see the Nelk Boys interview Benjamin Netanyahu? Bro, I am telling you, we are definitely going into a brand new space where YouTube content creators are becoming propaganda pieces for every foreign government and our own.
Fuck, man, I'm just a YouTuber, bro.
Now, if you don't know who the Nelk Boys are, listen, these guys are regular Joe Schmoes. We're talking about like 80 IQ bros who spend their day talking about alcohol and, you know, oh, it can fucking Conor McGregor beat up a bear, you know, like shit like that. Yeah, fine, right? They're Canadian. They're like good old small town Ontario boys. It's hockey, girls, booze.
Before we get into it, if you guys have not tried out the Prize Picks app, we love watching sports and we love to fire on sports at the same time.
And fire on babies, just like Israel. And you can too with promo code NELK. Full send in your ass.
Full send your ass.
Full send right now.
Watch a sports game anymore without firing on Prize Picks. It just makes watching the game so much more.
This is a fair takedown. This is fair.
I mean, buddy up with a war criminal. Want to know if you want to do some sports gambling. How you feel about that?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. 2 L's in one day.
Well,
2 L's in one day.
That's what goes hand in hand.
Facts. I'm pretty sure if you go to PrizeBet right now and you use promo code NELK, you can bet on Israel in this conflict.
This is fucking nuts.
This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this.
No, this is...
Then don't do it!
Someone wrote, we are not qualified for this. We should not be doing this. Maybe listen to yourself next time.
Here we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. He's about to walk into the podcast right now. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
for sure the most
have ever done.
Yeah,
and that's why they do it.
It's clout chasing. It's one thing. It's clout chasing if you want to meet an NBA player. When you're about to do propaganda for a foreign government, I think it's okay for people to be like, "What the fuck is happening?"
And by the way, I want to say too, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I've kind of just probably like a lot of you guys that, you know, you read stuff online, and I feel like on the internet now too, it's like you don't even know what's real anymore. Like you read shit and it's like you see a headline and it's like, is this true? Is this not true? So I see so much stuff about, you know, what's going on in Israel and, you know, Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, I just really don't know what is going on there. So
right. So you feel like there's a lot
yeah.
of propaganda and lying online. So you want to sit down with a man whose job is to do propaganda for his own country and his own interests. Do you think it's going to make you more informed?
Probably going to be a lot of hate in the comments and stuff like that.
I mean, they are right. There was a lot of comments and a lot of hate.
Oh, yeah.
Because their fans turned on them real fast.
Did they? Did they?
130K? Oh, they got cooked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't realize that how much of the fan base they cultivated. They're like, we don't fuck with the Jews, but a lot more who don't fuck with Israel specifically.
Yeah.
Dude.
We're journalists, right?
We're yeah.
You're journalists.
I mean, we're technically journalists.
How can you pass up this opportunity?
Yo, I'm just a YouTuber, bro.
To me, this is crazy. Like how far we've come, and we get to sit down with world leaders.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane. So
yeah, they should check out my my sponsor, Ground News, to know what's up.
I mean, for any backlash, this is just an opportunity. Again, you can't really pass up.
You can. People pass on it every day. The same way you say no to certain brands, you can say no to political figures. You don't have to do this, but you're a fucking clout chaser.
Yeah, if you guys don't want to be like these guys,
like there's no one else doing that.
Yeah,
consider checking Ground News out.
Any world leader in the world.
I agree.
I mean,
really is
my dream guess is
the way to just beat the algorithm and not turn into these schmoes.
Kim Jong-un.
Both
Kim
of ours.
Jong-un, if you're watching this,
this is kind of
like to come to North Korea and interview you.
All I could think about is the interview when we're doing
I'm
this.
so down to pull up to Moscow and interview Putin too.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. These guys really are the worst types of clout chasers. I honestly, I don't know, man. Okay. Oh, God. No. Oh, wow. I really need to reevaluate everything I just said about Hassan, because I think that Hassan really... Now that I'm looking at it, I think Hassan might have actually gone light on him. Whew.
We'll do everybody.
Oh, shit.
It's like when you see that 55-year-old at the bar and some smoking hot 20-year-old comes up to him and wants to beg.
Me for me.
It's like, bitch, she's coming for your money, stupid. Like, have some self-awareness.
What's the name of that football team owner that says that his 26-year-old girlfriend didn't even know he was
a billionaire?
He was a billionaire. It's like, bruh, if you decide to lie to yourself, that's cool. You don't involve me in your life.
You
don't involve me in your life.
Don't tell me anything.
And say that shit with a straight face.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
You know, I really like him.
So, like, do you think 100 dudes could take on a bear?
And the answer is yes. Ultimately, people join winners. That's what happens. People join winners. Because Israel is the best.
I want you guys to hear what Netanyahu says, and all of this goes unchallenged.
How about women, okay? Women in Iran, they shoot the women. They shot this extraordinarily brave and beautiful woman, shot on the sidewalk because she showed too much hair. In Israel, women are, you know what women, I'll tell you what the difference is, okay? So I had this young woman officer. You know what she did now? She was flying over the skies of Tehran, you know, attacking this horrible regime that tyrannizes the women in Tehran. That's the difference. The women there get shot on the sidewalk, and an Israeli woman pilot helps liberate Iran, quite the women of Iran. And boy, that's a big difference. And that's true of everything.
In Israel, our women go and bomb the women over there. Wow. What a beautiful person this motherfucker is. He's shitting on Iran and like its human rights violation, which it does have. And he props up Israeli women because look how free they are. They get to drive these fighter planes and drop bombs and kill hundreds of civilians. Oh, wow. I'm sure the women of Iran are like, we are so grateful to our Israeli overlords for freeing us of this hijab and giving us some fucking bombs, nigga.
I mean, if you bomb them, you free them in some way.
Facts.
That's
free from the hijab and free from this earth.
That's crazy.
Like,
that's crazy.
And these two boys are like,
and crickets.
Prize picks. Don't miss your chance. set those babies on fire in your bank account. Fuck yeah, full send in your ass.
You want to know what kind of dumb fucking questions these?
Man, he is absolutely roasting these assholes.
Hard ass.
Fucking Prize Picks.
Oh God, I wish we had this video right afterwards. This would have been the perfect palate cleanser.
I'm doing this podcast, among other things, to reach young people.
Of course.
You guys are pretty young. I mean,
30 years old.
30.
30.
That's young.
Just a YouTuber, bro.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you, Burger King. We did the, the double,
Whopper?
The double.
I haven't ripped Burger King in a long time.
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No,
the
you're wrong.
BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's?
That's your worst take, I think.
Absolutely.
That's a crazy take.
No, that was fine. I mean, I like burger. We go for the lot. The shakes, the French fries, the burgers. I mean, this is a massive attack on your health. Never mind. Okay.
No, it's bad.
We stopped, but
we rode on his plane before the election because we were doing the same thing with him.
McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's. Yeah,
I think it was McDonald's lunch,
Chick-fil-A
dinner.
You ever tried Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A is good, actually.
It's good, right?
Yeah, Chick-fil-A.
The Chick-fil-A sauce.
Dip the waffle fries in it?
I think I went for the Chick-fil-A. Can you get me some? Yeah. Can you get me some tomorrow? Sure. No, I'm on this protein diet.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I was until
you saw President Trump, right?
No.
In between genocide talk, this is what they do. No, you gotta watch this. It's crazy.
I'll tell you what happened. I can't divulge what happened in the meeting. It was great. But he says, he calls his aide, bring me the stuff. You know what he brings?
I love these guys, not gonna lie.
Chocolate.
Fucking apples.
Candy.
Bro, no responsibility? None.
Oh, man. Oh my God.
What the fuck's a war crime? The fact that you're not even signed up for Prize Picks. Get it now, or else we're gonna get you the way Israel's getting God.
At one point, they start saying that people who are protesting Israel and their occupation and everything like that are anti-American. And this goes unchallenged. He gets to come
This is so much better than the Assad dictator.
on here and smear Americans and Canadians and everyone
They're absolutely cooking these assholes.
protesting Israel as being foreign agents bought and paid for or being unpatriotic to their own country. It's like, when has a foreign leader come to your country and tell you you are not of your own country because you don't like their government?
Oh my
Crazy shit
God.
happens in this, and none of it goes challenged. This was pitched to Netanyahu like this. Don't worry, these guys are idiots. You can use
These guys are actually making Netanyahu look kind of cringe.
platform to push
As I
whatever
said,
propaganda
there might be the
you want, and they won't push back on any.
through all the drama here, the W might be the fact that they did expose Netanyahu as like being cringe, and then they expose themselves as being complete. Like, I do have a feeling that they're going to not do the whole thing about like, yeah, maybe we should go to like, I don't know, North Korea or Russia. I don't know, man.
And I think that's exactly what it was.
The Israeli-Palestine conflict, right, centers around like a couple things: occupation of the West Bank, blockade of Gaza, illegal settlements, and rights to Palestinian statehood. None of it is ever brought up. So you have somebody on, they get to talk about this conflict and never talk about the most important parts. It's like, what's the point of this, right? Without watching more of the interview and how crazy it is, I'm glad that there's a lot of public pushback. I'm gonna need you guys, the viewer, to start holding content creators to a little bit of a higher standard.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we do this with politics. Maybe this is the only realm we do with this, but if a content creator comes on and brings on an advertiser, which is a scam product, and that shit harms the audience, you guys hold the content creator accountable. Fair?
Fair.
How is it possible that we have a lot of influence over our audience? We can get you guys to pay for things and buy things that might not be good for you because we've built trust, right? There's like, people trust, you might not as you watch, but a lot of people trust content creators. How do we not have a responsibility when it comes to that trust and how we use it? He said, I really want to talk to him and ask some questions. Did you ever ask yourself why he wants to talk to you? I have a lot of
for him.
advertisers and people who want to sell products who approach me and they're like, I have a great deal for you. And I'm like, cool. What's in it for you? Oh, you get to have access to my audience. Okay, great. You want to sell them something. Great. What do you want to sell them? Oh, it's a horrible product that they don't need and you want to use my trust to sell them shit they don't need so it can hurt them. No. It's no different than this fucking shit. we have given content creators all the power in the world, all the influence in the world. We're like the biggest.
This should be how Hassan explained it to him. Yeah, no, honestly, I kind of
with them for their own propaganda.
My biggest like gripe here is that I wish I would have seen this first. I really wish I would have seen this first. I would have been so much less angry.
And we just say they have no responsibility, and I just don't understand.
And also, I don't think I would have played devil's advocate for them as much. I mean, there's a few points in it that,
that's a reality. And like, I don't, and like we had this conversation.
I do still hold that Hassan not watching it and then going after him. I'm like, not the
both
the best.
It's like, of course you have a responsibility. How do you not have a responsibility? And obviously, I don't think it's the same interviewing a foreign leader as a presidential candidate, but you understand it's still the same idea.
This is the logical endpoint of we'll have anybody on and we'll just talk.
Maybe this is just what I grew up on. I always think of that Peter Parker with Uncle Ben. With great power comes great responsibility, right? And I'm not saying that you got to involve yourself in politics or whatever. That's everyone's own battle. But if you're going to, you should understand.
Yeah, but I actually believe in what I'm selling.
The power you wield in this field. And it's clear that these
There's
folks...
like no grift there. I used Ground News before I even was sponsored by them.
All of these content creators wield power.
That's the only reason I would ever take a sponsor.
Or else these heads of state would not take time out of their incredibly busy schedule to spend time talking to you for hours on end if it didn't matter and how it shapes public perception. So if we understand that they have power, I think it's okay to say you have at least a bit of responsibility. Maybe you don't even hit the Uncle Ben thing. You don't have great responsibility.
You haven't hit the Uncle Ben yet.
Don't they have a little bit? And I ask that question to you, the audience. It comes back to what I said in regards to the Schultz stuff, when it comes to, the Rogan stuff and all these different people who are getting themselves involved while pretending to be independent. This positioning of being independent and being better than mainstream and actually doing a worse job than them and then still trying to keep your brand.
But but the thing, I think you're wrong right there. Right there, you're wrong. Okay. Because they are still independent. And what that means is that they're not being paid by the state. That's just what it means. Bro. It's just worse because at least when you're not independent, you're getting paid for whatever you're saying, for the hate that you're spewing, or for whatever you're doing, for the propaganda that you're doing. You're being paid for that. But they're not.
Yeah.
And so they, on their side, and that's the best way. On their side, they can say that, hey, I'm not paid by them.
Yep.
Yeah, but you're still contributing.
True.
You're still independent, but you're independent-ish.
Yeah.
Because it just means that you're not paid by them, but you still being used.
Yeah.
Price Picks. Promo code NELK.
And we also have to be honest about how people engage in political discourse. Most of the regular audience, and this is probably their own fault to some degree, but they watch a couple interviews and that's it. They're not going to learn about policy. They're not going to take the time to research things. And so when content creators foster this trust because they've been laughing with these people for so long, right? Content creators and their audiences have been laughing together and sharing moments. And we accompany you guys at work. We accompany you on your lunch breaks. We accompany you when you're traveling. Like, people really foster a certain level of trust with content creators when they use that and bring this person on to quote unquote humanize them. Humanizing someone, is it bad? Not necessarily, but you have to keep it in the context of what they're doing in life, okay? If you're out here in the middle of a genocide and then you're also spending time just talking about how you like burgers and stuff, it almost feels like you're trying to erase what the fuck you're doing. No, I don't like this whole like, oh, we're just trying to humanize them. A politician is elected for their policy, not for how cool they are, not for how they make you feel. It's their policy that's going to affect you.
No, and that needs to be reestablished with like the whole Trump crowd, because like, again, it's been lost in the internet sauce where it's just like, but he gives me the feelings that he's here to piss off the people I don't like, and I like that.
Single fucking thing about policy, get the fuck out of politics. It's in the name. Why are you going to interview somebody about coding and then try to find out what their childhood was like? Nigga, can you code? What have you coded? Why are we talking to politicians about their childhood when we're not addressing the very serious political issues that they're involved in? That doesn't make sense. Like, this is a thing that I'm just like getting lost in. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone because people get mad at me. It's like, what's wrong with humanizing? That's not their fucking job. But a lot of you guys in the public don't engage with politics or policy. You don't. So then I'm like, well, then get the fuck out the way. You're going to just vote based off vibes and feelings? You're a waste of space. You're wasting everybody's time because all your vibes and feelings mean nothing when they got to sign the dotted paper and fuck you over. They go bend you over with policy and you're going to be like, what's the vibe? Who cares? Oh, it's funny. So is it going to be funny when prices keep going up on everything? Is that going to be helpful that he can make you laugh on the weekend? It's lazy. It's lazy on behalf of content creators and it's
lazy from the public too. That's what I think. That's it. I said a lot.
When you think you're independent,
wow,
and an entity is using you without paying you, you're not an independent.
Well said.
You're an intern. You did get paid, but you did all the work.
Yep.
But you feel like you're free because you could get off the job whenever you want because you're not being paid. But they're using you. You're not independent. You're an intern. You know what?
OZZY.
Too much vibes and feeling votes out there in reality, unfortunately. Yep.
Oh, like you don't have a responsibility. But
yeah, it's because it's so easy to just like find something about the politician that you hate, but then look at like their policy platform or just like what is up in the future that they would have to vote on kind of thing and just be like, oh, well, this might benefit. Like,
then I went home.
Weighing the pros and cons, because sometimes it's not even the lesser of two evils. Sometimes it really is like, okay, is this guy going to vote to get rid of this, healthcare program?
And I went back on the 10 years we've been doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And every time here in Montreal or in Quebec, there's elections and stuff like that, we get solicited.
Mm-hmm.
I personally get solicited. We get solicited on the page. And after we had the conversation about the duty, I asked myself, why did I always say no? To these people who wanted to let me go be on your, all of a sudden you want to talk to me and you want me to interview you, and why did I say no? Because I responded, I was like, because I know there's a couple of things. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know what this is. You really want to have access to my people. You want to look good.
Mm-hmm.
There's that. There's also the fact that I'm not going to be the one that's going to be able to corner you. I'd love to be able to do it. I don't have the capacities to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know enough. And because I don't know enough, not only am I not going to be able to catch you on whatever bullshit you're trying to give me, but also I'm not going to be able to catch on to the bullshit that you're going to try to tell me. You're going to be able to corner me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even going to be able to catch that because that's not me. That's not what I do. That's not my expertise. So although I said that we don't have a civic duty, it's just that I think that we just disagreed on the depth of it. But I think in reality, we really agree. It's the reason why I never went, oh yeah, let's go have this political person on or what is. It's not my place to do so.
All right. Well, that's it for today's video. Let us know what y'all think in the comments. Full send in your ass.
Full send in your ass. Oh, God. This is kind of like if the Jackass stars got to meet with President Bush. I feel like it's a little different, but I get what you're saying. Oh. Man, that's probably one of the best Abba and Preach videos I've seen in a while. And like I said, I wish I would have led with that one. Oh. When did that even come out? Let's see. Oh, 35 minutes ago. There's no way I could have. Well, that's kind of refreshing, I guess. Oh, man. Ooh. Snap. Okay, so what time do I need to start tomorrow? I think I'm going to start at 2. Set that up. Sweet. All right, let's vibe. Oh. Oh, man. It does kind of seem like, I don't know, man. I don't want to just keep revisiting it, but as bad as this was, I don't know. I think more good came from it because it seems to have polarized the internet just enough to where it's like it's kind of pulling everybody together in unity to just be like, you guys are shitheads. You should have pushed back harder. I just wonder if the right is saying like, oh, you guys had no business doing that, the same way we are too, because I don't know, man. It seems like, oh God, you think that they're gonna end up on Piers Morgan? Oh. Oh, that's a very strong possibility. What do you think? They'll be on tomorrow. If they are going to be on, they would be on tomorrow. I have a feeling they would take that booking. That might be interesting. See Pierce Morgan grill these assholes. Because they have that thing where they both kind of like, they glaze Trump and they're like, oh yeah, you know, we were on his jet, we ate McDonald's with him and Chick-fil-A. Ugh. Jesus, no wonder he has gout. That guy ever heard of a vegetable? Yeah. Chunk needs to talk to... Wait a minute, what do you think the TYT take was? Let's see. Let's see what the TYT take on this would be. It'd be TYT... What were those idiots' names again? The Nelk boys, right? Nelk? Oh, looks like they didn't cover this at all. Weird. Nelk boys bring everybody on their show. Yeah. Oh.
We start with escalating developments in the Epstein case as Donald Trump struggles to tamp down the deafening uproar. Today, Trump appearing with the president of the Philippines, but unable to change the real subject. Reporters hounding Trump with questions about his deputy attorney general's surprise announcement. Todd Blanche saying he is seeking an interview with Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell.
I don't know anything about it. They're going to what? Meet her?
They're going to, your deputy attorney general is reached out to Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney asking for a new interview.
Yeah, I don't know about
She
it,
has
but
said
I
she-
think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
Do you have any concern that your deputy attorney general, who's your former attorney, would be conducting the interview, given your past relationship with
Mockler's
He's a
big
very
time went on
talented
CNN
person.
prime
He's very
time. I did
smart.
not.
I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much.
Trump then launched into an 8-minute-long debunked conspiracy-laced tirade about Barack Obama, an apparent effort to distract. But it is not working. As for Trump's DOJ interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell, she is currently facing 20 years behind bars for child sex trafficking and other crimes. She, along with Epstein, were both investigated and charged during the first Trump administration. Analysts point out she had the opportunity to provide more information then at trial. As Politico reports, it also raises the question of whether Maxwell may try to leverage the meeting for a reduced prison sentence by telling the Justice Department what it wants to hear. Also today, 2 federal judges demanding more information from Trump's DOJ on its request to unseal grand jury transcripts. Meantime, House Republicans are running from the Epstein scandal. GOP leaders starting the five-week recess early to avoid votes on releasing the Epstein files. The move generating headlines like these. House flees Washington amid turmoil over Epstein fallout. House largely grinds to a halt over Epstein files. Johnson cuts short House session to avoid vote on releasing Epstein files. Democrats now hammering Republicans.
This is a cover-up of epic proportions where you've got the majority party literally having us leave Congress early.
Isn't it interesting that it takes a conspiracy and theories on that conspiracy to shut down the U.S. House of Representatives?
Yep.
It shows you how deep this administration is in these conspiracy theories.
They're all scared over these Epstein files, and they're afraid there'll be more votes, and we will have more votes.
So that is where we start. House Republicans literally escaping D.C. and avoiding work on multiple pieces of legislation to avoid those questions.
It's kind of
about
funny
Epstein.
to think.
While Donald Trump
I
desperately
mean, it's
tries
not funny
and
because
fails
it is
to
dead
change
serious to just like, oh, This is probably like a much bigger scandal than even we're giving it credit for because everything else is just so crazy.
The subject. Maya, I'll start with you. We have the Republicans, I guess, trying to get out of Dodge, get out of D.C. as fast as possible right now. What does that signal to you?
Excuse me.
Well, look, I mean, this is a news cycle that is not very helpful to Republicans in general. And also folks want to get back to their districts, let's be honest, because everybody's thinking about how they have to explain how much pain the reconciliation, the big ugly bill package that they passed, how unpopular it is in their own districts.
Yeah, that's another thing they have to still actually deal with. Fun.
Nobody wants to be close to this news story either. And I think I just want to say, because I was just at meetings at the Capitol here, sitting right near the Capitol, you know, and the conversations that we were having on the Hill were about the people's business. This is primarily what most legislators are preoccupied with.
Epstein is what most legislators are preoccupied with. I'm curious, Basil, on that. Do you think voters are going to notice that basically what's happening right now, what we're hearing from Johnson, is that they are kind of seeing their representatives forced to choose between the voters and what the voters have said through polling consistently they want, which is the release of these files, more transparency there, and I guess what the president wants, which is to get away from this subject as fast as possible. Are people seeing what's fading out right now?
Yeah, well, you can see the president trying to find everything he can to escape from having to engage this. I mean, he released assassination files related to MLK's assassination, thinking perhaps that would distract attention, and it didn't. And I think to Maya's point and to some points made by some of my colleagues earlier, the Republicans don't want to and can't go back into their district to talk about the budget bill because it's in many ways indefensible, as is any kind of conversation they want to have about Epstein that in some way tries to save Donald Trump from any additional scrutiny. So it's a really difficult position for them to be in. But the question is an important practical one. What are the actual electoral ramifications of all of this? Donald Trump's no longer on the ballot, so we are looking at midterm elections here. Donald Trump may be inoculated in some respects only because with a lot of information that voters already knew about him, they voted for him anyway. But if you are a Republican, particularly in a swing district, you have to be really concerned right now because it doesn't look like there's any way to contain this. If Ghislaine Maxwell is then brought before Congress and is talking more about this, and to an issue we talked a bit about the other day, there is likely a network involved. Who's in that network? How is it funded? All of these things are issues that Republicans will likely have to answer for.
Maya, I want to play some sound for you of Alan Dershowitz, who represented Epstein in 2009. He is basically arguing that Ghislaine knows everything. Take a listen.
She is the Rosetta Stone. She knows everything. She arranged every single trip with everybody. She knows everything. And if she were just given use immunity, she could be compelled to testify. I'm told that she actually would be willing to testify, and there'd be no reason for her to withhold any information. So I don't see any negative in giving her the kind of use immunity that would compel her to testify.
Okay.
So Maya, I guess my question for you is, as the DOJ now works to set this apparent meeting with her in the coming days, what would the trade look like here? What is she likely to or even able to offer them that I guess she wouldn't have offered many of these same people from the first Trump administration when she was prosecuted years ago? Didn't ask for a plea deal then. So what kind of goods would she have now, Maya?
Well, look, whatever goods she had, she still has. She made a decision to defend.
Dude, they keep, like, for some reason, everybody, including Democrats and, like, people on the left, seem to, like, forget that. It's like, nah, dude, he was the president then.
Herself in that
this
case,
was totally a bigger scandal.
Look, that did not go well for her, and now she has spent
on.
some years in prison, and that can soften up a lot of people. But I just want to go back to the thing that should disturb us about this. You know, first of all, she has a lot of interest in ensuring that she gets the best deal she can get. She also has the ability to refuse a deal. So the question is, what does she want out of it? And how badly does this administration want to give her a deal that helps them? Whatever that is. And I'm not, and I can't sit in their shoes. But I would say one of the things we know that they're trying to establish is there is no client list after they said there was a client list for Jeffrey Epstein, right? So if there's anything that's going to make this go away for them, they want her to say, no, there is no client list. I mean, otherwise it doesn't go away. Otherwise, what happens is there's just a continuing discussion about what this very people who are sitting in this very administration, in the very Department of Justice, at the head of the FBI, at the head of the department said existed, does not in fact exist. That's the only way it goes away unless they can try to distract with enough other information that suggests, you know, people should look at somebody else. So all I'm saying here is the real deal for Ghislaine Maxwell Maxwell isn't use immunity. It's trying to get out of jail free card. And we've seen the same administration, the same Department of Justice, go to a New York City Mayor Eric Adams, facing prosecution from the department, and make things go away as long as he made a deal to do what they wanted and needed on immigration. So what have we learned from this department? It's that after having taken a loyalty oath to Donald Trump, which is what he was very explicit about wanting, he's now got his personal defense attorney, who now is in a position of public trust, who is going to have a conversation with a witness who very well may have a very deep interest in giving them whatever answers they want to whatever questions they ask. And I just have to say this. The only thing that matters right here is that we get to the bottom of what happened to these women. And that is not something that is going to happen with this deal.
Basil, how do you think this deal or possible deal would play out with people? Because you know, we might not find out that much new information, even if she testifies on Capitol Hill. And then if she does get out of jail free card, a reduced sentence or a pardon, she may be the only person who's ever really held accountable for this criminal network. And at a time when so many people are saying, we want to know more about what happened to the survivors. We want to know who the Johns are. Who are the men that Ghislaine Maxwell actually connected this entire network to? If you take the one person that you managed to get, you know, and hold accountable publicly for this, and you let them out, will people actually accept that? Would that be seen as a win?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because there are a couple of pieces to that. It seems like we could get a lot more additional information that we did not know, at which point voters and elected officials, the legal community may be able to act on it, or we may know not much more than we already know. So it's a really tough space to be in. But I would say that going back to some of the things I've been considering earlier, this is the importance, underscores the importance of AOC and Bernie Sanders' oligarchy tour, because that's what this is at its heart. It's about the abuse and trafficking of women and girls, but it's also about a potential cover-up of a network of high-wealth individuals, individuals who are not just trying to sort of bring together resources and kind of hoard the economics of our country, for example. They're also trying to colonize more aspects of our lives. All of that power concentrated in a handful of people. There's a lot to dig into there, and including their influence on banks, on the judiciary, and on so many other parts of our government. That's why that tour is very important. That's why what she has to say potentially could open up so much of this. And that's why it's important for Democrats to be prepared with a permission structure. One that if you are inclined to continue to support Donald Trump, you may not be inclined to support the Republicans running for office. So what's going to break in, if not this, to the minds of those voters to say, you know what, this is a bridge too far. Mm-hmm. That's where we need to get to.
I mean, I think, oh my God, this is like the Kamala thing all over again with the like, oh, well, we got to try and get these people. Like, these are the ones, like, I am getting a little tired of the, we just need to win the Republicans, the disaffected Republicans. At least, no. See, I'm at least trying to go for the non-voters where it's like, no, you got to get them engaged. These people, fuck them. Honestly, if they want to come around, if they get to that point, fine. But I'm not going to waste my time with that anymore. I know that I have personally brought some people over from the MAGA side farther to the left, and they have abandoned a lot of Trump, and his positions. But I also have others that have probably seen me and quadrupled down because they're just like, this long-haired hippie. Fuck this guy. His leftist ideals. Bleh. Fake news is Pete Coat. Yeah. You'll be 25 when Trump's term ends. Ugh. Really? If only. God, I'm gonna be 40. Oh, God, I'm gonna be 42, 43. Sheesh. This GD liberal doesn't know nothing. Brainwashed damn lover. I mean, it's like the best they got. It really is. They're so creative, you know? God. You'd think that some of them would, hit. I haven't had anybody just overtly make me go, ooh, okay. Nah. That's all he would. If it's funny, it's a sick ass burn. Yeah, I appreciate a good, an actual like thoughtful roast joke, but some of these guys. During Trump's first term, you were in high school. Dear Lord. Oh my God. Oh, Bush. Bush was president when I was in high school. How's that Soros money, you DNC shill? Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at all that. You know, you bought all those comic books with the leftist money that they give you. Cheers. Oh, that was that was my very sophisticated water beverage container. Oh. MAGA thinks socialism is communism. Yeah, I know. They don't know how to separate the two. They also don't know that it's not like all the extremes that they hear. But they'll be the first ones to be like, God, not every MAGA head is like, you know, a Nazi. Yo, you damn commies all thinking that we're Nazis. What's wrong with you? Yeah. My theory is that I hate it. A little psyopy, right? Doing the thing where it's just like, let that language just become so prevalent to where it loses all of its meaning. I will say this though, it's more effective for the others, like for them, like as far as like calling us that shit. Because our response, and I know that I've gotten into like some talks about this where it's just like, yeah, you know, when they call us commies, we tend to do this thing where we're just like, da, comrade. It's like, not the best response, but then again, they are assholes, so we're not really trying to placate to them. But separating the socialism from the communism is like trying to separate the wood from the chair. That's a good point. You guys see that wood is technically like the most rare mineral in the entire universe, and we just don't care. It's weird when you think about it, but it's true. They're scared shitless. Messing aware. 76. OZZY was 76. Trump announces massive trade deal with Japan with 15%. It was the same one! No! He already did this! Oh my god. He's literally... Oh my fucking god. It's actually, like, incredibly annoying that every single time that, like, he needs something. Yeah, wood. Wood is the most rare mineral in the entire universe. Anything for us to stop talking about Epstein? Yeah, it's nuts. What's pissing me off is the fact that the news is actually, like, entertaining this bullshit. Because every news site should be like, Trump makes trade deal, but no progress on Epstein. Like, that's how that should be. Cellulose isn't a mineral? Or whatever, not mineral. It's the most rare element, or not even element, whatever the fuck. It's one of the most rare things in the entire universe. My cats are fighting upstairs, and it sounds kind of funny. Tennessee judge gives state leeway on deactivating inmate's heart rate regulating device before execution. Notice how they just buried this story. House Speaker starts August at recess early to avoid Jeffrey Epstein votes. Mr. Japan. Yep. Coast, whatever. I don't care. All I know is that wood is good. I put in 6.5 hours. You know what? I had a pretty early day coming up, and then I also got the extended day coming up tomorrow because make my debut on this space. Again, guys, I'm so fucking... I can't believe this. Like, this is cool. I'm very excited. Alrighty. I'm sure there's wood out there in the universe somewhere. There might be, but that's the thing. It's all theoretical, whereas, like, all the other minerals, like, are, you know, the fucking granite, fucking silver, diamonds, gold, all that shit. Like, yeah, you can find that, but not wood. It's not a guarantee the way that the other stuff is. Carbs. Flying pasta. There's just a big ass asteroid of carbs. That'd be kind of funny. And appropriate. Oh, God damn it. I just realized I'm a little bit more tired than I thought. Today's stream took a little bit out. And I do concede that, yes, I might have been a little too fair to those two dipshits. But I'm also going to say, like I've repeated several times today, that if I were to do something like that personally, and if I was in Hassan's position, I would have at least watched the damn video. But whatever. You can find lots of minerals on asteroids, but never trees. That's what it is. Yeah. Ah, but never trees. Excuse me. Damn. Last tick got me. Oh, shit. Alright, I got no gaming in me today. Hate to say it, but... Well, yeah, because why would plants grow on an asteroid, silly? That's the point. Yeah, I'm definitely calling it. Okay, so, tomorrow, look out for the show, 2 o'clock. Oh, crap. Never mind. Oh, my God. I totally forgot about that. I have to pick up my wife. That could have been bad. Shoot. Well... Alright. I might just have to do my later stream. I might just have to like start at 6 and go into pretty much when I go and like be on the Letterhack show. I forgot about that. Oh, I'm excited to have it back. It's lonely. Oh, dude. This is actually really funny. My cat, he is... I have never seen him have, like, the, you know, I miss my person attitude. Holy shit, dude. Like, he's a wild animal now. Smoke too much bud. Into a tree. Man, I just realized we haven't seen Repentant Man in a minute. Wonder what happened to him. He'll probably show up. Like, almost every time that I do start wondering where he's at, then he's just like, "Are you still smoking pot, loser?" Yeah, but, alrighty. Do we got anybody to raid today? Not really. Up at that. Let's see. Oh, Riverboat Jack. Yeah, I know. We're from Chicago? I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, wait, the Storm Chaser? Yeah. Yeah, no, I think he's from, oh, God. I think he's from DeKalb. Yeah. No, I just realized who you were talking about. Yeah, I'm 90% sure that he's from DeKalb. And that's like that's over like by where NIU is. So, it's like very country out there. It's kind of like nearish where I grew up. Actually, yeah, it's not too far from where I grew up. I think the town where I grew up was about half hour away from there. So. But yeah, it's like in the boonies. They filmed part of the Man of Steel, like the Smallville scenes. They actually filmed it out there. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what to do for tomorrow's stream. Let's ask. Oh. Topic. What are you talking about? Have you seen a bunch of the AI videos that are going around where they're saying it's like the same tornado, and it's like definitely an AI video? I'm not clicking a link, but put it in the Discord. I'll take a look at it maybe. Okay, well, it looks like I'm not gonna know what time. Great. Eep a lot. IPA a lot. Rest in peace, Ozzy. Honestly, I'm more shocked that he lived this long. Me too! I had that exact same take. Someone told me 15 years ago he died. I wouldn't have been shocked. No, honestly, the fact that he lived till 70. My mother died at 72. So the fact that he made it to the ripe old age of 76, good for him. Especially with the way he treated his body. Holy. You're kidding me? Ugh. Like Keith Richards. How the hell is that guy still alive? How? How? No, it's weird though. What? No. And honestly, you can't even link through YouTube anymore. Keith Richards be like Thanos right now, absorbing. Yes. He's collecting. He has Ozzy's ashes made into an Infinity Stone. He's already got Lemmy there. All right, now that's kind of funny. Let's see. Lemmy, Ozzy. Let's see. Come on. Keith Moon. Keith Moon would probably be the first one. He'd be like the thumb one. He'd be like that one. What drunk should you do? I mean, every single one known to man. I don't think that. Listen, I'm not even joking. As much as I want this to be a line, I think that there is more that he hasn't, or that he, hasn't done. Or wait, has done. Yeah. I don't even fucking know. I'm getting burned. I mean, he pretty much just needs Mick Jagger. That's the one. And just like that, the best rock song ever. Ronnie James Dio. There we go. Ronnie James Dio is on there. Oh, Dio and Ozzy. We thought it'd never happen. Oh, man. Plant. Robert Plant. Yeah, Robert Plant. Jimmy Page, even. But yeah, obviously. Do not take them. Although, that was shitty. I don't know, dude. Can we put John Lennon there? Nah, I don't think so. No, I think the ones like the Thanos, the Infinity Gauntlet in this case would need to be ones that like lived longer than you thought they would. Iggy Pop, there's one. I see that guy, and I'm just like, how? Oh, that felt good. This sucks. I have like nothing else I want to cover today, and I'm kind of burnt out, so I think that as much as I want to try to push to the 7-hour mark, I think I should call it. Lennon didn't live as long as expected. Well, yeah. No, that's what I... Yeah, no, Lennon, I think that doesn't really count. Oh, yeah, Michael Jamal Warner. That's another one that, like, nobody talked about. Michael Jamal Warner was he was Theo from the Cosby Show. Like, yeah, he apparently drowned yesterday, so that sucks. I think he was 52, so fairly young guy, you know, to a degree. Dude, I kind of feel bad. Here, you know what? I got something. So, I was talking to a friend of mine today, and you know, we're tight. So, we generally could just say whatever the hell comes to our mind, and it's not like going to be offensive. Like if you just say like, "Bro, I gotta go," like, and then he'll be like, "Okay, bye," like that kind of stuff. No prolonged goodbyes or anything like that. At one point, I kind of was telling him about something today, you know, about the show, and, you know, he's definitely somebody that's interested, like, without, his input, I probably would have never even wanted to get into radio. But dude, just at one point, like, I feel like I was rude here, but it also established a boundary because I was telling him something. I'm not sure if he heard me, but at one point he just started telling me about something, like somebody else, and just like a different thing. I just like stopped him, and I was like, "Yo, Dad, like, I don't know what is this? I'm sorry, man. Did you not hear me?" He's like, "No, I heard you." I was just like, "Oh, well then I don't care." Whoa. It's kind of weird to like have that moment, and then he just kind of it was awkward silence, and he's like, "Oh, okay," and then, you know, no animosity, no nothing. We just swap topics. We need to definitely all right, I'll allow that one. OZZY is where he is now, looking at all the young artists who died from drug ODs, like, "Smells like bitch in here." He just goes, "Janice! Janice!" Oi! Wait, no, they were like 10 years apart, weren't they? Janis Joplin was, yeah, I just read about hers. I forgot, like, just, yeah. That one's... She was telling, like, everybody that she was sober, and they were like, "Yeah, she looked great." And... yeah, you never know. But they did say that it was 100%, like, just an OD, because it was, like... yeah. Because people always theorize that she, like, did it herself, and it's like... Jim Morrison, although... I like Jim Morrison's music to a degree, but the Doors were one of the more overrated bands. Just gotta say. My mom really liked them, though, so... kind of hurts to say that now that it's like, oh, well. Are there any Social Blade type things where you can look at someone's channel lifetime subscriber trend? Yeah, I'm not interested in it. I really don't give a shit. Dude, I don't even look... I barely look at my own analytics. If you guys want to fucking play those games with other people, myself, or whatever. You have fun. You find me giving two shits. Ugh. Oh man. Make it 15 minutes. I'm gonna do 15 minutes. Screw it. I don't have anything to do. Trump goes on unhinged. Or goes unhinged. I didn't realize how much people have, or fear people have of them. Well, because people have been trained to take tornadoes pretty fucking seriously. No, I actually disagree. Because storm chasers also have a degree of not caring, and they think they understand a little bit better. I'll be honest, when a storm chaser gets caught in a bad situation and ends up perishing, it's kind of the same way I feel when, you know, I read a headline like, game hunter gets eaten by lion. You know? Occasionally, I'm just like, eh. Because there's the ones that actually do it to, like, you know, inform people, but then there's the ones that do it just for pure adrenaline. Okay. Yeah, no one evacuates for hurricanes. Well, because a lot of people, they play the game where they're just like, oh, I evacuated for this hurricane, and there was no big deal. It wasn't a big deal. Whatever, man. Yeah, Reed's team has been getting pretty reckless. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I've watched enough of these guys where I'm just like, oh. And on top of it, they're like so proud of it. Really, I kind of think the opposite. You can ask most people to name brands from the 1960s if they even can. I doubt the Doors are even on 90% of the people who can, or bands, not brands, name more than N5 list. Well, let's see. Bands from the 60s? I would argue that, yeah, the Doors were a little more overrated. Rolling Stones were just getting their start, obviously. I mean, come on, Beatles is just like low-hanging fruit at that point. The monkeys. I mean, the 60s was, I don't know, man. Because obviously late 60s. Okay, Janis Joplin. Jimi Hendrix. What am I talking about? There we go. And Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. Pretty much anybody that went to fucking Woodstock. Carlos Santana. Gonna get in trouble one day. That's the thing. I don't understand how some of these guys don't. Like, when they're driving into evac zones, like I've seen that a few times. Not these guys specifically. I'm just saying, just like some of the more reckless ones. The guy in Wisconsin the other, what was it, a few weeks ago? Like, he was one of them where it was just like, oh, your car got trashed? Well, that's too bad. No, that's what I'm saying. No, because there was there's the one guy that just had his car, like, it rolled a few times, and he was lucky he didn't get, like, sucked into the tornado. Like, he really was. He got blown around the, like, peripheral around, but he still went, gaga, 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 gaga. Unless that was fake, too, because I'll be honest, I saw that one on the Instagram Reels, which, dude, I don't know why, or Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, where I get Instagram Reels like a real man. But yeah, I've been seeing it, like, for some reason on Facebook, it is just nothing but AI videos. That's where I saw the one where they were saying it was in my area. They're like, did you see this? This was right over the lake in Chicago, and like it was a terrible CGI video of a tornado forming over the lake. It's like, every year. Yeah, no. Oh, okay, was it? Because, I mean, it seemed convincing, because he was just like, oh, shit. I'm sorry. That was one of the more, like, that was cathartic to kind of hear him go, oh. Yeah, dude. They're trying to be like, look, there's a tornado funnel over Lake Michigan. I'm like, that is, again, obvious, but it's bad CGI, and then you find out it's like, oh, it's because it's AI. It's like, they're really not good at this. And you find out that they're also like mixing in video or like audio from, my favorite one is when you watch a video and it's like 4 different videos of like a tornado, but they're using the same audio track. Yeah, Grandpa, did the moon fall into... Oh my god. Can you imagine? Do you think we're gonna, like, continue to be able to spot this until, like, the end? Like, until we're just gone? And we are the last vestige of humanity that can spot AI a mile away, because we're just like, nah, something doesn't look right. They're just like, we're so skeptical anyway, where we're just like, hold on. Once they can start, like, fooling video sourcing and, like, hiding the fact that it is AI, then that's when it gets scary. It will roll you over more than suck you up. Yeah, that was my understanding, but also, like, he could have gone more airborne. Because it looked like it just pushed him off the road and, like, into a ditch. And, like, he... As I said, it was kind of funny when he got out of the truck and you're just like, ooh, that's gonna cost you. Did you see Kopic's, his truck with all the hail damage? That one was, his hood was, like, being held together by duct tape. So, and I was like, yeah, well, they really got their money's worth. See, that's the thing. That's a stupid mentality. If you're like, yeah, look, they got close and they actually had an encounter. Right. Dude, find a new hobby, chase aliens instead. At least you won't have that happen to you. But if that's how you want to go, then I guess, you know what? Maybe I can just, at that point, then it is just really like, well, they died doing what they love doing. I've always hated that. Actually, we had a guy have a heart attack on the ice, and he ended up passing away. And at his funeral, they kept saying that. They're just like, well, he died doing what he loved. And then you had a few of us that were just like, yeah, but he was always bitching about being there. And always just like, it didn't seem like he loved it so much. But, okay. Nah. Alright. Well, that's good. That's good. Being safe is good. Hey, Bloodstone, you want to join me in a little smoke sesh? Anna, also, if you want to pack your bags, board that plane, then I think I would not mind, because it's getting to be the 7-hour mark, and that is exactly where I'm going to call the show. I just did get... I was kind of procrastinating because I was waiting for Unimoogle to get back to me. So it looks like I'm going to be starting the show at 6 o'clock if all things go well and I don't get stuck in that same traffic. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to just leave, like, early. I'm just going to get down there early. Just so I don't have to deal with it. Because it's the getting down there part that sucked. God. I don't know what the hell is up with... Oh, that's right. They just, like, they pretty much closed the Kennedy. And then on top of it, they're just like, oh, yeah, you know what? We're also going to do all of our normal road construction. Oh, as I was about to head out and go drop off my rent. Nice. Well, then, yeah, we can all dip off together. It's, got 2 more minutes, so I'm going to hop on back here. Cheers, everybody. I appreciate you hanging out tonight. All right, guys. Well, tomorrow's deal is going to be, we're going to be doing a shorter 2-hour show. Kind of just a chill lead into the Letter Hack show. I likely will not be able to stream the Letter Hack show on Twitch. I know that this space right now is YouTube exclusive, so you're gonna have to catch it there. Also, if you do not already follow this space, here is the link. Follow it, get your notifications on, because this is going to be a regular place to catch my show on Tuesdays, noon Central Standard Time, or as I like to say, Chicago Standard Time. And then, yeah, you can catch me tomorrow. I'm doing a guest appearance on the Letter Hack show, Hey Funny Books, where we're going to talk a little bit about comic book culture, Superman, and politics, like in general. It's going to be a shorter appearance, so nothing crazy. And then, yeah, my show is an hour long, as I said, 12 to 1 every Tuesday starting next Tuesday. So this is going to be a good time. I'm really, really excited to partner up with these guys. It's a really awesome crew of people, so I think you will also recognize a whole bunch of them. This is crazy, guys. Gotta be real. Also, the Letterhack will be introing my my first show, so that'll be fun. But alrighty, with that being said, I'm going to load this up, and then next year I have a suspicion people will get killed chasing them. Yeah, especially with the cuts. The Noah. I watched a Max Velocity video, which he usually doesn't do like opinion pieces like this, but he even said he's just like, nah, this is going to kill people. If they don't, he's like, if they don't reinstate funding or if the state doesn't pick up the slack, this is going to kill people. Because of the weatherwise, yeah. Weatherwise or whatever. Yeah, whatever one they pretty much like, they fucked with so much where he said that it can make the difference between getting an instant warning and a warning and having 10 to 20 minutes, or just having the instant warning and then just being like, take cover now. But doesn't have an effect really. He's dumb. Yeah. I like Max. He's a meteorologist. He finally got. He's a bona fide meteorologist. If you are not, then go get your go to school, and then I will respect you the same way that I respect him. Until then, sorry, pal. It's because you have a thing where you don't like him. Realistically, I don't really care. So, let's see how bad I fucked this up. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought. Alright, now let's see. Sorry, I gotta make an adjustment here. Oh my god. There. All because I played a video game yesterday. My entire screen sizing is all messed up, so bear with me. Alright, cool. Now I will say goodbye to y'all. Alright, I have not actually taken it off yet, but here. Say goodbye to the pup. He, like me, appreciates having you here. So, tomorrow, like I said, 6 o'clock. So, Chicago Standard Time. Doing the Midwest goodbye. Alright, love y'all. I will see you tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.